Mike Freeze is here, actually.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's been recording.
Okay. All right. So welcome to our RAC 14. I believe this is we're moving right along. We have one RAC meeting remaining on the schedule after this. So appreciate again everyone taking their time to come to this meeting. Members of the RAC and members of the public. We'll go over some ground rules here in just a moment. But we want to do, before we officially begin this RAC meeting, take about 10-15 minutes to get an update on things that are occurring outside of the RAC, but that are relevant to the RAC. So to do that, we want to turn it over to Mike Freeze. This is Brian.
Yeah, I'm here, Kelly.
Okay.
Or I'm here, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So yeah, we just, as I was mentioning prior to beginning our RAC, we wanted to give you a few minutes to share work that you're participating in that's outside of the RAC process, but relevant to the RAC. If this is a good time and you'd like to do that, please go right ahead.
Sure, happy to. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Freeze. I'm working with some ranchers and farmers in the Harney Basin on a bill at the Oregon legislature, House Bill 3800. I think many, or at least some of you, are aware of that. The bill is still being worked on. We are definitely paying attention to the good work that the RAC is doing, better understanding what's important to folks around the table. And the bill is in a rules committee, which means we have some time. We're not subject to the same deadlines as many of the other committees. But it's really important. We've heard loud and clear from the community that this, whatever path we take with this critical groundwater area, has got to work for the community. And so that's really what we're trying to do. So this isn't necessarily replacing the work on the RAC. There's always chances a bill doesn't pass. So I'm hoping that the good work of the RAC continues. Happy to take questions too.
Yeah, so if there's questions from members of the RAC, clarifying questions about what he presented and what this is, we could take 5 minutes or so to do that before we get into our regular scheduled agenda. So I'll just open that up to RAC members if you have any questions to clarify what Mike shared.
Did he talk about the amendments that have been made to 3800 in a little more detail?
Did you hear that question, Mike?
Yeah, I did. No, I didn't think it was probably worth going into too much time and an effort to explain the amendments in this setting. It is, I mean, I can say it's built in many ways off of the work that the RAC's done. I think if you look at the amendment, and I've shared it with some folks, the structure is very similar. So it's PTW 7 sub areas. And it does require some decline or pumping declines throughout the basin. So
when he was talking, we were hearing an echo. When he heard, can you just give a single statement about what the bill
Sure.
is trying to do?
Mike, if you can't hear that, there's a little bit of an echo in the room. When you first started, the request was just to provide a brief statement about what the bill is.
okay, the bill will establish some pumping declines throughout the basin. The goals are still the same, to reach a reasonably stable groundwater level. And it's just taking a slightly different approach, using different tools that the department may or may not have. So that's really it. It's still to reach reasonably stable groundwater, and it's to balance the economic needs of the community.
Yes, go right ahead.
So Mike, this is Louis Molt. If HB 38 passes, how is it going to affect what we're sitting here doing here today?
It will probably change that work pretty significantly. It'll set sort of a new framework for how the critical groundwater area is regulated.
Hey, Bryant, we have a hand up online.
Okay, we'll go there and then we got one in the room here. Go ahead online.
Yeah, Lisa Brown, staff attorney with Water Watch and a RAC member. Yeah, I was hoping you could talk specifically about the amendment outline, which is posted to OLIS under the bill analysis section. And specifically, I've got a few questions. One is what the reasoning is on the increases to the PTW and how those were arrived at by sub-basin, which does change a lot of what we're talking about in here. So that's the first question. I guess maybe you could address that one, and then I have a couple more.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'll jump in, Mike, just maybe briefly, but we don't have the capacity to go down into too much detail here today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and Lisa, I'm happy to
send
you the details. Sorry, I actually thought I had sent.
I have the numbers. I'm just wondering how you arrived at them. But yeah, maybe that's too in the weeds. I guess another question is what's the reasoning behind prohibiting enforcement of the decline condition, which we also have talked about a lot in the RAC, and there seemed to be a lot of support for using that as a tool to help alleviate the issue. So I was curious why you're putting that in there.
That's a fair question. I think, from our perspective, we want to use sort of one regulatory structure and how we're going to apply declines and not have it bifurcated based on different elements. So our hope is that we use one tool, and that tool is the one that we can apply consistently across the basin.
So that sort of shifts some of that reduction onto other users, essentially.
Yep, May.
Okay, looks like we don't have another question here in the room. Anybody else in the room? Any other clarifying questions before we move forward?
Got Chris Hall online.
Okay, Chris, did you have a brief question?
Yeah, it's more like a comment. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to chat before the RAC starts. This is a naked effort to supersede the RAC, and it's an extraordinary measure. Any description of it less than that is just not is baseless. It is a result of people on the RAC and others who are not on the RAC who cannot control this process the way they want it controlled. And so they're just going around it by trying to do legislation. And it is going to stand out as one of the most extraordinary acts I've seen in state governance. And frankly, this is going to give me a great deal of material to work with. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate the comment.
Thanks. And just to address that, and I hear you, and I've definitely heard that from some others. What I would say in my experience is this isn't really that uncommon. I sit on a lot of different RACs for different agencies. When the legislature doesn't like the result, they often do step in and change either the rules or the statute, or ask the rules to be changed, or if not, then they'll change the statute. So it's not, I wouldn't call it uncommon. I think maybe for some folks that have worked really hard over the years, this is different, and that's okay. But that's sort of how the process in my experience works.
Thank you for that response. Okay, we're going to move forward. I guess I'd want to give the opportunity, though, to the department if there's anything that wants to be stated. As far as my understanding, this is running parallel, but it's not going to impact the direction of this RAC process and the work of the department and of this committee. Anything else that wants to be stated or shared from that perspective from the department? No. Okay, got to capture that correctly. Okay. Let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you for allowing us to take a little time to address that. Again, it's outside of this process, but obviously important to it. So let's officially begin our meeting now. We'll do that with a round of introductions. So again, I'm Brian Keekly with the Langdon Group. I'm the third-party neutral facilitator here today. We'll start here and we'll go around the horseshoe. Angela?
Yeah, hi, I'm Angela Singleton. I am with the Langdon Group as well, supporting this meeting and anything you need today, so let me know.
Jason Spreet, East Region Manager for Water Resources.
Alexandria Scott, Community Engagement Coordinator for the East Region for Water Resources Department.
Ken Bentz, RAC member.
Morning, Zach Freed with the Nation Conservancy.
Brenda Smith, RAC member.
Rob Frank, Harney County Commissioner.
Roger Shealy, RAC member.
Louis Mold, RAC member.
Julie Whitehall, RAC. Marissa Singhams, RAC member. Harper Howard, RAC member.
Travis Singhouse, RAC member. Jess Winning, County Refuge.
Karen Moon with the Watershed Council.
John Short, water rate consultant, RAC member.
Dark Boschman, I'm a hydrogeologist with the department. Ben Scandella, I'm the senior data developer with the department.
Kelly Mines, water policy analyst, role coordinator for this process.
Thank you. We have a few other members from, a few more folks from OWRD here today. If you want to maybe start with Dally and go around the room and introduce yourself.
Ben.
Jake Miller, Assistant Water Master District 10.
Ivan Gall, Director for the Water Resources Department.
Field Services Division Administrator of the Department.
Doug Woodcock, Deputy Director for the department.
Thank you. And then let's go online. Kelly, if you can help me work through the RAC members and who else we have here with the department.
Andy, go ahead.
So that's Andy Root.
Andy Root, yeah.
Okay, next.
Lisa,
Lisa Brown, staff attorney with Water Watch.
and then I'm gonna go to the OWRD now. Tim,
Morning all, Tim Seymour, Assistant Manager for Groundwater at WRD.
and then Laura.
Hi, Laura Hart, Water Policy Analyst, WRD.
Okay, did I miss anyone else online? I know Brianna O'Connor is coming in and out of the meeting, so I'll call on her if she comes in,
Okay.
but I think we got everybody.
All right, let's go ahead and get started with some ground rules. So for the RAC members, you're here to express your viewpoint, treat each other respectfully. I've said it before, but this is an opportunity, to hear different perspectives, understand where different people are coming from, and do that in a fair and equitable manner. So I appreciate you coming to this forum in that regard. If you're online, just some housekeeping, try to remain muted when you're not speaking to prevent background noise. If you're online, use the raise hand feature to indicate that you'd like to speak. If you're in person here, if you put your hand up, I'll keep my eye out and I'll make sure and get to you in the order that you put your hand up. That'll just help keep things moving at an appropriate pace and we're not speaking over each other. During the RAC meeting, that's for the participation of the RAC members only. Those are the people around the horseshoe here. The public will have the opportunity to participate during the public comment period. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a sec. Go ahead, Kelly. So again, the role of the RAC, attend and participate in the meetings at the horseshoe or online, and provide input, advice, and help the department consider various perspectives. The role of the public, and those are, I appreciate actually everybody here that's from the public joining today. Your role, listen during the presentation and during the RAC discussion. We will have 2 public comment period times. I believe we have 2. We do. So we have a couple opportunities for you to provide public comment and we encourage you to do so. So I guess right now, just to get a feel for how many people would like to provide comment during the first public comment period time, which will be occurring just before lunch. Anybody in the room would like to provide public comment, if you can just raise your hand. And I'll check back in again when we get closer, so. Okay.
I have some questions yet, I'm sure I will.
Okay, so we know we'll have one. Any members of the public online you'd anticipate providing comment during the first comment time? No. Okay. All right. So again, really appreciate the public coming and listening, but please do refrain from providing comment or asking questions until we have that comment time. You can ask questions during public comment. There's no guarantee. Well, actually, the department won't, or the RAC members won't respond during that to keep this moving forward, but there could be opportunity to have some dialogue with them during breaks.
I just want to note in the chat that Chris Hall has indicated that he will provide public comment. I don't know if you saw that.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Sorry, I did not see that.
Yeah, appreciate
Sorry,
that. So one in the room, one online right now, but we'll check again right before we begin. Okay, let's take a look at the agenda. Okay, so we got a pretty full agenda today. As usual, this is just the morning that we're looking at, not the full agenda. We're gonna go over a lot of information in the morning, and this is gonna be a lot of presentations, so, but a lot of this is gonna set up for the afternoon where we'll have some more discussion. So certainly during these agenda items this morning, you know, ask clarifying questions to understand what's being presented, but a lot of that dialogue and that opportunity for input is primarily gonna be occur in the afternoon.
Just to add on to that, so I guess the intent is we're gonna walk through our management plan, here's how we got here. And then the actual input is in the afternoon with the rule language, where we have written that management plan into rule language, and that's where we're looking for more input. And so that's just kind of the flow of this meeting, is just, here's what's up, and then tell us what's going on, yeah.
So that's to say that certainly you can ask questions during this time, but there will be opportunity to revisit essentially all of this in the afternoon when you see it in the rule language. All right, so then our afternoon.
Sorry. Finding the chats.
Okay, here we go. So, again, we'll have that first public comment period of time just before lunch. We'll have lunch here. I believe is that being brought in?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Brenda, for that. So we'll have lunch here. So if we need to make up any time, we can always eat and continue our agenda simultaneously. But it's always nice to take a little bit of a break and stretch and eat without rolling right through. Then we'll work our way through, have a final public comment session time after we go through that rule language and discuss next steps. As I mentioned, we have one more meeting on the calendar. We'll take a look at a timeline here in a moment. You can see kind of where we're headed from here. Any questions about the agenda? Yeah.
Great.
Kelly?
Yeah, so in terms of the schedule going forward, we've got 2 more racks of today, and then next month on the 15th. We're gonna be starting our public comment period on June 1st. And as of right now, we do have hearings planned for August 4th through the 6th, but we will be adding more hearings / informational sessions during that period of time. So as soon as we get those nailed down, which will be by next meeting, we'll let you know, and we'll start blasting that information out to the community. Once the public comment ends, we then take a period of time where we look at all the comments, we make adjustments, and we prepare a staff report to the Water Resources Commission. And then in our December commission, we're looking to bring these rules and looking for the commission to vote to adopt or not adopt, depends on where they go. So that's the rulemaking schedule right now.
Questions there?
You said we have 2 more RAC meetings, but I only.
So I'm counting today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was not clear. Apologize.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so just reviewing really quick our goals for today. Present the department's stated goal for Division 512, gather input on the draft classification rules, build a shared understanding of what the department learned from the different management approaches, present results of the economic analysis for proposed management scenario, gather input on the fiscal impacts for swampland classification. Then we'll get into presenting that department's proposed management scenario. And so that'll be sort of the culmination of everything that came prior to that. Gather input on the draft CGWA rule language, critical groundwater area, and gather input on the racial equity statement and statement of need. So again, a lot of goals today, but
Yes.
a lot to cover. Go right ahead. All right. So the goal of this rulemaking, so this is just a brief conversation, but really just informing you what the goal, kind of reminding, kind of bring this back to the beginning, what the intent of all this is.
All right, thanks, Brian. So the Division 10 groundwater report. So as you all have heard multiple times, that the groundwater in the Harney Basin is a large groundwater flow system. It is all interconnected, but there are several distinct connected areas throughout the basin. And they're distinct through the local geology, the actual location in the basin, the aspects of the groundwater flow system, and then the local rate of magnitude of recharge and discharge. So within the report, the two statutory criteria that have been met are that groundwater levels have declined excessively and are excessively declining. So declined excessively means greater than 50-foot total decline, and excessively declining means that there is greater than 3 feet per year for at least 10 years. The available groundwater supply is the second criteria is that the available groundwater supply is being or about to be overdrawn, which means pumping greater than recharge.
Let me check real quick. Can everybody hear okay in the back?
Very good.
Yeah.
Here it is. Okay.
Not very good, okay.
Awesome, thank you.
We can also probably set up the microphone, but let's maybe speak up a little bit, Jason.
Yeah, I can do that. All right, so the objectives with this rulemaking, oh, thanks, Kelly. Okay, the objective of this rulemaking is, has the goal of stabilizing groundwater, meaning, target water level trend of zero decline. We're to do that, we're gonna reduce basin-wide water use through, hopefully a straightforward and transparent rule process. And we are attempting to balance those negative impacts to all the water users, springs, streams, groundwater dependent ecosystems, and domestic wells. And then also, while we're trying to do that, we are also attempting to minimize the impacts to small businesses and the local economy. Next slide, please. So stabilizing water levels, ways we're working to achieve that goal through both regulatory and voluntary actions. This first slide shows the regulatory actions that the department is taking. The classification, which will restrict new appropriations and recharge areas outside of the GIVGAC or the Greater Harney Valley groundwater area of concern. And then we are also implementing a serious water management problem area. You all have heard SWAMPA tossed around, which requires water use measurement and reporting, so we can get some accountability on water use there. And then a critical groundwater area, which is the larger rulemaking here we're talking about today. And we are establishing necessary reductions in that rule, and we will regulate with orders once that is implemented. Next slide. So stabilizing water levels, again, this is the voluntary side of stabilizing water levels, and we plan to achieve that not only through regulation, but voluntary action. The voluntary aspects are, potentially voluntary agreements, which will allow users to chart their own path and reduction and controls in lieu of the critical area orders. And the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP, which allows landowners to take a payment, which is both federal and state funding, in exchange for canceling their water rate, and that payment lasts up to 15 years.
Okay, thanks, Jason. I guess I could throw it to you, or do you want me to transition?
Well, it's good. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
We'll do it together.
Yeah, so just kind of an overview of this item. So in our March meeting, we talked about SWAMPA and classification. And during our classification conversation, I asked you guys to start thinking about what are other uses that we can consider classifying during that meeting. And so we're just providing more space to talk about that right now. As the overview of this item, I'll throw it to Brian to do his.
Yeah, basically what Kelly just said, but so level of participation, we've talked about the different levels of participation just to help frame these agenda items up for everybody. So this would be kind of at that consult level where input is helpful, but not a full a lot of this is ready to go and not a lot of it.
Right. All right, so starting with the boundary, back in RACs number 6 and 7, we had a good conversation around what the classification boundary should be. And we kind of came to an agreement that the classification boundary should be set as the SWAMPA boundary. And so that is, oh, how did we decide in the sentence that we went on so much wordsmithing on how to describe the boundary?
It is the Harney Basin within the Malheur Lake Basin within Harney and Grant counties.
Yes.
There's a lot of overlapping borders and it's portions of those.
It's the caboose gull of boundaries. So, yeah, so in our RACs number 7-8, we had an agreement that this is the boundary that we'll be setting for classification. The next aspect of our rules is kind of what we will be classifying for. So right now in our draft rules, we're saying that the groundwater classification boundary defined in 695-12, section, I think it's gonna be 30, is classified to statutory exempt groundwater uses. So that's domestic wells, gardens, lawns, that sort of thing. And in RS 537.545, that's the exempt statutes. And for non-conceptive geothermal uses below 250 degrees Fahrenheit, that's a very specific number. That number is the kind of the cutoff between when DOGAMI takes over for regulation and when OWRD takes regulation. So that's what we have right now. And I guess we have a series of questions. So one, are they understandable? And then is there anything else we need to consider, i.e. what other like uses should we be considering for classifying within the classification boundary?
Yes. Yep, you.
Go.
I know I keep asking about this, and I'm sorry I'm slowing the uptake, but on those two sub areas, I was just thinking about something that Jason talked about. And I'm still trying to sort through the hydrographs for all the monitoring wells. But do the wells in those areas show over 3 feet of decline for 10 years in a row each year?
And so when you say two sub areas, talk about the lower Blitzen and upper
The
Blitzen, right?
southernmost, yeah.
Yes. That's you, Doug.
No, they do not.
So then why are they considered for the critical area?
So we're talking about the classification boundary right now. Which is just, the allowed uses of water, right? So we are not allowing any new permits within that boundary. We're only allowing exempt. We're not talking about critical groundwater at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can, do we want to answer that
Oh,
question?
we will talk about it.
We will talk
And then
about it.
when we do. then
Yes.
we can. Okay.
Yes,
Just to clarify, it's just, for new permits, versus like when there's regulation
yeah,
and cutting back, is that a different group?
that's a different group. Thank you. That is good clarification. This is applying to any new permits being applied for in the boundary. Thank you. That's a very good distinction.
And are domestic wells considered exempt uses?
Yes.
Yes, so it only applies to agricultural wells.
Yes.
Well, no.
Well, not just
municipal,
new water rights.
industrial.
Yeah, thank you. Sure,
Can you remind me, does classification affect transfers at all?
it does not.
Okay, great. So really, we are just talking about new non-exempt uses.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Moving on.
All right. Great. We'll give you guys one more chance when we talk about the overall rule languages in May, so if something comes up, I'll talk about it then.
Okay, approaching the problem, what we've tried, what we learned, and how we've adjusted. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, Kelly. So this is kind of a history, and it's a lot, maybe in a recap for everybody to kind of take them through the timeline of where some of these items began in the RAC process, the dialogue that we had within the RAC, and then how adjustments were made in response to that. So again, this is at the informed level. Well, we're just relaying back to you what was how we landed on where we did, and then when we get into the rule language, we can look into that a little bit more and see how that's applied to rule. So if you have questions, clarification, absolutely, but find out a lot of room for changes here. Question. Yes, sorry.
I noticed on the map that Grant County is included. I've not seen anyone from Grant County at the meetings.
The Grant County Commissioner's been invited, and I've spoken to him on the phone. I don't
Yeah,
believe
he
he's
has-
shown up to any, has he shown up to a meeting?
Yes, he has
Okay.
showed up to multiple. He's usually online. He doesn't show up in person. Yeah, but we are keeping him roped in what's going on. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we did hold one public meeting there in Seneca.
Yes.
Thank you for your question.
So we're gonna step way back in the history of the RAC here. And first talk about our initial conversations, our initial approach, how we were first thinking about approaching this problem. And coming up with a way to decide how much reductions are required here. So we're gonna go back to RAC 2 initially, so that's back in August of 2023. This was a time before the Harney Basin groundwater model was available to us as a tool. And so we were looking at the alternate ways to come up with these values. So our first approach, we were looking at targeted reductions across the 15 sub areas. We're looking at targeting our reductions in pumpage in those areas really where the declines were the worst, where we knew there were very severe issues. We were looking at implementing those curtailments immediately upon completion of the contested case. So no phasing period, no glide path, just as soon as we are authorized to do so, we were gonna bring those cuts in. We spent time back in RAC 2 talking about, well, how do we delineate these sub areas? How do we think about this? What are the criteria for breaking the basin up into various areas? And then we brought the 15 sub areas to the RAC, initially at RAC 3. We discussed the groundwater level trends at RAC 4. And then we talked about how we're gonna prioritize these 15 sub areas. And we had this scheme of high priority and lower priority, where we were going to curtail in the high priority sub areas, and the lower priority sub areas, we were gonna look at monitoring and seeing if updates need to be made in the future. In RAC 5, we brought to you the hydrograph approach. So this was looking at measured water levels in wells and using those trends to determine what level of pumpage is required to achieve stability. So casting those back in time to a time when water levels were stable in those areas. And after some feedback from the RAC, we also spent some time there at RAC 6 discussing the pros and cons of either these 15 smaller sub areas and what it means if those sub areas were larger. And there's trade-offs, as we know. Go ahead and go to the next one, Kelly. So for our initial approach, for measuring progress, we were proposing to track the groundwater level trends and evaluate those changes across each sub area's rate of decline. We talked about using sentinel wells, a subgroup of wells across the basin, and implementing and looking at some minimum groundwater level elevation that could serve as a trigger for additional actions. We proposed to measure the total annual pumpage and use that to compare to historic use data. And we discussed establishing thresholds in these lower priority sub areas where we knew some declines were occurring. And if these thresholds were to be crossed, then some additional action would be required in those areas. So we talked about monitoring for the magnitudes of decline, some threshold there, again, a threshold for the rate of decline, and some minimum groundwater level elevation that may trigger additional action in those areas. Go ahead, Kelly. So feedback we received from the RAC, and this is just kind of a selection of some of the feedback we received on those items. It was pointed out and we recognized that there were declines in the lower priority sub areas, and without any reductions in pumpage there, that those declines would continue. We talked a lot about how these sub areas are hydraulically connected and how pumping in one can affect the water levels in a neighboring sub area. We spent a lot of time discussing how these smaller sub areas might affect the effectiveness of voluntary agreements. So maybe larger sub areas would allow for broader participation in voluntary agreements. We recognized and discussed that these smaller sub areas may conflict with prior appropriation, where you may see a more senior water right being curtailed in one sub area, where across the border in another, a more junior water right may be continuing to pump. We heard that the timelines for reduction were too severe, so immediate implementation of the reductions was too severe. And a quote here that we heard is that it took a generation for this problem to develop, and we should take a generation to fix it. And then again, we were still in that time when the groundwater model was not available. And so we heard a lot, you know, when this groundwater model is available, isn't this a tool we can use to help us get at these questions? And so that takes us into the next section here, which is where we've spent a lot of time over this past year or so learning through the model. So the model was released and published in early 2024. The department has spent hundreds of staff hours building tools and running the model based on input from the RAC. We designed scenarios with that input and tested those scenarios for the various outcomes using the model runs. And staff then built software to identify the maximum pumpage that can occur while still achieving our defined goals, being stable water levels, or if it's spring discharge. That's that process we've called optimization that we've discussed quite a bit here. And then finally, we performed sensitivity analyses to isolate and understand the different variables. So how does tweaking of one knob on one variable affect the outcomes on the other variables across the basin? Next one. This is just a reminder of the model extent. So the pinkish brown area represents the area of active cells within the groundwater flow model. It covers the entire Harney Basin and some of the surrounding areas outside of the basin that may be affecting groundwater levels within the basin to some extent. So just a quick overview and reminder there. So now we're going to step through some of the modeling and management parameters and what we've learned about each of those as we've run the various scenarios and explored the model results. So first starting with spatial extent, and what we're talking about here really is the sub areas, how different sub area configurations affect the outcomes. So what we learned is that in general, more sub areas, so smaller sub areas, generally mean larger permissible total withdrawals, and that translates directly to less reductions in pumpage. And through the sensitivity runs, specifically, we learned that splitting the Dog Mountain and Weaver Springs sub areas had little effect on the overall basin-wide curtailment. What it does do is redistribute those reductions between those two sub areas. And we saw that spatial variability, so how water level trends within a sub area varies, has a rate of change, a similar rate of change, regardless of if you use 15 sub areas or 6 sub areas. And that spatial variability was generally about minus 0.5 feet per year to a positive 0.3 feet per year. And so on RAC feedback on spatial extent, we heard that 15 sub areas, these smaller sub areas, as I said, may restrict participation in voluntary agreements and may restrict successful market solutions. We heard that just using the entire give-gac as one sub area would fully honor prior appropriation. We wouldn't have those boundary issues where a senior on one side of the boundary is curtailed while a junior on the other continues to pump. We had good buy-in on the 7 sub area concept that was developed in the RAC here. We did also hear though that the 15 sub areas allowed for more targeted curtailment, so we could focus those reductions really in those areas where the declines were the most severe. And then we heard also that we should have a process if we need to, if conditions change, for adjusting those sub area boundaries. So moving on to the next, the success metric. So how do we measure when we've achieved that goal of stable water levels? And we've discussed this at length in here. There's a few ways to approach it. What we found using the model, and it's quite intuitive, is that using a more stringent success metric So this is using the median or 50% of wells reaching stable versus the 80th percentile, so requiring 80% of wells to be stable. Using that more stringent success metric, such as the 80th percentile, means that we end up, when things do stabilize, with higher final water levels across the sub areas. But it does require a smaller PTW or more reductions overall. The sensitivity analyses on the success metric showed us that still the spatial variability of water level rates of change when using the median success metric remained in that minus 0.5 to plus 0.3 feet per year across any given sub area. So from some of the feedback from the RAC that we heard was that, well, we heard a lot of things. We heard some advocate for looking at every well, use a well by well approach. Some advocated to use the mean. We heard support for using the median, and that's kind of the direction we've been going in. And we heard, let's use the median, but also include some limit on some maximum rate of decline that can occur for a sub area to be considered successful at that goal of stabilization. And we heard voices that advocate for a more stringent success metric. Let's look at 80th percentile, and let's also include that limit on the individual well. So moving on to timelines, this is the timeline to achieve the goal. So how long do we want to wait until we reach that goal of stability? And what we see with the model runs is that shorter timelines to achieving stability means at the end, water levels are higher across the basin overall. And because of that, we see less impact to spring discharge, discharge to streams, natural ET, and as water levels remain higher, fewer dry wells, domestic wells in particular. But of course, this means more curtailment must occur, and it does provide less time for adaptive management for us to adjust to changing conditions. Feedback from the RAC on this overall timeline to success. Again, we heard that it took a generation for this problem to develop, and we should take a generation to fix it. Alternatively, we also heard that 30 years is far too long. Groundwater levels have been declining. The magnitudes of decline are severe in some areas, and 30 years is just too long to wait. And then we heard, rather than focusing on this time to achieve the goal, let's instead focus on how aggressive do we want to be in implementing the reductions? So this phasing in of curtailment. And that's what we'll move to next. So phasing in of reductions, this is the glide path. What the model showed us was that shorter timelines for phasing in these reductions again means that at the end of the day, water levels are higher across the basin, which again means less impact to the natural discharge. And of course, is going to mean a smaller PTW. It's going to mean more reductions are required. These shorter timelines leave less opportunity for adaptive management. And we discussed this some, and what we see is that as we implement a phase of reductions, we do see locally around the wells that were curtailed off these local recovery events that are short-lived and then phase out and taper off. And what we see with the shorter timelines is that these short-term recovery events have time to fade off before we start to look and see, have we stabilized? The sensitivity runs showed us that the frequency of the checkpoints, so over what period of years do we implement the phased curtailments? If we look at every 3 years, 6 years, or 9 years, we really see no impact on the overall PTW. And we also saw that more aggressive timelines in Weaver Springs and Silver Creek in particular can provide additional benefit to spring discharge in that part of the basin. We also looked at front-loading curtailment. So in those first early check-in periods, implementing a higher proportion of the overall reductions can reduce the overall basin-wide impacts to water levels and to that natural discharge component. Feedback from the RAC on the phasing timeline. as you might expect, we heard some conflicting opinions. So, from some, we heard that 24 years is far too long to phase in these reductions. 6 years would be better. We heard that Weaver Springs should be curtailed and treated differently and on a different timeline as the other sub areas because the conditions there are so severe. We heard, of course, again and again, that we need to consider the fiscal impacts and the impacts to the economy and provide this adjustment period. So folks have time to alter their practices and come up with strategies to adapt. We also heard that 6 years is a good balance. It provides some certainty for irrigators and still allows us to phase in those curtailments over time. So moving on to the impacts to the natural discharge component of the groundwater flow system. Using the sensitivity runs, we learned that Silver Creek is a critical contributor to spring flow, especially in the Warm Springs Valley area down there in the southwest. We found that Silver Creek, Silvies, and the Dog Mountain sub areas do supply groundwater inflow to the Weaver Springs sub area. And we saw that targeting only Weaver Springs for quick and substantial reductions alone provides limited protection for spring flow. Next one, Kelly. From the RAC on this issue of natural discharge, from some, we heard that protecting springs and streams is a critical element of preserving the public welfare, safety, and health. So something that we must do by statute. We heard that the highest percentage of springs and streams should be protected and doing that by immediate implementation of pumpage reductions. And we also heard and we discussed and we recognize that the model does have some uncertainty specifically around this issue of natural discharge and more specifically in that southwest area around Warm Springs Valley. We heard feedback that setting thresholds, explicit thresholds in the model for determining our PTW around springs and streams is not what we had initially discussed with the RAC. As the goal of this process, we had initially talked about, well, let's stabilize groundwater. And we heard some suggestions that we really should include this natural discharge component as a metric for success and for adapting as we phase in the reductions.
Let me just pause here real quick and see if there's any questions.
It has been a lot of informed.
It's been a
so
lot
I mean,
more, yeah.
I'm kind of,
Sorry, we get one back here.
I just have a question / comment. It's my understanding that you cannot use springs and streams as a parameter to regulate. So we're putting a lot of emphasis on streams and springs, and if we can't use that to regulate legally, then why are we having such a big discussion, or why is it such an important thing?
Yeah, and I think Ben's talk a little later will help clarify that, but I think like this feedback we received, go ahead and go back to the previous one. I mean, one argument would be one more back, I think.
No, I think
Oh, were we on it? Sorry.
we were on it.
It's that top bullet there. We've heard that protecting springs and streams really is a critical part of the public interest considerations that we're required to look at.
Right, I understand that, and I would agree we need to protect them, but it's still legally can't be used to regulate. So it's a parameter that almost has to be thrown out of the regulation discussion, but it can be part of the general discussion. I don't know how to say it, but it can't be used to regulate.
And I think when we get to our current proposed management scenario, we can explore that a little more. We'll be looking at that specifically.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
I did not recall that statement that the highest percentage of springs and streams should be protected by immediate implementation to be an accurate summation of conversations that we had. And so I would be curious in some clarification on that. In the last two statements, I must be misunderstanding them because they seem to be contradictory, saying that setting thresholds for protecting springs and streams is not what was proposed as the goal. And then the next statement says, including spring flow as a metric for measuring and adapting. So.
So yeah, maybe just clarify, these are individual comments, right? So they're not a summary or a
Themes of comments.
theme, there you go, themes of comments. So they may contradict.
On each of these RAC feedback slides, you're going to see contradictory statements because we do have a diverse set of perspectives in the room. And we try to capture kind of the flavor of the breadth of the types of responses we heard. So there's not one direction of feedback that we've heard kind of on any of the issues really in the room.
That makes sense if this is some issue theme. So.
Yeah, let me take a quick time out of here though, because we've had a handful of people come in the room since we began, and I just want to quickly go over some of the ground rules again. So this horseshoe is for the members of the RAC, and the people that have been with the RAC from the beginning and part of that process. The back room is for the public. We will have comment period time, so that's the opportunity for the public to provide comments. So appreciate the public participation, but participation in the conversation at this time is designated for the RAC.
And then while we're here, we had a couple of new
that's
RAC
more
members
RAC
come in.
members.
We should introduce. We have someone online as well to
You don't
introduce.
have to keep addressing us as late.
But yeah, if you would, both of you would like to introduce yourself. Put more of a spotlight on you.
Get chores done.
It's all right.
Kristen Shellman, Hardin County Community Member.
Tony Hackett, the late well driller.
And then, Brianna, do you want to introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Okay, yeah, Brianna O'Connor, Harney SWCD and NRCS and RAC member.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to where we were. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
A question, not to go down a rabbit trail, but just the confidence in the model. I know initially, two details were brought up, and I'm just curious. One was the fact that there is a Weaver Springs bubbling out of the ground was not taken into account in the model. And the second was a question of, does the model show why Sod House Springs has dried up? Has the model been changed or updated or?
We did look more closely at that, and Weaver Springs is denoted as a spring cell within the model, so it is in there. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the model grid cells and the topography in that area, it's dewatered over the entire period of the model run. So it's just the nature of the construction of the model does not do a good job of capturing Weaver Springs.
Wow, so the model says it doesn't exist.
Do you want me to discuss the likelihood that that model's very good?
Let me get to the next slide that's titled Model Uncertainty, and
It's not uncertainty, it's model crash, but we'll get there.
And the Sod House Spring,
what does it show for? It doesn't show Sod House Spring drying. No. But again, my next two slides are about model uncertainty and specifically around the natural discharge and the model's ability to simulate natural discharge.
Taking us a slightly different direction back to one of the things you said, Darek, you mentioned in the phasing slide that under shorter time periods, temporary recovery events faded and prior to evaluating success.
Yeah.
Can you just talk a little bit more about what that means, what the implications of that are from a phasing perspective?
Yeah, and I'll probably do some hand waving here, so I apologize. So as you turn a well off in the model, what you see at that well and around that well is typically an immediate recovery of water levels due to that reduction in pumpage. That recovery is short-lived, and eventually it equilibrates with the surrounding aquifer system and begins on the broader trajectory, either down or stable. And when we're talking about evaluating for success, so our groundwater level stable, we don't want to evaluate at that point in time when wells are temporarily on the upswing. We want to make sure we evaluate when the aquifer has equilibrated to that temporary event. So having a shorter phasing period with a larger gap before that final check-in, when you evaluate for success, provides more time for that temporary reduction to equilibrate with the aquifer and to ensure that you're measuring really what are the long-term conditions. And we've been calling this durable stability. Our goal is to have a durable, long-term stability and to make sure we're not evaluating just these temporary recovery events due to individual wells being shut off or pumping being reduced at those locations.
So, we got one here, Kristen, and I guess just, maybe it's my feeble mind, equilibrate is stabilize? Or how would you define that?
Equilibrate is for localized changes, perturbations in the aquifer, to kind of adjust to the broader aquifer.
Derek, is that a word you made up?
I can't take credit for that.
Great.
I just, since I came in the room late, obviously I maybe missed some of the slides, but, I do find it concerning, actually, the information that has been included on the slides versus the information that was not. I've sat in every RAC meeting, and if this is the only feedback that this RAC has been capturing, shame on us. There is so much more to this story that did not get put into these slides. And if we aren't looking at these other parts and capturing them as well, I feel like, what was the point of all of us being in the room? I don't know how many others feel that way. Maybe we could have a quick show of hands if anybody agrees that this is a true capture of what's been discussed throughout all these meetings. This leaves out so much of what our concerns are. We had one line about our economy in there. That is the biggest part of all of this. We have nothing about the power and security that then created. Have we not listed a friend elephants in the room? We have a whole economy in the Northwest that's impacted if hay production here ceases. We have springs and streams being considered as public welfare, safety, and health, and yet you then admitted that it's actually a public interest. An interest to me is different than a safety concern, a welfare concern, or a health concern. That's mislabeled. That's an interest versus what we're trying to do by statute with it. That's weaponizing it. I think that we need to be careful how we go about this. It isn't pinning the environment against the interests of the public. When we look at the interests of the public is Harney County not being decimated in this process. Because what I've heard so far, we need to speed it up. We need to create a shorter timeline. We need to implement harder, faster. That has not been the consensus of this RAC from what I've seen and heard. We need to approach this very cautiously and not pull the lever too hard and do more damage than what's necessary. And this critical groundwater designation basin-wide, when we're sitting here even carving it up into sub-basins, proves we are not in one single puddle to draw from. We're in individual puddles all over. And yet we're considering and making decisions of management as though we're this constant assumption of a single puddle. It is not. That's why we're creating sub-basins, but yet we're still taking a single puddle approach with too much of it.
So I really do appreciate the adaptive management part of this that you guys put together as a response to a lot of the confusion and the questions that we had. I continue to worry that we're beating on something that isn't really the issue. And when I've been saying that the uplands control the basin's water, and then the forest got so out of control that it finally burned 210,000 acres. And last week we had to cancel this meeting because Harney County with Harney Basin and Harney Town was being flooded because we removed the forest. So I keep looking at all this work that everyone's doing and still am confused and worried that we're missing the entire input water component from the fact that over the last 90 or 30 years, the forest has been growing out of control and wildly, and no one's been harvesting anything. And the forest has been using up the water. Now it finally burned as proof that in fact it does control it, then we flood. I just think we're missing the entire input component, and that model doesn't account for this burn. And the entire watershed system has changed, and you can't make decisions based upon, I don't really like the model, but you don't have all the components in the system. And if the forest were managed properly, you'll never see stabilization, by the way. This forest will start growing back in 20 years, the water will look good, and then the forest will finally get back to this out of control phase again. We'll run out of water as irrigators, and we'll wait for it to burn again. If you don't have that component in your system, you're not at all trying to regulate the system. You're regulating one little component that you see has this sort of weird relationship with the amount of water that's in the ground. And I really worry that we're beating on something and trying to address this on some way over here issue with this irrigator reduction thing, when in fact the whole system is based upon what's going on in the hills above us. I hope it can be incorporated, but I never hear anything about it. I've said this every meeting we've ever had, right? Even in the small meetings. I never hear anything about it. It never pops up as, hey, the forest burned. It never does anything. I think you're trying to manage something that has fundamentally changed from any model that you used, and the model doesn't account for it. I hope you're not just making a big mistake here and trying to manage people for the fun of it, or because you think it's the best thing you could do. And I don't think that's the issue at all. And the floods show it. I just hope you're paying enough attention, but I appreciate the adaptive management thing, because that will be the tool that allows us to continue to operate, if in fact the water does come back up because the forest burned. It does allow us to address that. That's helpful. So I really appreciate that. But man, guys, we're working on something here that's way off the target.
Yeah, Lisa online.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I guess maybe just quickly, your comments, Kristen, just purely from a process standpoint, it's definitely challenging to take all the input of all these RAC meetings, put them in different categories, and then try to capture them on one slide. It's probably not fair to even say it's a summation of the feedback. We try to capture that in meeting notes, try to have that information available. And yeah, this is really kind of an impossible task in a sense to say, this is what we heard. So, but you're right, it probably doesn't capture that. And to the comment about consensus, I think that's a challenge here too, is there's a lot of different perspectives in this room, and it's the role of the department in this process to put something forward, but consensus is never a goal of an advisory committee like this, because it's with this diversity, that's a very difficult thing to achieve.
Just one of the scary short things here is you guys do this, you pop all these slides up, we talk, you read, and then you make a point that this isn't all in stone, and then 3 months, 6 months from now, you go forward with part of it and say, well, we talked about it. Well, we didn't really talk about it. We listened to you guys and we found out this, but you wait, and then pretty soon you think, well, nobody contested this, and you start slapping it together, and next thing we know, you kind of say, we said it was okay. And it's like, I don't know. Just like some things that happened in the past that we did not really approve, but you took part of it and you said, well, you agreed to this 6 months ago. Well, no, not in the terms you took it. But it might have looked that way when you waited 6 months and said, oh, well, they did say we should have done this, but yeah, we meant to do that 20 years ago, not today. And it's real hard to keep up with you guys sometimes when you go all back there and put all this together, and we're sitting here waiting to see what did they pick out of that? And it's really tough. In the meantime, we're sitting here trying to keep everybody together and trying to hope everything, we're trying to pull things together and see if we can all adjust. And meantime, you guys come back and just take. So it really is a problem.
Well, I think one of the main points of these RAC feedback summary slides is to show that there's not agreement in the RAC. It's really, I mean, we're highlighting that we're hearing almost opposite things from various RAC members, right?
I would agree.
And we're not going to capture every detail or everything we've heard here, but we really are trying to show the diversity of things we've heard and how they're often in direct opposition to each other from various RAC members.
Let me go to Lisa, please.
Lisa, yeah.
Yeah, I would just add to that, I guess that, you know, I feel Kristen's pain on that because I feel like my comments typically are not reflected on the slides, and that was true even of earlier slides in this presentation that we've had today. So I think it is just probably challenging for the department to collate all those together. So I would have put my hand up in the room, Kristen, on that question as well. But on the substance of this, I don't know if this is the right time to do it, but I think maybe we should have a conversation on, you know, why protecting springs and streams are an element of the, you know, preserving the public welfare, safety, and health. And I mean, I would just point to 537, ORS 537, 525, both at section 3 and section 5, as well as section 6. So I think it's maybe beyond the scope right at the moment, but I did want to address Kristen's thoughts that was like improper, because I think it really is part of what we are supposed to be doing here in 2025. And I guess I would just also point out that the department actually is not using that as one of the drivers here. So I guess I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, good job.
It's difficult because everything is so complex, and with the springs, speaking specifically of Warm Springs Valley, that is also an economic concern, especially for all the landowners in the Warm Springs Valley. It's not just public welfare, safety, and health, but springs across the subbasin, they're almost like apples and oranges as you're going across the system. And so I just wanted to add that some of the springs are actually, I think, very important to our economy and our local ranching operations as well. And there is concern from the landowners in that area for those springs, for their ability to continue to exist as viable operations. That's affecting BLM allotments and utilization of those allotments. It's affecting a lot of different things that's well beyond that first bullet there. So just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, good feedback and always appreciated.
Let's go to the next one. And again, this doesn't capture everything we've heard, but some of the feedback we've heard from the RAC on domestic wells, impacts of our management decisions on domestic wells going forward. We've heard that we should not allow any more domestic wells to go dry. There's been too many impacts already. We've heard a statutory reference saying that we're not allowed to elevate the economic interests of the basin over protection of water supply for domestic use. But the statute says we must assure adequate and safe supplies of groundwater for human consumption. We've heard that it's not just groundwater level declines that can impact domestic wells. There's well construction issues that can cause those results as well. And we've also heard that, you know, this might be the one thing that money can solve. They can be mitigated by drilling deeper wells. So I'm going to pivot a little bit here on these last two slides, just to touch on model uncertainty. So any model, any groundwater model in this case, it is only as good as the inputs, is only as good as the measured data that we have to calibrate that model. So we recognize that we have really very limited historic spring discharge measurements to use in the calibration of the model. What we do have is substantial historic groundwater level measurements. And the model calibration was primarily focused on calibrating to known measured groundwater levels. So what that means is that when we look at the model and we look at the model outputs, we have a much higher confidence in that calibration to groundwater levels than we do to spring discharge. Our uncertainty is just larger around that natural discharge component. So knowing that, what we're looking at today is really to focus on those groundwater levels, those modeled groundwater levels that we have a higher confidence in the model's ability to simulate, and to focus on achieving higher final water levels, because what we know that means is with higher water levels, we know we're going to have fewer dry wells. We know with those higher water levels, it's going to minimize or reduce the impacts to spring discharge. And we know in turn that it's going to result in lower impacts to the groundwater dependent ecosystems and that other element of natural discharge. So just to put this in kind of more detail, we'll go to the next slide and it'll show our calibration points.
I wasn't gonna cut you off, I just, the modeling that was done with the software was done on data from 2018 and back, is that correct?
That's correct.
Has it been compared to the data collected since 2018 to try and verify how accurate the modeling was?
It has, and I think we may have those slides in the back of the deck as a backup. What the limitation there is that the projections forward from 2018 use average recharge, right? So it hasn't been updated as far as the recharge inputs since 2018. And so that does limit the model's ability to really reflect what's happened in the basin over that time. But we can look at some slides that show what that looks like.
Awesome.
Yeah. So here's a figure from the model report, talking about the calibration of the model to that natural discharge component. And it's a little small. I think you have it in front of you and it's probably small there. But you can see those blue triangles represent places where we have stream discharge measurements in the late season. So what we think of as base flow measurements. And we use these base flow measurements to calibrate how the model represents the natural discharge in those areas. One glaring thing, if you look closely, is that there are no blue triangles in the entire southwest portion of the basin. So that's that Warm Springs Valley area. And so the model has really no direct calibration to any measured data in that area. And so overall, we have lower confidence in the model's ability to simulate natural discharge. But even more, our uncertainty is probably the highest in that southwest area. And so that's worth knowing when we talk about simulated natural discharge. We have to understand those outputs in the context of how well the model has been calibrated to those values. And that varies spatially.
Ken, is that a hand raise? No, okay.
Alright. Okay, so that's our last slide on that presentation. Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Jeff.
I think one thing that's a little bit still disturbing for me is that we're still not quite sure how the groundwater is being affected in these sub areas. Like, we don't know if the Silver Creek sub area is being diverted over to Weaver, that might impact Warm Springs and that area down there, or if it's coming straight down. And so some of those, not having those as black holes, I think is really makes it difficult to then start to regulate and start impacting individual operators if we're not sure we're really addressing cause and effect relationships, and not knowing some of that behavior that's going on under the ground.
Good, Eric.
I will say we did do some sensitivity runs to kind of begin to get a handle on that. So we did a sensitivity run, I believe that immediately and severely curtailed groundwater only in Weaver Springs. You're right that Silver Creek and some other surrounding sub areas do contribute groundwater to Weaver Springs. But when we tested by leaving everything else alone and just curtailing hard and fast in Weaver Springs, it did not provide a very immediate and substantial relief to that spring discharge. And again, remembering our uncertainty around the model's ability to simulate that, but it does begin to give us some idea of how those interplays can occur.
Yeah, two hands here. Go Fred first. Go ahead, Fred. And welcome.
Yes, sorry I'm late. I don't want to be caustic on this. But when we don't have good data in, I don't care what the model says, the reality of what comes out is almost always misdirected. We have many different types of springs. We have springs over a 12-month period that don't change the flow very much. Many times that water is years out and maybe hundreds of miles out. We have springs that fluctuate dramatically with the precipitation of that year. And the departments in USGS's water chemistry data shows that to some degree. We have springs that only flow with peak precipitation periods. It is absolutely technically indefensible and legally indefensible to go here. Springs on the good side are an important ecological and economic value resource. But at this point, to regulate groundwater, it's totally misdirected. As far as groundwater dependent vegetation, most of the groundwater dependent vegetation that people think about is actually surface water driven. That you have a hard pan, you have a clay layer, you have a rock area, and then on big pulses of water like this year, like last year, will accumulate that water and then it will be utilized by beechwood and many other species over several years. And frankly, the ET name drives me crazy. Evapotranspiration is what ET is. Groundwater dependent vegetation is not measurable from a technical standpoint. It's not legally defensible because, like springs, there is no measurable linkage between certain aquifers and that. It's there. It's a very small area majorly run from groundwater. Even then, that's surface water driven, for goodness sakes. Dry wells, I counted up, we've had 9 dry wells on our own place. 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the nearest pivot. Up to 50 miles from the nearest well with trouble. It is not measurable from a technical standpoint. It's not defensible from a technical standpoint. It is not defensible from a legal standpoint. So this was a wrong road to go down, and it wasn't a road that is corroborated by the study. We're really reaching when you take the flow contour lines and those sorts of things and try to direct it with this. It wasn't long ago that the department changed their mind on the water contour lines around Wright's Point and Sunset Valley. Totally changed them. It wasn't that long ago when they determined, well, the Black Butte water going towards Princeton is from Steens Mountain. Water chemistry gave us a little bit of an idea on it because of the age of the water was less. Now, I'm gonna go to one spring now, and I apologize for missing the early part of this, so I might be redundant here on what you presented. I apologize. But this is a big deal to me on this stuff. I've got some pretty good information, but believe for sure, but it's based on judgments that Sawdell Springs actually, I'm willing to go on record, actually will start flowing anywhere from 3 to 8 years from now. I'm probably wrong. I don't want to be challenged, but I don't mind being wrong. If I'm wrong based on measured, technical, defensible stuff, I don't mind being wrong. I want Sawdell Springs to flow water. Maybe I'm just hopeful, but I think I figured out where that water comes from. And it corresponds to some springs that dried up on our place during the prolonged drought for 22 years. And they've changed substantially, but most of the time there is a lag, 3 to 12 years on this stuff. So what we're seeing, what the model is projecting could be out of whack many years, and it could be misdirected. And it's stuff that we think we're measuring and seeing one thing, and really we're seeing and measuring another. So, but I felt we need to put at least let somebody know that I just don't agree with any of this where we've gone.
Thank you, Fred. And I don't know if either of you, if there's any response to that, I suppose adaptive management may play into this ultimately if some of these things don't play out the way it was anticipated.
Yeah, we'll address more about that when we present the proposed scenario. So stay tuned, please.
Larissa and Travis.
So my question is about the Brothers Fault Zone that runs from the Cascades through the Warm Springs, Double O Springs, all the way to the Steens Fault line. How much of an effect would that have on the springs? And did you study it? And is there any information to say that that does or does not contribute? Because as we've seen, the Double O Springs water is old, up to 8,000 years plus, so it's a long flow path. So it makes sense that some of that water could potentially be coming out of basin along the zone. And if that is the case, then there could be a lot of disruptions in that hundreds of miles before it even gets to there that could be affecting the springs. And if that's the case, then we'd be talking about a different situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear if you look at the or the Warm Springs Valley and those springs down there by O. All of those springs are lined up right along a major Brothers Fault Zone fault. So we know that that fault structure is controlling the location of those springs. And you know, faults can do a number of things when it comes to groundwater. They can be barriers to groundwater flow. Or they can be conduits for groundwater flow. They can provide enhanced permeability where those rocks have been broken along that fault zone. In some cases, they can be completely blind to groundwater flow and really have no effect. The observation that the age of the groundwater there does point to deeper flow paths. It is a good one. There's nothing we can point to say that that groundwater has come from, say, the Cascades or some other distal area out of basin. So those are all great observations. They all line up perfectly with what we do. How that fault is controlling the location of those springs, but we just don't have anything to point to say that water is coming from somewhere out of basin. That is, it's unrelated to the recharge that's occurring in the basin.
So therefore, you can't say with or without complete certainty that that water is actually being affected by up in the Silver Creek area by pumpage, because it could be affected by how the geology is of the fault lines. And over the few years, if it's declining, it could be some geological shift that could be causing those springs to reduce. Is that odd?
I mean, what we do have is the groundwater level contours that clearly depict groundwater flow from the upper Silver Creek Valley down towards the Warm Springs Valley. And that really does point pretty clearly to groundwater flow paths following those directions, heading from up there and down towards that fall. And a lot of times what can happen, and it's true, and I can concede that we don't understand fully how that fault is affecting groundwater flow, but it's fairly common for groundwater flow when it does affect a large structure like that, and it could be groundwater flow at some quite great depth. And the thermal properties of those springs too kind of points to really fairly deep groundwater flow paths. If that fault is a barrier to groundwater flow, those flow paths can intersect that fault. And then if there's enhanced permeability from ruptures along that fault, fracturing the rocks, it can force that water up to form springs. And a lot of hot springs are formed in just that way across the Western Union.
Travis, does the department want to say what percent we're gonna use as the model groundwater levels in the ET? Are you guys gonna use an 80% groundwater levels, ET 10%, and model inputs 10%, or regulation?
Are you talking about our proposed management scenario?
Yeah.
We'll be getting into great detail on all of that. I think, is it after lunch?
Before lunch is after lunch.
Because there's so much uncertainty about springs, a lot of unknown. I mean, are you guys gonna only use like 10% of that information, or are you gonna use 50%?
We've definitely heard RAC feedback on this issue, and we'll address it head on when we talk about.
Okay, let's, we're right at 9:30, so I think it's we're gonna flip our break and our fiscal impacts. So I think people get a little antsy, so let's grab some coffee, grab a muffin, grab an orange, take 15 minutes, and then we'll, get fiscal impacts at 9:45. And, public grab a seat. Okay, we're going to move on with our next agenda item here. This is going to be the fiscal impact. So this is going to be a combination presentation of Eco Northwest, who did the economic study. We'll be turning to them here in a moment, and then we'll come back to OWRD with some kind of how this all glues together. So let's go ahead and get the next slide, Kelly.
Yeah, Rob.
Before we dive.
Yeah,
into
sorry
this,
about
From some of the conversations we had before the break, I just wanted to say, there was a lot of concern expressed about the data, and I don't think anyone was questioning the scientific processes of analyzing the data, but it's just the uncertainty when you're dealing with the resource that's critical. And I just wanted to say, and I've been thinking of it since the beginning of the meeting, that 3,800 bill is a response to our concerns over the uncertainty of this data and the implications it will have on our economy, because we're going to make concrete decisions based on intangible factors. And there were very strong comments at the beginning of the meeting in response to that bill. And I take great offense that people that are not locally vested would make those kinds of assumptions. That bill is supported by our county government, it's supported by much of the community because it's in the interest of the community. And I was going through some of the hydrographs that we talked about yesterday, and in, the most recent ones, I went through 24 of them that had readings taken in 2025, and many of them have already started trending up. Some of them dipped down, trended up, some of them are static, and some of them have remained an upward trend. And the last one that I decided to stop on, they took 2 measurements a month apart, and there was a 37-foot difference in the measurements. And so I just think that kind of showcases the uncertainty of the data that we are putting into this system. A 37-foot difference, 2 readings taken a month apart. So I just wanted to comment.
Appreciate it. Okay. Let's go to our goal for this item here. We're going to review the economic analysis by Eco Northwest. This was kind of a request by the RAC, and it made sense. And Eco Northwest was hired to do this study. So I'm going to share what that analysis produced, gather feedback on the analysis for the critical groundwater area fiscal impact statement, and gather input on the swamp and classification fiscal impact statement. So this is consult level. Your feedback is appreciated, and it'll be considered by the department next steps and in the rule. So with that, let's go to Eco Northwest. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Nate Troll. I'm an agricultural economist here at Eco Northwest, and I'm joined by my colleague, Mark Buckley.
Hi, everyone. Also an economist at Eco. Thanks.
Great. So you guys go right ahead. This is Bryant, the facilitator. I'll be keeping my eye on the room. So I apologize if I interrupt you when there's a question, but you may not catch it. See the hand up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having us here today to present. And I hope you're all doing well, given the flooding you've experienced the past couple of weeks. I'm here to present the results, economic results that we calculated based on the proposed groundwater management scenario that OWRD presented us with. Next slide, please. So just to give a brief overview of the work that we've conducted, we looked at the impact of the proposed groundwater reductions on crop production in the area affected, particularly alfalfa, effects on livestock production, effects on ecosystem services, particularly springs, the potential effects that the economy might see to small businesses along the supply chain that are associated with the agricultural industry, as well as other local businesses that might be impacted as a result. Finally, we also looked at local changes in local government tax revenues, and OWRD handled the fiscal impacts related to domestic well users. Next slide, please. So basically our methodology, we focused on interviewing local farmers, businesses, government agencies, wildlife experts, and other stakeholders to help inform our analysis. Additional information that we needed that weren't gathered from these interviews, we used from publicly available sources such as the USDA on things like agricultural production, looked at some other data based on ecosystem services and local government tax information. To estimate the economic impacts to Harney County's economy, we used an M-plan model, which I'll discuss a little bit more here in a bit. We used the latest data year for this model, which is 2023. M-plan is a static model, so it doesn't deal with time dynamics. It just looks at a point in time and carries those effects forward through time. So regardless of when implementation of the actual rule would happen, our results wouldn't change because it's based on 2023 data. Next slide, please. So some feedback that we addressed in this round of analysis based on the previous RAC meeting, as well as some other conversations. One thing was we had previously only used a single year's price for alfalfa, but comments were that that might have been, I can't remember, too high or too low, and that there's inter-year variation in prices. So to kind of get rid of that variation, we took a 5-year average of prices from USDA for the state of Oregon, and these were inflation adjusted to 2024 dollars. Another piece of feedback we got was the previous round, we didn't include impacts to livestock production. Given the limited amount of data and information based on the affected areas, we had to take a high level approach to estimating impacts to livestock production. So we took an average of the livestock sales for Harney County reported in the 2017 and 2022 USDA Census of Agriculture. And we reduced the sales value in proportion with reductions in alfalfa production, just as a simplifying assumption to understand any potential impacts to the livestock industry. We got some feedback on our ecosystem services analysis, and in this round, we include more discussion on potential outdoor recreation impacts and how that affects Harney's economy. And then our latest round of economic analysis is obviously based on OWRD's proposed management scenario to achieve groundwater stability. Next slide, please. So OWRD presented us with the proposed groundwater management scenario on March 5th. It based a 33.6% reduction in groundwater pumpage across 7 sub areas. We were presented with 2 points in time of the pumping. One is a baseline pumping based on 2018 conditions, and then groundwater pumping after 30-year phase-in of the management scenario. So for the structuring of this analysis, we do it across 2 time periods, a baseline, so think of that as 2023, and then a curtailment period after the end of 30 years, so think 2053. And the baseline, we establish what the baseline level of production is across both crops and livestock production, how that feeds into economic impacts for the county, as well as fiscal impacts in the form of property tax revenues and ecosystem services, which is more of a qualitative analysis. And then for our curtailment period, we calculate what the new base level of production would look like in that year and calculate the change between agricultural production value, economic impacts, and fiscal impacts. And we present these across this 6-year phase-in periods to kind of show how any potential losses would occur over time. Next slide, please. So just basic assumptions for our agricultural analysis. We did use the parcel data set that was used in Bill Jager's hydroeconomic model. Previous rounds of discussions with people said that the crop yields presented in his model were too low, so we worked to update those crop yields to more representative values across the 7 sub areas based on conversations with 8 farmers. And again, we did use a 5-year price, so averaging a price across 2019 to 2023 for alfalfa. Based on the data that OWRD gave us, we matched that to the parcel level data set. And we calculated the number of irrigated acreages based on groundwater availability options to estimate the change in agricultural production. For simplicity, we don't assume that there's any surface water rights attached with the parcels that we model. We also don't model any changes in yields or water application. We keep those constant through time as a simplifying assumption, when in reality, farmers could find a different crop to plant, change crop rotations, or deficit irrigate, but that's hard to estimate or assume on an individual level. And then again, in our results, we include livestock sales. Next slide, please. So for the livestock production, the baseline value in 2024 dollars, we assume to be $65 million worth of sales in a year, and then in the curtailment value to be 42.5 million in sales. So that's how we modeled the livestock production change. Next slide, please. I apologize for the fuzziness of this graphic, but here is the baseline conditions or baseline production value across the 7 sub areas based on our modeling. So we see that in typical baseline years, there's about 133,000 acre feet of groundwater pumped that can irrigate 48,000 acres. And the associated marketable alfalfa revenue with that is estimated to be $58 million. Then you have the livestock sale value that we estimated for the baseline at 65 million. So the total annual value of agriculture in the baseline is $123 million. So this is how we will measure the change based on the groundwater management scenario. Next slide, please. So here is what production would look like at the end of the 30-year phase-in period. So we can see that groundwater pumped has reduced from 133,000 acre feet to around 87,000 acre feet. So that's about 46,000 acre feet of groundwater that has been curtailed from baseline period. We see that irrigated acreage has reduced from 48,000 acres to 32,000. So about a 16,000 acre curtailment. The value of alfalfa production and at the end of this 30-year period would be about $39 million, which is a $19 million loss from the baseline conditions. And then livestock value would drop by $22 million from the baseline conditions. So at that end, the curtailment period, the end of 30 years, the average annual agricultural value that you could produce given this scenario would be about $81 million, which would be a $41 million loss from the baseline period. And if you look at that across the 6-year phase-in periods that the scenario is designed to do, that would be about an $8 million loss in agricultural value in those 6-year periods. Next slide, please.
One second, we got a question in the room here.
I just wanted to clarify, so I understand. So the $41 million loss is 1-year loss, or is that for the?
That's total. So that's the total that would have been lost over the 30 years.
Okay, so the eight million is per year loss.
The per 6-year phase-in period. So every 6 years would be an $8 million reduction.
Okay, nice one. Thank you.
Got one more in the room here.
I am really puzzled at this direct correlation you've drawn between alfalfa production and livestock production. Where in this model do we take into account the native hay production in this area? Because that is the primary support for that livestock industry.
Yeah, so a simplifying assumption that we made we gave a survey out to the farmers we talked to. One of the things we asked was, if you produce both hay and livestock, what percentage of that hay you produce stays for your livestock production versus going to market? And the answers we got ranged between 5% and 35%. So I took 20% as a midpoint between those two values to calculate how much doesn't go to market. And so the alfalfa production that I estimated in total, I reduced by 20% to say that stays on farm or stays locally to go to livestock production, while the other 80% goes to market. So that's kind of how I tried to account for the variation or the difference between what goes to livestock production, what goes to market for sale, and then in our in the economic impact analysis that I'll talk about in a minute. One of the things I changed was I assumed that livestock industry purchases 100% of their hay locally. So that would help account for the economic impact of purchasing any hay locally for livestock operations. So I tried to account for that interconnection between alfalfa and livestock the best I could.
That's reassuring, but your 20% was arrived at from 8 interviews, is that correct?
That's correct.
There's a great deal of diversity within the county about the alfalfa production that leaves the county versus the amount that gets left here. Just not adequately represented, that's all.
I actually think that they're accurately representing what stays, because that's the questions that they were asking to folks, because you still have to supplement, even if you have meadow hay, that it's not a high enough quality for it to raise a calf on, and have your calves in production. And so, it might actually be low when you look at the big scenario. There's not that many operations that can winter out. And so we have 5 months of weather that require us to feed hay here, and that's on a good year. And then you have years like this where nobody can get up on the forest, nobody can get out in the meadows, you're feeding hay longer. And so there's always that variation that the native forage isn't enough to get us by.
I just want to verify, following up there on the, so that means the loss annually would be like 1.2 million is what is seen as the annual loss of income per revenue.
Yes, that would be if you annualize the 41 million over the 30 years. Yeah, I just wanted to try to present it consistently with how the phase-in period would be. Necessarily, the reductions wouldn't be that linear and realistic, terms. Some people might not change their behavior immediately. Some people might pull out of production altogether. It's kind of hard to estimate what the actual individual farmer would do in response to something. So I tried my best to just kind of present what a realistic pathway might be for losses over a given period of time.
Larissa, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure my brain is working right. But when we're at full curtailment, we would be losing 18 million a year. Is that correct? Because I know you're like, well, you lost a little, you lost a little, you lost a little. So we're averaging each year, but when you're at full curtailment, isn't that the 18 million for 24? Just for the crop.
Just so that, so that 18 million would be the loss over the 30 years. So I guess, and I apologize for the way I presented these results. So that $39 million in revenue would be what your typical year of production value would be at the end of curtailment going forward. If that makes sense. So the 18 million would be the loss in value in total over the 30-year period. So over the curtailment phase.
Yeah, that seems pretty low to me, because it doesn't make sense if you, on a normal year, just on the Weaver Springs sub-area, I mean, that place would generate $6 billion just in hay sales probably. So it's not adding up, so.
Well,
just by the number, if you just pick one sub area. If you just pick Silver Creek at 1,788 curtailed. So when everything's curtailed at that point, you lose 2.279 that year.
I would say that would be a yearly. You
Right?
lose that much.
Am
per
I
year.
odd? I mean, that's how my brain's seeing those numbers. So that's how much you would lose at the very last year that you're at 2.2 million a year. So it is basically full curtailment, sorry, I can't speak. The whole basin will lose 18 million a year. Just the farmers. That's not the trickle down stuff.
Yeah, this is just, yeah, the direct to agricultural impacts. So yeah, it would be like, yeah, going forward, you'd be 18, if your typical production year was, I'm sorry, my brain can't do math, the 50, $60 million that I said in the baseline. And then, yeah, it'd be an $18 million reduction after the curtailment phase. So you'd be $18 million as a total lower in curtailment period than you would have been in the baseline period.
John, I guess I'm just confused. That 18 million, is that's lost revenue over the total 30 years?
Yes.
And so that, I mean, if you kind of looked at it as an average, we're talking what, $600,000 or $700,000 a year in lost revenue?
Yes.
No, that's per year.
No, that's per year.
That's not what he's saying. That's what I'm confused.
I think there's a little confusion in the room here. I don't know if maybe it's helpful to kind of take it from the top on this slide to some degree. Are you understanding some of the questions the folks have?
Yes.
Okay.
So the total revenue column is, so after curtailment's been done, so at the end of 30 years, this is what your production value would be in a given year. The revenue loss category is how much revenue was lost over the 30 years from what the baseline production value was.
The sum total over
The sum
30?
total over 30.
I'm thinking, wouldn't there, I mean, I would think there'd be a single range that would lose that much over the 30 years. You're talking the whole basin.
It can be at 600 and some thousand a year.
So I guess there's a lot of feedback here, maybe just kind of, would it be helpful to, we're capturing this feedback in our notes. I don't want to put you guys on the spot to make adjustments or anything, but do you want to take some of this input back and take a look at it?
Maybe just to be clear, sorry, the question is in terms of the framing of the results and the kinds of units. And I know that Nate tried to fit the structure of how the data was being developed. And generally, from an economic perspective, we want to look at cumulative effects. We want to look at totals. But it sounds like there are a few other metrics that folks would like to have in a very clear way. It sounds like, in particular, the revenue per year at the end of curtailment. And understandably, what a loss means in that context is all based on what the reference point is. Is it the previous year? Is it right now? Is it the highest production, highest value that we have on record? There are a lot of ways to frame what a loss would be. So I think if we have a very specific request for the framing of the results in terms of sort of year sums, things like discounting, those we can adjust the results to any particular framing. We just want to maybe get those clear from the group now, if that's possible.
Mark, I think that's one aspect. I think the other aspect is the concerns around the 18 million seems to be low. Or not.
30-year span.
Yes,
Very low.
very over the 30-year span, very low in terms of the loss of revenue.
Yeah, I mean, that is more, those I could say are annual numbers. Yeah, those are not, you need to times that by 30.
The 2022 USDA survey results had 36 million for Harney County for total crops and 63 million for livestock. And so based on the percentages that he was using for alfalfa as part of our crops and what they contribute to livestock, those would be more in line with annual numbers. No way that's accurate for 30 years.
You're here. Okay.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, over 30 years, as you shut us all off, that number would diminish over time and not in a good way. But just out the gate, those are an annual number just out the gate.
Yeah, we can't have 100 million total that you just said, if we're really only, losing 600 and something thousand each year, I mean, it's not gonna move.
And
There's
once
something wrong
again,
with it.
these are just here. Like Harney County is a wheel in this region. You aren't even looking at the fiscal impact regionally.
Yeah.
This is just here that we're taking a snapshot.
There are later slides that get into some of those full multiplier effects. I wonder if is it useful to go back a slide to the baseline? Did the baseline make sense? Or are there any problems people have with the numbers in the baseline?
Could I
Jump in here just for a second, folks?
Yeah, Tim.
What Nate has presented is a baseline case where it's like $65 million a year in alfalfa production. And after 30 years, when curtailment is fully implemented, production is now valued at $39 million. So that's the $18 million difference, right, Nate?
Yes.
And so in this case, you're assuming essentially like, what is it, 2024 value is 65 million. 30 years later would be 2054, if I did my math right. So in 2054, we're expecting that it would be $39 million of production is what would happen per year, right?
Yes.
So that's $18 million a year less than what was produced in 2024. So it's not that you take 18 and divide it by 30 to come up with your per year losses. We're comparing one point in time with another point in time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair, Nate?
Yes, we're just comparing 2 points in time and trying to connect the pathway between those 2 points.
Right. And so for the first curtailment round, it's a loss of $8 million in revenue is basically what you say there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you divided it into 6 year
buckets, yeah.
Yeah. So in 2024, 65 million. First round of curtailment goes into place. Whenever that happens, that year then should see an $8 million reduction in revenue. So instead of 65, we're at 57, 58, if I can't do my math right. And so that's an $8 million loss in 1 year. And then it's assumed that that $8 million is also like that you're assuming it's linear, right? So then for the next 5 years, production is at $58 million, $57 million a year. So you're still losing, you're $8 million short of where you were in 2024. So you would have to cumulatively add all of those together to get to the total cumulative loss, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did that help people in the room understand how we're adding the numbers up there?
We got maybe a clarifying question here that'll help get us here. Go ahead.
Well, but even given just part of that, the math there, if you lose 8 million, the first curtailment, and multiply that by 6, or not 6, multiply by 30, because you're gonna lose that 8 million every single year. That's a lot bigger number than 18.
Yeah, it's 1.2 billion.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger. Number.
That $8 million loss is combined alfalfa and livestock, not just alfalfa.
But I'm just saying overall.
Yeah.
For the
And yeah, Ken, it's 8 times, it's only 8 times, is it 5 or is it 6? Like, because that's every 6 years over 30 years. So it'd be 8 times 6 is your total cumulative loss, not, right?
Yeah.
No, it's every 6 years.
Oh, sorry, 8 times, so it's every 6 years over 30, so that's 5 buckets, so it'd be to 8 times 5.
Yeah.
So that gets you back to the $41.1 million loss total in ag value across both alfalfa and livestock.
But realistically, for the first 6 years, it would be closer to like 16, no, what's 40% of 41? Because the first year we'd have 40% curtailment with proposed rules, plus one of those sub areas is gonna be 75%, so it'd be over 40% curtailment. So half of that 41 million a year, it would be that much for the first 6 years. And then it would be 20% more than that for the next 6, 15 or 10 after that.
Still per year in a 6-year period.
Well,
They did it straight line on this.
the question behind that too is, what was calculated, is that the percentage of total reductions that will be caused by permit decline condition? And then the 40% reduction, is that a stacking of reductions that was calculated into this? Because you also have permit decline reductions that are queued up. And then you have a 40% reduction. So are we stacking those reductions? What was that based off of? Was it based off of both of those?
Let me take a quick time out here real quick, because I can confirm with the department, there may be something here we need to take another look at. So the proposal would be that we put a pin in this. We got some good feedback that there's some things we really need to reassess here within these numbers.
Hey, can I just say we've got a RAC member who's put a comment in the chat and a RAC member with a hand raised online too, so.
Understood. I just wanted to share that in conferring with the department, there may be an opportunity to peel back, sit back, look at these numbers, see if there's some things that need to be adjusted and fixed with some of this input, and then bring this back again in May. So definitely still opportunity to point out things that aren't looking right, but there may be a little more work that needs to be done here. So let's say we get one moment in the room, we got.
I do want to know though, is it a
Well, there's, we have the total PTW that we'd have to, that we're planning to reduce overall over the 24 years. The first year is 40%, but the acres that are curtailed under the permit conditions can, are part of that as far as like, we have to get to a specific number on the first curtailment, that 5,000 or 5,700 acres that are curtailed off of the permit conditions are part of that. We have to, they'll contribute to that reduction. So it's not that reduction plus another 40%. It's the 40%.
includes that
Includes
reduction?
that's
what we need.
Yeah, I think there's a few things we need to clarify. So Lisa, you I think you might have your hand up, and then go ahead, but considering what I just shared there, we're gonna spend more time on this.
Okay, yeah, so I was, so since we're gonna spend more time on this, I would throw 3 considerations out that I think are not captured in this. But you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nate or Mark. The first one is you're talking about impacts to livestock, the livestock income. And according to the PowerPoint here today, the WRD's PowerPoint, the proposed management scenario would dry up an additional 98 domestic wells. And, one thing that gets lost, I think, and has gotten lost a lot in our collaborative discussions as well, is like, what about the stock wells, which also tend to be these shallower wells, sort of similar to domestic wells. So did you look at, and I think Jess Winnick brought this up earlier too, did you look at either the impact of drying up springs on the livestock industry or the impact of drying up these stock wells, which presumably will dry up sort of side by side to the domestics? Was that part of your analysis? And could it be part of your analysis?
So based on the data that we had, the intricacies of linking stock water and springs to livestock production and how changes would affect herd size and a bunch of other factors. That was outside our scope and budget for this analysis, so that's why I tried to take the high level approach that we did. It would be very difficult without a lot of data to do that analysis that you're suggesting.
But that would counter, I mean, that would be presumably an incurred cost or a loss of income from livestock when these stock wells and springs that the cattle are relying on dry up, correct?
Yes, that's how I tried to capture the livestock by reducing it by that 34% in groundwater pumping, doing the similar reduction for livestock to try to capture any effects that would follow on through to the livestock.
Okay, I'll look at it more closely, but it seems like that's going in the kind of going in the wrong direction, but I'll look at it more closely. And then I guess a related question is, according to the USGS numerical model, there's been a loss of 49,000 acre feet of water to lowland, like discharged ET natural vegetation from 1980 to 2018. And that loss will continue under, to a different extent, but it will still be significant under WRD's proposed management scenario. So I'm wondering if you looked at sort of where that would be occurring and what the impacts would be economically from continued loss of natural vegetation.
We did not focus on that in our analysis. We kept a very high level qualitative discussion of ecosystem and environmental impacts.
But I guess what I'm saying too is those wouldn't probably all be environmental, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it could have an economic, there could also be economic, it could also affect economic endeavors on the landscape, correct?
Yeah. What we did is this is a very complex system, and we tried to make it as simple as possible to understand the potential magnitude of the economic impacts that might occur with the proposed management scenario, to give a sense of what the potential impacts would be that would need to be mitigated, and trying to avoid getting lost in the weeds of very complex systems and understanding what's influencing A to B, trying to make it as simple as possible.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of how closely like the loss of natural vegetation has been assessed, and I understand it's a complex endeavor. So, okay, it would be great to get a little bit better handle on that though in this next round, if possible.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, we got, one second, Ken, we got one more here. So one comment that came to me was inflation. So I don't know if that's considered here, but just to capture in the notes for further consideration in moving forward. And then Kelly, we have a comment from Mark in the chat, if you want to share that.
Yeah, he said, I agree with Ken. If you do the math, it would be annual loss per year after the 30 years based off of 2024 dollars, I'm assuming. Mark, do you want to add to that?
I think Tim was going to where I was going, so that's where I took my hand down. I still think there needs to be clarity with the group on the conversation, but I think we're headed the right direction.
Great.
Thanks, Mark.
Ken, go ahead. This is all for the economics. But something touching on something that's been pointed out was that we are currently as most critical groundwater ever experienced by our basin is right now, correct? Yeah, yes. I mean, today.
As far as the declines are concerned?
No, I mean, as far as it's the lowest it's ever been in the history of man right now.
Yes, as far as we have data.
Okay, so I'm having a very difficult time seeing how that's impacting our lowlands. If you go spend a little time in the valley right now, you'll get to wade or swim in all of the lowlands. So I recognize that over time there's going to be some effect, but again, we have a very difficult time talking about effects on the lowlands and all the rest of that stuff, when a whole bunch of it's flooded and gonna remain flooded this summer. I mean, that's where you're gonna start getting, I mean, from local people, you start getting a fair amount of pushback on some of the effects that we are talking about, worrying about. And I'm not stating that we need to just continue pumping, doing whatever we're doing. I understand the issues much different, 100 feet under the ground, but trying to use those as a barometer or a tool to decide what we're gonna cut. Let's go measure them right now. The lowlands and all of those areas. Or better yet, do it 30 days. When the water, you might not be able to drive across the narrows. And so, you know, anyway, yeah, it's not economic, I'm sorry. Good point. Where's it?
So my comment is on the slide on the baseline. So if you look at Silver Creek and you talk about the irrigated, how the Oregon Water Resources estimates that they gave, and then what that calculates to out in irrigated acres. The 2,000 acres short, there's 9,100 acres irrigated, and that is as of 2018 and going forward in that area. So you're missing 2,000 acres worth of irrigated ground, which calculates to 2.5 million more in revenue. So I'm guessing that if there's a miss, the numbers are off in Silver Creek, they're probably off estimated in other basins.
Yeah, so that's, I can explain that right away. That is because I use the same water application rate across all sub areas based on what Bill Jaker had used in his modeling, which was 2 acre-feet per acre. So that's how I calculated the amount of irrigated acreage that would be possible in a given area based on the acre-feet pumped, was just dividing, you know, by that 2 acre-feet per acre number. So that's why that difference is there, because I don't have data on the specific amount of acres and water application rates by sub area. I only had just a uniformed rate across the whole sub basin.
I'm just pointing out that water resources numbers, which I've said before on their estimated numbers of 2018 are low. And so in this case, we're all 2,000 acres, which is a big deal.
Okay.
And I got more stuff that we can talk about later, but I thought I would point it out for this so it can be hopefully corrected, captured, and hopefully there's other sub areas that can do the acreage math, that we can make sure it's right, because I don't have time to do that. And I don't know who irrigates what in other sub areas. I just know my sub area and what is irrigated.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're capturing these notes, so ideally we'll be able to come back, respond to these either with how, so maybe anything was corrected or changed, or just with more information about why it is what it is, so. Okay, let's continue forward. I know we got a little bit more on this, knowing that some of this will be revisited in all likelihood.
In terms of time, do you want me to speed up or just keep going as normal?
This is a huge part, like,
Yeah.
if we don't.
We're gonna stick on this, and then, are we all right with doing, in between virtual, where we talk about the swamp of fiscal impact and classification? We just get that off the menu today, and we just focus on this for the rest of the fiscal impact conversation. Just getting a feeling here.
So we're okay, we're good till, we got 25 minutes at least.
Okay.
And I'm not saying we got to hold strong, but we still have time.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. So based on the agricultural production values that I estimated from baseline and the curtailment period, those numbers are then modeled into M-Plan to understand what the potential economic impacts would be to the greater Harney County economy. This graph is a representation of what M-Plan does. It's an input-output model. So it takes spending associated with a particular industry. So in this instance, we're looking at agricultural industries related to crop production and livestock production. And it takes the spending on things such as goods and services, wages and benefits, capital purchases, profits, and taxes, and puts those into 2 buckets as either local spending or non-local spending. In-plan only captures the local spending element to model the impacts to whatever unit of measure you're looking at, in this case, Harney County's economy. That expenditure is then broken out across two different impact types: indirect, which you can think of as supply chain effects. So that'd be spending by industry on inputs into their operations. And then the other bucket of impacts is captured through local consumer spending. So this is individuals either employed within the agricultural industry or employed by businesses along the supply chain, taking their wages and purchasing goods and services throughout the local economy. So this is kind of just a basic representation of how that modeling works. Next slide, please. So if you take the $123 million of agricultural value in the baseline period and you model that into M-Plan, you see that the bottom row of that table is the totals. So direct spending in agriculture supports about 1,020 jobs throughout the entire economy for about $51 million of labor income and $186 million of total economic output. So if you want to break that up, that means about 670 jobs are supported within industry, 240 jobs are supported along the supply chain, and a further 110 jobs are supported through local consumer spending. A simplistic way to kind of think about how spending by agricultural producers translates to economic activity throughout the rest of the county. For every dollar spent directly in agricultural industry, an additional 51 cents of economic activity is generated in Harney's economy. And if you want to think about that in terms of the 133,000 acre feet that I estimated were pumped in the baseline, about $1,400 of economic activity is generated for every acre foot of groundwater pumped. So $926 of value to agricultural, $356 of value to supply chain businesses, and about $119 of value to those local consumer businesses. Next slide, please. So when modeling the curtailment period, so again, it's just a single point in time estimate. So modeling that $81 million and understanding how the economy has changed from the baseline. So that first table shows you the losses every 6 years based on this new level of agricultural production that's possible at the end of the curtailment full phase-in period. So every 6 years, it'd be estimated that you'd lose about 64 jobs in the county. So that'd be 40 directly related to agriculture, 16 along the supply chain, and 8 along the consumer spending businesses. And that would translate to a loss of about $4 million of labor income in every 6 year phase-in period and $12 million of economic output. And then, so at the end of the 30-year period, you're looking at a new stable level of about 700 jobs to where you had been at 1,020. You'd have about $33 million of annual labor income and $125 million of economic output. So you'll have lost about $60 million worth of economic activity in total from where you started at the beginning of the curtailment or at the beginning of the management phase-in period versus when you get at the end. What's important to note is M-Plan isn't dynamic, so it doesn't make assumptions about how particular industries might change through technological innovation or new industries moving in and out of an area. It just takes Harney County's economy in 2023 and assumes it'll be the same going forward. It doesn't model any structural changes within the economy itself. So that's a simplifying assumption to try to understand the impacts. Next slide, please.
Do we have any questions in the room, real quick?
I'll just state that I do believe an M-Plan is very appropriate for the type of economy that we have. You know, as commissioners all the studies we've done and work we've done with entities trying to plan out any economic viability into the future and in any sort of diversity, is very stagnant. The population rate is very stagnant. Anything that you would attract would need water that we're reducing. So an implant is a very appropriate type of model for the type of economy we have.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna move on here. No, I haven't seen no questions in the room.
Okay. So, I know part of this process is understanding the impacts to other local small businesses or local businesses in general. So when looking at the industries and implant that are affected along the supply chain or along the supply chain affected by changes in agricultural activity, you'll see that the types of industries that pop up as being impacted are other farming industries, and that's mostly due to a factor of the interlinkage between crop production and livestock production. So there's an interdependence between those two economies, so there'll be feedback off one another. Another thing that pops up as being impacted are financial services, credit services, so banking and lending to farmers. I put veterinary services here. That's a misprint. That should be, so veterinary services is its own category to implant, which physically means a vet going to visit livestock. This should have been veterinary medications, so spending on feed supplements, antibiotics, vaccinations for livestock. Insurance, any insurance products related to production would be impacted. Any type of people that lease land to other farmers or, any agents that buy and sell agricultural land would also be impacted, as well as local fuel suppliers would be impacted by any changes in the reduction in agricultural spending. And then if we look at the consumer side of it, so what businesses, local like goods and services would be impacted by changes and people having reduced wages or losing their jobs, you would see individual, family, and community services impacted. These would be things like elder care, donations to churches would be impacted, family planning, other types of services like that. Retail operations like grocery stores, merchandise, automotive dealerships, they would see a reduction in employment and economic output because people with reduced wages won't necessarily be spending as much on those services. Same comes to restaurants, both fast food and sit-down restaurants would be impacted, automotive repair, and then real estate. So again, residential real estate, renting, leasing, all property management, all those types of businesses would be impacted by changes in the agricultural economy. Next slide, please. So moving on to the property tax impacts. So I did talk with people in the assessors and tax collectors office to kind of help inform this analysis. This is informed based on the changes in irrigated acreage that I calculated in the agricultural analysis. I make a simplifying assumption that all parcels start at the highest land class possible, which is land class 2, which is fully irrigated in the baseline period, and then parcels that end up being fully curtailed move to a lower land class 5, which it has a lower value. That's a non-irrigated category. The county provided me with average, especially assessed values per acre for each of these different land classes. And so I use that to calculate the assessed value for a parcel across both the baseline and curtailment period. I use the average property tax rates across the taxing districts to where these 7 sub areas were located. I used the latest fiscal year's tax rates to be current. And I also broke out the property tax changes across the general fund, the hospital fund, and revenues for local school districts. Next slide, please. So based on the groundwater management data that I got, approximately 25% of parcels in my data set would be curtailed and would move to that lower land class 5 category at the end of 30 years. Which would lead to a $12.3 million reduction in taxable assessed value for that land. $146,000 annual reduction in property tax revenue for the county. So for fiscal year 24-25, the county expected to bring in about $11 million in property tax revenue. So this would represent about a 1.3% decrease in that revenue. Of that $146,000, about $55,000, and that annual reduction would be to the general fund. 24,000 would be to hospitals, and 66,000 would be to local school districts. Again, like these other analyses, we don't assume that the tax rates or the especially assessed values change over the 30-year period. We just take the 24-25 year data and carry that forward. And next slide, please, if nobody has questions.
Let's pause there. Yeah, any questions, comments, concerns?
Lisa's got her hand up as well on mine.
Let's go to Lisa first. Lisa? Then go to you.
I'm just curious to go back
Hold
on
on,
the slide.
Rob,
Oh,
I'm gonna pause you there. I'm gonna let Lisa go first here.
I thought you pointed.
Sorry, no, I was gonna go to you next. Unclear, yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead, Lisa.
yeah, just real quick. I mean, did you do any analysis of, like, say there weren't any reductions in groundwater pumping? Say Weaver Springs just continued to pump at current rates. I mean, presumably some of these wells would get below economic pumping levels and properties would essentially become unirrigated through that mechanism. And so did you do some analysis? I mean, that seems like that's the baseline. I mean, the baseline isn't like all these wells continue to be pumped and the economy stays like it is, right? Because some of these wells would become unusable. So, and you can already see a lot of ranches for sale. And so just wondering how you, or if you accounted for that economic impact.
We did not, so we were only presented with the groundwater data as it was related to the groundwater management scenario, not as it would like a status quo scenario through time, assuming there is no scenario. So our baseline here is just the 2018 pumpage values, assuming all that land is irrigated, so it's all at the higher land class. What's the assessed value for that period? And then, okay, with the groundwater management scenario, 25% of parcels are fully curtailed. They would move to this lower land class. What would be the assessed value in total for the whole area as a result of the management scenario? We did not look at the status quo or changes through time, assuming there is no intervention.
That seems like a big problem. I mean, it seems like that's not the right baseline to use because, I mean, I think we know that you can't just continue to pump an area that's already dropped 100 and whatever it is by now, 10, 20 feet, right? So I don't know, that seems like a big hole in the analysis to me. But I'll do some follow-up comments on that. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll capture that for further consideration.
Nope, I answered it. Thanks.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead. Back to the presentation.
Okay, next slide, please. So when it comes to ecosystem services as it relates to local springs, recreation, birds, stuff of that nature, it's hard, based on the data that's available, it's kind of hard to make a direct linkage between the management scenario itself and potential impacts to those systems in terms of how we would value them. So we take a very high level qualitative approach of what might be affected by the scenario and how that would impact, other economic values. So through our conversations with local experts, it was identified that springs are incredibly important in the area, particularly the 00 springs. which supports like the base load to the most like productive parts of the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. It was unclear on the questions that we asked how the management scenario itself would impact these flows to sustain crucial parts of the refuge or other systems in the area. But the general consensus was that the scenario would maintain at the very least the status quo, especially for recreational opportunities in Harney County. A 2024 study done by Earth Economics estimated that outdoor recreation in Harney County generates over $200 million in annual economic activity. So if the management scenario is fully implemented, it's safe to assume that this type of expenditure level would continue going forward. Other important services that would be impacted as a result in this area would be things related to migratory bird populations along the Pacific Flyway. But given the Pacific Flyway crosses many states and has many points of contacts for these birds, it's difficult to pinpoint the direct effect to those birds from the groundwater management scenario in Harney. And then also things like stock water, wetland habitat, migratory bird populations, fish and amphibian populations are also dependent on springs and stream flows in the area, and they could be potentially impacted by this groundwater management scenario, which would affect how they were valued. Next slide, please.
Just to be clear, the data shows that outdoor recreation accounts for $14 million a year more revenue than the agricultural products.
So yeah, so this isn't our study. This is the from Earth Economics. This is the best representation that I could find of recreational spending within Harney County.
These people must have a lot more fun than I do. That's a very large number.
Well, so this $200 million, it was a little explanation. It was done similarly in terms of used M-Plan. So that is across the direct, indirect, and induced effects. They didn't say directly what the spending level directly from recreation was. So it's similar to ours, our analysis for the ag and the M-Plan, that there's a certain level of recreational spending directly, and then that has flowing effects throughout the local economy. So that would be a total aggregate in terms of trip spend, lodging, gear purchases, going to buy food, gas, stuff like that. So not, I guess, saying it's directly related to trip spending was a bad thing on my part. That's in total.
Well, now hold on a dang second, because according to the 2022 I think it's USDA, like the gross county domestic product was 350 million. So if you add that 200 million to the 186 million that we're using based on the potential loss from reductions in irrigation, that would be over our domestic product. That's what you call it.
Okay, yeah, I'll make note of that. Yeah, like I said, this portion wasn't our analysis. I tried to do my best to find a representation of how recreation affects the local economy.
We'll note that. We'll come back to this, see if there's another way to look at that number. Fred.
The input output analysis I worked on years ago, had a statement, expenditures by non-local households. Does what you looked at under in plan look at that factor?
So the only in-plan analysis I did was related to agriculture. I'm assuming that Earth Economics number did look at non-local purchases within Harney County related to recreation.
So specific to recreation, so it's hard to, I guess, gauge if the classification is the same.
Yeah.
But something to look, that'll take a deeper dive, I think, and we'll come back to. Okay, so knowing that, there's gonna be a little more work here. Let's continue forward.
Can we go back 2 slides for just a second? I mean, I know there was kind of silence in the room as we finished the slide, but, if you live here locally, $55,000 to our general fund, $24,000 to our hospitals, and $66,000 to our local school districts that can't even raise a bond here to build a new school. That's nothing to glance over.
Yeah, excellent point.
How, I mean, how do you even ask the taxpayers to go out for a bond when we're already having a reduction of those kind of levels? Like the school districts are dead in the water to even try to raise a bond for a new school. And I don't know how familiar you guys are with the general fund budget, but there's no room to spare in that budget for even that level of reduction. I mean, it's going to create havoc.
That's close to 20% reduction in general.
And not, and you know, it's the reality of what we're facing, but I want people to be very understanding of the changes in this county that will occur if that happens overnight.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, and that for bringing us back to that, because yeah, it's easy to gloss over numbers, but not do the reality check of what that really means on the ground.
And I received several phone calls in the past couple of weeks from miscellaneous people in the department that was curious on why I feel the way I do sometimes about the water resources, which in other states we work as a team, and here we're not always doing that. And part of the problem when I make statements like I do, I don't think all of you guys that work for water resources understand that Harney County, we pleaded 20 years ago to back off on giving out more water rights. We kept thinking back off, and they were given out all the way to 5-7 years ago with extensions to 2035 still to this day. In the meantime, you've encouraged everybody to use it or lose it. If they don't spend the money and get it up to production, they're out. So these people beg, borrow, and steal, and put in pivots and drill wells, and they're in debt. They've met their requirements the year above you guys' office. They've done what they were told to do. To turn around in 2 years, be denied to be able to use that well, they're gonna lose everything. I mean, they did everything they were told by your department. And now they're gonna pull it out from underneath them, and these numbers, I mean, you're gonna destroy. That's where the defense is. You might think we're mad at you, and I specifically, I don't even know who you are, but I do know that it's the people above you that have done this to this community, and we're trying to say, let's don't chop it off. Let's work it down slow. That's all the community's pleading. I've talked to several members in your group and they agree, but they say, I don't have to say so. And I know that we don't have to just chop the head off right here. We don't. We can throw a lot of this away and let's just tune it down and fix the areas. And I don't understand why we can't admit, I don't understand why you guys can't just say, okay, we screwed up. Well, help us fix this. Let's don't just do it your way. Let's do it as a community. Because it's a no-win deal if we do that. You guys will go back to Portland, Salem, and you'll forget it even happened, and this place will die. You just can't, you can't not do anything for 50 years and then decide to do it in 5. There's too many people that literally trusted you and took your word and did what they did. Now they're looking at, you're creating more people not trusting our state or government and everything else.
Appreciate that feedback. And hopefully we know when we spend some time on this afternoon, you know, the path that's put forward is something we can, place where we can talk through that. Yeah.
One of the points that I think is important from a farming standpoint is many of these farms are operating on a marginal basis that's right on the edge. And in fact, most of us have other jobs that allow us to continue to own a farm. And as soon as you take 20% of whatever we have, there's a threshold there that will force us to drop right out of business. And I think that's not considered at all in this analysis. There's a huge economic threshold. These farms, most of these small farms are right on the edge of being able to make a production system out of it. And like I say, most people actually go to work too. And as soon as you even do a small reduction, the entire farm is no longer able to continue to persist. Why farmers farm is something I've been dealing with for a long time. And at one point, y'all are gonna get hungry.
And we have seen a change. And I know you've seen it. There's been a change. The last 5 years, this community has pulled together and changed their pivots and changed their irrigation methods. And we have reduced water. We have really cut back. Yet there's still more pending water rights out there going in. In the meantime, people are cutting back on their places. They've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars putting new nozzle kits, lower pressure, more efficient systems, and they're actually raising good crops. And we do all that and they just pat themselves on the back. Well, we did our part, and then they got that letter. And it's like, son, God, I held back. It's just really sad. It's the compassion's gone in the decision making here. And it hurts me because I love this community. It just kills me when I have to talk to people and I see what it's doing to them. So I really hope you go home with that thought of the compassion of shutting, just go home and find out there's a letter on your desk and you can't come to work for a year. And if we fix the deficit, you can have your job back, but if you don't, then you just keep waiting. You can't do that because the ranches won't survive 1 year waiting for that water. They can't. So it's the same thing.
Thank you. That, yeah, really helpful to see the community perspective, and I think that's a lot of the value of why we're here. I'm gonna.
There's a RAC comment on the topic in the chat, and then there's a link to, I think maybe the recreational study also provided in the chat.
Okay, we'll be able to share those links in the meeting notes, the comment here. Just from Lisa, OWRD was issuing press releases at least by 2020, cautioning against developing more groundwater. With titles such as this one in 2020, department cautions against further groundwater development in the Harney Basin as data indicates groundwater is being depleted. So again, good, some history there. We're getting some historical perspective from a lot of different angles here from the RAC, and that's really helpful. I'm gonna propose that we put a pin in the Eco Northwest presentation at this point, because the remaining slides are some summary and some recap, and some of that's gonna tie to some of these numbers that we're maybe not agreeing with, that we're gonna take another look at, and move forward to one more slide from Kelly on economics, and then we'll
How many more slides do they have to present?
it's a couple, but my fear is we're gonna get into some numbers that we've already been debating.
Well,
and it's gonna-
but it might also bring clarification to some of the conversation too, depending on how the sides put together.
Okay, it might, but I guess maybe what I would propose then, if, well, we can show these slides.
Some of us have waited a long time to see their work.
Yeah, all right.
And we've spent good money on them.
Good point.
I hate to short their work.
Good point. I guess then what I would request then is if you see something in these slides that ties to something we've already disputed, we've got that
Right,
captured.
then we know that we're still in areas of unclarity.
Okay. All right, Eco, let's try to go through your summary slides here, and then we're going to close this out.
Okay. Next one.
Next slide, yes.
There we go. I guess, well, thank you everyone for your feedback on our analyses. Again, here's kind of just like the key takeaway. So Harney County's economy is very dependent on agriculture. Approximately 1 in 5 jobs are in agricultural related industries in the county. We know the agricultural economy is dependent on water, and then that the proposed management solution would lead to an estimated $41 million reduction in annual agricultural revenues if the policy is fully implemented. It could end up leading to a reduction of 320 jobs in the county after full implementation, and a reduction in $61 million of annual economic output. However, there are some benefits from the proposed scenario to local amenities such as the springs and streams and the important services that they provide. The county could lose 1.3% of its property tax revenues, which in a county of 7,000 people is a lot, with local school districts being the ones that would bear the brunt of this reduction the most. And again, our analysis assumes that there's no adaptation. We just assume the practices and economy as they exist today, how would they look after the full implementation of this policy? So we don't make any assumptions around changing in farming practices, changes in local businesses, or types of jobs that might appear or disappear on their own across this period. Next slide, please. Here's our final slide. Just some key takeaways. The proposed groundwater management scenario will significantly reduce agricultural expenditures as they flow throughout the local economy. New production strategies or mitigation strategies should be considered to help minimize the impacts to local farmers and ranchers, businesses, and the community at large. Some potential options that would warrant further research would be the feasibility of dryland farming practices in the area or deficit irrigation, and feasibility of leasing land that is fallowed for other uses for habitat or grazing, etc. These are just some types of mitigation strategies that we've seen in other states that maybe could be considered here as well. And I want to thank everybody for their time and for allowing me to present to you today. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Kelly and he'll forward them over to me.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're probably going to condense a little bit the remaining of our economic impact.
The fiscal impacts part for swamp under classification. I'll find some time and then we can meet up again virtually to go through those, because I really need your guys' comments on those as well if I'm missing anything. So I'll find some time on that. Yeah. So I'll follow up with you guys. Find some time. Okay. And then just one last point, I'm gonna throw it over to Jason here. And then we'll move on to our next item, the proposed management scenario, and start talking about that.
So just a question on why would we pick that to a different meeting other than doing it now? I mean, it's pretty clear the attendance on the online isn't near as good as what we have in the room today. And the fiscal impact for most of us is a very large part of this puzzle. And so if there's stuff that the department has prepared today for the swamp rules and classification rules, I think it'd be very pertinent to put it forward in the room today versus kick it to an online meeting that doesn't have as good of attendance generally.
How did those agenda items play into our rule, our management scenario and rule interpretation?
They do not play into those.
Okay, so I guess I just asked a question and absolutely, you're absolutely right. It's all out of, our intention to try to do all this, but as what often happens, we're adjusting on the fly and trying to keep agenda items in place that keeps the department's work in step to continue forward so we can.
But this is
take the
part of
next step
this
in
understanding how the rules and the classification does feed into that bigger picture, because the bigger picture, I know it's not OWRD's job to worry about the economy per se but it is the state's duty to worry about Harney County, and you are a state agency. And so I do feel like any information that we have as a community that can come from this is very important to us.
I absolutely agree. I suppose I would we need to have maybe some internal discussion, or I ask the department, you know, if between now and our scheduled meeting in May, if something has to move online in order to do as much of this as we can, you know, what's the appropriate piece
I mean,
to be?
I'm more than willing to stay
Still fine.
later.
Our room is reserved at 4, so that we do have somebody else coming in.
I can fix that. We can make, we're here.
Yeah, no, I
We're
don't
here, you're here.
We can keep going. We'll do our very best to get this through, and then we see where, and then we'll have to pivot and make some decisions when we get to the end. Any thoughts from the department on prioritization of agenda items?
I mean, I know we're running out of time, and we only have limited time, maybe it's not limited time, yeah, I don't know, but, you know, I'm happy to go through it. I know we're slow on time, but,
Well, about how long would it take to go through it?
well,
Are we talking 5 minutes or
Kelly, what do you think? Okay,
30 minutes, probably.
30?
Yeah.
Ken, you got an idea?
Well, back on the same subject. We're missing the Hardy Electric part of this economic, the economic part of that effect. Cause that's gonna be made up someplace. Cause Hardy Electric, I mean, we're, you know, domestic use and all the rest of that stuff it loses money. And so the money comes from these pumps, right? And so that, I mean, that amount of money is still going to have to come from somewhere. Because they can't just go, well, we're gonna take a 30% reduction in whatever our income, and that's not part of this.
Okay,
And so anyway,
yeah, we'll note that and get that to Eco. Let me propose this. We don't do this now, but we move forward with the agenda, we move to proposed management scenarios. If we can stay late, or if we can get through those, and then we come back to them at the end of the day. We try to get it all in today. I mean, that's what we're trying to do all around. Our goal is to give all this the time it needs. But I think that's our best attempt. I know, Zach, you got a alternate idea.
One minor riff on that is let's move forward. My proposal is let's move forward with the agenda, but instead, if this is a 30-minute conversation, we have a 30-minute agenda slot at the very end of the meeting for the draft racial equity statement. Maybe that gets put online, and since we have a lot of energy in the room to talk about the economics, maybe we talk about the swamp classification impact.
We can aim for that. Any
I
dissent?
think we all have our fiscal hats on.
Okay.
I think that-
All right, let's keep them on, and we'll keep our fiscal hat and our eye towards the goal hat on, so that we can hopefully get this all in, and we can let the last agenda item slide.
Okay. You do the next slide. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Right, so along these lines of the economic impacts, as I mentioned earlier, when we started the presentation, you know, one of our goals is to limit as much as we can the economic impacts of the curtailments and in the critical area. So as part of that, you know, listening to the RAC and some of the things we've gotten back from the RAC, the department is, you know, setting the goal of stability rather than recovery of groundwater levels. That's one thing that we feel like is important here from the RAC. And then to that end, we optimize the model to identify the smallest reductions in pumping that will achieve that goal of zero decline or durable stability there. So, and then we decided after the feedback also on the last RAC 12 scenario, that we're no longer going to optimize the model to limit impacts to stream, springs, and natural ET. We're just going to go strictly by the durable stability metric there. And then again, you know, as we started this process, you know, we were talking about curtailment all at once, right at the beginning of the critical area. Instead of doing that, we backed off of that to set a timeline to achieve that goal of zero further decline at a 30-year timeline rather than immediately. Phase reductions also over the first 24 years of the process in the 6-year increments, so that we can give the community some time to adjust. Doesn't mean the impacts aren't going to be severe. We all see that and we understand that, but Those impacts over the 6-year increments drop down and then we stay static and then drop down if we need to, rather than as soon as possible again. And then that goes into the adaptive management plan. You all have seen the kind of chart there that we put together for the adaptive management and how that might work, where we can adjust if we see recovery sooner than we expect on the trend. And so that's something the department is, feels like helps, hopefully lessen some of the impacts there. And, it prevents over curtailment, hopefully, and so we're not having more than we need to. And then we're doing our water right allocation based on more on historic overall use in the basin rather than just by the paper water right. So, if we've used less than what's on the paper water right historically, we're not allocating additional water to folks that aren't going to need or use it. And then in addition to that, we have the opportunities through PrEP that might incentivize and offset a lot of that reduction ahead of time before we have to take those curtailments. We have had pretty significant interest in PrEP. There is still, the federal side is still, shaky and we're unsure exactly when we can officially start enrollment on that, but we're keeping track of what's going on. And as soon as we can, we have a number of folks that are interested in participating in that, which will reduce overall use in the basin. And then, of course, we have the water measurement cost share funds that will help offset the costs of metering in the basin. And we've had literally tens of thousands of dollars worth of meters that folks have already cost share on. So we've spent a significant amount through that fund. There's still a good amount of money there, so folks can still take advantage of that. And we hope to continue to have that opportunity there.
Okay, great. Sure.
I'm not finding that slide in our pack, is that correct?
Yeah, this was added in last night in our conversation, we're going through the slides. We wanted to highlight the policy decisions that we have made, knowing that the economic impacts were going to be big. What we have made to try to limit those.
You could make copies of that in lunch and have them
Yes.
available. That's
Yep.
an important slide.
Absolutely.
Nice summary of things.
And to that point, there may be a few other items like this, I believe might be out of order when we're gonna present it, but just so you know, there could be some of those blips in your packet.
Yeah.
It's my picture, I just took it, kept up pretty clear. And I am efficient and catchy stuff.
Yeah.
I think this is the right spot, and it's just on the metering, there's the cost estimate and what is the
Yeah.
974K to 1.14 million. And it's based on there being basically three groups of water right holders in the basin. One group that has more recent water rights that are required to be metered and reporting their use. And they're responsible for that, so that's not being counted. But the second group, well, and I should say the very old ones didn't have any kind of a metering, so you counted those, I agree. It's that middle group that I'm gonna say from my experience doing the beneficial use claim inspections, that middle group has oftentimes had just a minimal requirement to meet that metering requirement. They don't have to report water use, but that has included electric meters, that has included hour meters. They weren't required to report anything, so there's not much out. I'm saying in that budget, I would recommend that it's doubled.
The amount of available funding or?
Well,
How much it
I don't know if
costs.
you can see that's
Oh,
available.
how much it costs.
He's talking about the cost.
I'm
yeah.
just saying that it is, in true numbers, I could
email to.
John, can we pause here? We'll get to those numbers
Okay.
in like 5 slides.
Oh,
And
sorry.
I'm hearing what you're saying. No, I appreciate it. Yeah. So let's get on. We're gonna start with the impacts to domestic wells. So there's a lot of new faces in the back. So we determined the average cost, the maximum and minimum cost of what it takes to repair or replace a well by looking at 2 funds, the Harney Domestic Well Fund, and I'm looking at Alexandria because I'll get this wrong, the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund, the WARF Fund. We had a set of 14 different grants, and we determined the average cost to be about 25,000, the maximum total cost to be 40,000, and the minimum cost to be $8,700. And so what our plan is for impacts to domestic wells is to have the baseline of continued pumping, how many domestic wells are gonna go dry, our model could do that. And then, based off our proposed management scenario, look at how many wells will go dry in our management scenario. And so that's what we did. For the continued pumping scenario, so just as is, business as usual, at the end of the century, the model's projecting 200 domestic wells to be going dry. And for our management scenario, at the end of the century, we're looking at 98 domestic wells going dry, so a little over half of what the continued pumping is. And so,
Here, question back here.
So those numbers are just to give us the percentage. That's not actually based on the number of wells, domestic wells in the proposed management area. Is that correct?
I'm gonna throw that to you, Ben.
Those numbers are based on the number of domestic wells that are in the model. There are at least 1,000 wells, domestic wells in the model. And
Okay, so this was to generate a percentage, because I knew there were a lot more domestic wells in. Okay, I get it. So that number, about 1,000, you got that from OWRD's records, is that correct?
in combination with some field work that was part of the basin study, yeah.
So did that field work bring in the unregistered domestic wells that exist in this county? Do we have a rough idea how many domestic wells there really are in this county?
We have estimates, if we have no record of a well existing and WRD staff have never had a field visit to that site to identify that it does exist, then no, we don't have a count of those types of wells. We recognize there's a long history of, let's say, creative well drilling, maybe that's occurred out here, and we know there's some number of wells that we just don't know about. And we know folks are using them for their homes, for their livestock, for other uses. But there's just no way for us to really know how many at this point, or how deep they are for figuring out, or if there's a well seal or any other.
In the beginning of this study, this workshop, I think we were looking at almost 100 domestic wells registered in Harney County that we had looked up on OWRD. I think you were part of that. We were trying to see what was all registered, what was there. Now I know they're out there that aren't registered in that. But at that time, there was about 100, and that was probably 2020 in the area of concern for.
That feels a little low to me. I know we do have those numbers, estimates of domestic wells from the study reports. 100 feels a little low to me for sure.
It just seemed that's what we came up with then, and it might have around there. But I know we haven't replaced 200 wells since the study started at domestic wells. Not 200.
So to be clear on this slide, this is projecting forward to the year 2098.
Yeah.
What the model simulates will happen to the domestic wells in the model. And at the end of the century. So this is looking way in the future. What's going to happen under the scenario where we do nothing? Or where we implement the management scenario that we'll be discussing here in just a little bit.
So I don't understand, why would we still have 98 wells go dry? And 50 to 75 years from now, when we're gonna become stable in 30 years from now?
Well, that's to do with the fact that we have a 30-year timeline to reach that goal, that's gonna allow groundwater levels to continue declining a certain amount over that 30-year period, right? So this is, you know, this acknowledges that what we're proposing, the department's proposal is going to allow some additional declines, and that's going to have impacts on the domestic wells, on these other factors that we've discussed, such as springs and GDEs as well.
Well, and you know, it's one of those, I know it's something that isn't necessarily as common in Harney County, but there are a lot of areas that do have cisterns for homes instead of a well for these type of reasons. I mean, my brother lives by Sheridan, Wyoming, and for a decade, he hasn't been able to get water out of his house well and has a water cistern. And they can't even get a well rig to want to come in there due to the type of rock that's there. And so it's not uncommon, and there are other agencies to help assist. If Harney County is seeing this type of decline, there are other agencies that can help step in and help navigate these type of problems. Shutting off everything isn't the only way to deal with this issue.
We do have a lot of areas that the water is not drinkable. That is,
Water quality is
terrible, but they can irrigate with. And they turn around, we've been as a community, looking at putting in pump stations and then delivering water to them because that makes that ground usable that way. But I mean, that's the
Get some
community.
better quality water.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a community doing it themselves, figuring those things out. But
Is that going to be discussed, alternate water source?
Yeah, so that is part of it's not in these slides, but that is part of the physical impact statement, is that I'm discussing the collaborative exploration of alternate water sources.
we're already doing, yeah.
I'm gonna call you then if I need.
I'll share my information with you guys, you'll steal it.
Okay,
Let's go, Louis, then we'll maybe.
So this is based on the model.
based on the model, correct? Yes.
Okay, let's.
Okay, so looking at the cost for continued pumping, so using the average cost and the amount of wells that the model is projecting at the end of the century to go dry. We're looking at, for the average of total cost of 5 million, a maximum cost of 8 million, and then a minimum cost of 1.7 million. Looking at the cost for the proposed management scenario, we're looking at an average cost of 2.4 million, a maximum cost of 4 million, and $850,000 for the minimum cost. So taking the pumping value, the continued pumping, and subtracting out the management scenario, we're seeing a cost savings of 2.5 million for average, a cost savings of 4 million for maximum, and a cost savings of 0.9 million for the minimum costs when implementing our proposed management scenario. I heard the cisterns and the pumping stations, but is there something else that I'm missing in this analysis?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to combine shared systems and different things, we're trying to do everything, we're working. And I don't want to bring in my name, but we as a company are trying to not always create more holes, we're trying to figure out ways to get more good out of one hole. And so, because sometimes moving 50 feet, you can't get the same quality. Even though I know all the water is the same water in this valley, it's not, because we've proved that by drilling across the ranch and found multiple quality difference of 6,000 TDS. We can't even measure, we have to send it to labs, and they turn around, can't believe it was in the same field, but they were different wells. And so we know sometimes you need to pick one spot, and then maybe we can serve several people out of this, and so we're doing that as a community, not trying to get help from the state. We're trying to figure it out ourselves.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to the physical impact for Swampa.
Didn't we say we were gonna save that for the afternoon?
I thought we were going
think we're
through
gonna try
and
to
then
burn through all the
dropping the
fiscal-
racial equity.
Yeah.
If we have to, yeah. So I'm gonna keep going through. So John, so nicely set up, so thank you. So when we look at, just as a reminder, so this is now outside of the economic analysis that we were just discussing. This is the physical impact. So this is a rule requirement, notification requirement by the, it's a rule notification requirement that for notifying the rules to public comment. So there are two aspects to the physical impact statement. There's the actual physical impact, so how much is it gonna cost? What are the cost savings? That sort of discussion. And then there's the cost of compliance part of the physical impact, which is mainly centered around small businesses. So how much is it gonna cost for a business to comply with these rules? How much is it gonna cost state agencies to comply with these rules, and also private sector? How much is it gonna cost to comply with these rules? That's essentially the two aspects. So I've broken up these next slides into those two aspects. First, we're gonna talk about the physical impact statement. So there are 14,010 points of appropriation within the proposed swamp boundary. 1,400, thank you. I said 1,000. Appreciate it. Points of appropriation in the swamp boundary, you can just think of those as wells. So our analysis shows that 1,074 POAs are new, like John said, that already have a reporting requirement and have a flow meter installed. The swamp boundary, there will be 336 new POAs that will be required to install a flow meter upon rule adoption. And so the average cost of a flow meter in Harnett County is roughly between $2,900 to $3,400 per well. And so we're looking at a total cost to be $974K to $1.14 million. John, I'm actually gonna throw it to you now.
Sure.
And I don't know if I'm following the middle one. Explain the middle one.
You bet.
Yes.
1,400 total.
Right.
336 are those senior water rights that never had to have a meter back then.
Correct.
That brings us down to your 1,074, is it?
Yeah, 1,074.
Of that 1,074, 412 of those water rights required a measuring device. Sometimes it's different water rights, but sometimes it's a meter. It's vague, and there's a court case that the Oregon court came back and said an electrical meter works. So there's plenty of those people that have used electric meter. I've done the beneficial use claims for many of those, and I can tell you it's a small fraction of that 412 that actually have a totalizing flow meter as the SWAMPA is requiring.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying is probably need to double those numbers. I don't know if that makes much difference, but.
Sure, okay. All right, so here's what I'm understanding, that there are rights that you are reporting, but don't have a totalizing flow meter. So.
Let's see, yeah, they don't require reporting.
Yes, thank you, okay, great. Okay, moving on here, unless there's any other comments around this.
What about installation costs? That has to be about $1,000 per pump station, because the discharge pipe will have to be changed on a lot of those pumps. For the device to be installed correctly, and for the device to be working correctly.
And Jason, do those numbers?
I think those numbers include this.
Okay, so those numbers do include that.
I think those numbers are kind of low.
Yeah, I just.
You do kind of low, okay.
That needs to be captured in the notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just changed from the old flow meter, because it was really hard to read. It didn't look to be as accurate as the new one, what's it called? And our cost was 4,500 to 4,800.
Okay.
And there's a lot you have to do to install these flow meters. It's not just insert them. You do have to redo your main line in many cases. You know more about it than I do, but it was a job. Because everything has to match up. You're working at an angle, you know, on these main lines and stuff. This is not an easy deal.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing, we're off by a magnitude of $1,000 or $2,000. Like we should be using 4,900 to 6,400 would be probably better, Travis.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then that's what I'm hearing from you as well, so.
It'll also depend on how old they are too. I mean, the old one, I have to put 11 of them on. And they're all ancient stuff. I mean, some of the stuff's got.
Right. Kenny, the older the pipe and everything, the cost goes up, then the newer main line and stuff, right? I mean,
So
yeah,
is it-
renovate a lot of stuff.
Is it possible for you all to like maybe email me a range of costs that you guys have paid, and then we can take the average of those ranges? Cause I'm hearing it's just variable depending on the system, how old it is and whatnot. That's what we try to do with this range here. Jason, you got something to say?
Yeah, just based on the cost share funds that we've already spent in the county. You know, this does seem to be fairly accurate, but I totally understand what you guys are saying, that in some situations when the main line needs to be like a Z pipe that's put in or some other. It does increase the cost, I'm sure, so definitely want to capture that.
Yeah. Okay.
John, did you have one more?
I was just curious, what I ran into on the south coast was the water master is recommending ultrasonic, non-intrusive meters, totalizing flow meters. Are those okay here?
Yep, if they meet the accuracy requirements, they're fine.
Okay, great, because they look like sort of just a strap on.
Yeah, they're very, yeah, that technology is really interesting and as far as I know, it's been fairly accurate, and for a place like Martin County where you're pumping some sand, much more cost effective, I think, over time.
Quite lasting.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the percentage cost share?
It's
75% is well, the state will pay up to 75% of the total cost of the meter and installation.
And have y'all, so understanding that in some cases, the plumbing needs to be adjusted or the main line needs to be replaced. Have y'all reached out to any of the folks who are actually installing meters in Kearney County and asked like what proportion of plumbing has to be adjusted? Is that like 20% of the time you need to dig in and replace the pipe, or is it 80% of the time? If you could get that sort of information, you might be able to put in like a proportionate weighting factor for some more expensive installs versus the like mag flow meter, slap it on the outside of an existing pipe, call it a day kind of install.
We haven't that's a great suggestion. We haven't directly reached out to people. We just used our grant stuff, but yeah, it's a great suggestion. Thanks, Zach. Okay. So in terms of, it's a great transition there of in terms of physical impact, also, I wasn't a great transition because we need to talk about there'll be 748 who were not required to report, will now be required to report of the 1410 POAs. So I've already received public comment that it's not a minimal cost because it's going to take time to do reporting. So we are going to change that language and adjust it to, it is not a minimal cost. Moving on, in terms of the cost share, right? So we have a cost share program that is statewide, and currently we have $1 million in the fund, and we are scheduled to receive 50,000 next biennium. So with a 75% cover from the department and 25% match. And so this is a first come, first served grant program. So those 336 new POAs, there's no guarantee that they will have access to those funds. This is a first come, first serve. So that is a potential downfall or a cost to the users. They might have to front the entire cost if they cannot get access to those funds, or if we have given away most of those funds in that grant.
And Kelly, is that a statewide fund? So everybody statewide is eligible?
Everyone statewide is eligible, yes. Sure.
Do RAC members get special consideration?
Yes, they do. We deny those.
I'll answer your question. As an example, what is it, the lower John Day or upper John Day has been requested metering on all their water rights. So we're not the only ones
Yeah, all the surface water rates on the upper and lower jump day.
And I think they have to be done a year earlier than ours, as I recall.
I do believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay, so, in terms of cost compliance for WRD, right, we've heard a lot of comments about, is WRD able to receive this data? What can we do with this data? So we did some analysis on that. So right now, our water use reporting system, we cannot track meter installation directly. If someone reports their data, then we know that they have installed a flow meter, but there's nowhere in our database to say, yes, they installed a flow meter, right? We can intake the newly reported data now, but we don't have the capacity, the staff capacity to check the reported data. I know that's an issue that's been brought up before, that the reported data can be not great. And so currently right now, we don't have the capacity to do that. It also does not allow us for a broad in-season enforcement, meaning we can't do a well by well check. Right now with how WERS is set up. We can do spot checks with our water master in the back there. If we see some fishy data, then the water master can go check out that flow meter, see if it's in good working condition. And so in order for us to gain this capability of being able to do more broad season, like well by well check and to do QA QC, what we want to do is we want to combine our groundwater information system, GWIS, with the water use reporting system. And our estimated cost for that is about $430,000 per year to both add staff to do that QA QC and to support the IT infrastructure to do that too. So that is our cost of compliance for implementing a SWAMPA.
And
yeah,
question that's keeping the system in place that people submit their reporting
Yes.
after the season, so Dally, the water master, won't even have numbers to look at until January for the past season, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so in terms of groundwater users, I think we're missing something here. I was going through this last night. Well, there's an obvious cost to groundwater users that have to install a flow meter. So they will have to put, we just have to spend money on a flow meter. But we also have cost savings for the groundwater users who are regulated off within the rule language. We say that they do not need to measure and report. So, yeah. Sure.
But with the proposed rule language, in the first year, for the majority of the sub areas, they'll regulate off 40% of the proposed curtailment. And so they wouldn't install meters, but then the people who may be left in the other 20 or 15 or 10% wouldn't know. And so there's a possibility that they would install this piece of equipment and then in 6 years be shut off.
Yeah, that is a reality. Yeah.
Is this a good time to
Yes.
ask about what I emailed out to everybody as far as a limited open ET water use measurement reporting just on either groundwater rates that don't have a drawdown condition, or water rates where the drawdown condition is only a single well to a single field, so there's no question about where it came from.
Yeah, I took a look at your email, John. I don't know how many cases there are where there's a single well applying water to a single field. I'm sure there are, I think you gave an example in your email. It's still, well, one, I prefer not to complicate that process in the rules where we have a carve out for those particular fields. And then second, I still think that it's important to maintain a meter on even in that case. Because while I'd like to do a comparison, and I think the department is very interested in doing a comparison between ET and actual use. And I think that's a really good spot to do that. In those cases, I just don't think we're comfortable with the department just relying solely on ET.
And we are talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are talking about really, no matter how accurate it is, aren't we talking about whether the well is on or off for that season? And that's pretty obvious.
Well-
I mean, frankly, I think the OpenET is competitive accuracy.
If it's an on or off thing, I think you're probably correct. But beyond that, are you within the limits of your water right? And the allocated water?
But I thought we said people been using 2 acre feet and their water rates use 3, authorized
some.
3, so I mean, our season's short enough. I mean, I assume Dally probably uses OpenET for regulation since it's near real time.
We don't.
You don't, so, okay, so people get water illegally that whole year, and then you won't find out until they report their own illegal use in December.
If we see something in the meantime, then we will investigate it, but Dally doesn't regulate based on ET. He has to be on the ground to see the use or take a look at the meter in order to determine it.
Right, but I mean, so he would happens to see one where the sprinklers are on. I would hope OWRD is using OpenET because you can tell, oh, there's a field there that's being watered.
Yeah,
I better go take a look.
Yeah, we do, and that's how we have actually found some illegal use.
Excellent. It's good for regulation. It was good for coming up with the PTW.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think the department's kind of in a position on this, but, and it doesn't mean the conversation can't keep occurring, but sure, I think for the purposes of where we're at, we need to move forward.
Okay, so part of the cost of compliance, one requirement is we have to estimate the number of small businesses that are likely to be affected. So small businesses are businesses that have less than 50 employees and are for profit. Notably, in that definition, it does not include farms into small businesses. So we coordinate with the Oregon Employment Department, and they got us some numbers. These are kind of the sectors that all the small businesses are in. There's a total of 273 small businesses in Harney County. I tried to, well, first off, are we okay? These numbers look relatively okay, I guess, Rob, and you?
Hold on, you said there's 273 small businesses total?
Yes. That's 2022
And this is just the
data.
number of businesses that are affected on this slide?
Yeah, these are not affected, but these would be the number of small businesses within the critical groundwater, within Harney County, I guess, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
That's about right, okay. So, and then I tried to, and this is what I'm really interested in you guys' knowledge here, because I'm not a farmer. I tried to capture what a small business and farm would look like. And I used the USDA 2022 census, right? And it said that there are 477 farms in Harney County. And then I assumed under 50 acres, we can assume that those are small businesses, right? Like a small farm. Is that a safe assumption to make?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. And then 95% of those, I think this is important too, of those 477 farms are considered family farms, so passed down from generation to generation, has not left the bloodline. Is there anything else that I should be capturing in terms of small farms or in Harney County?
I'm curious where you got the pass down from generation to generation.
That is a USDA ag census. I could send you the summary.
I
Yeah.
don't know that, right?
No, I think I am not accurately capturing the definition. I was just keeping it at a high level, but yeah,
I would say 99% of our county farms.
okay. All right,
I just have a question, like,
Sure.
so if you're getting it from the census and
yes.
how many other people leave it on their microwave and never fill it out? It's gonna be low just due to the fact that
Gotcha.
very few of us actually take the time, even though there's an online version to stop and fill it out compared to how many should to give you accurate information.
Okay, so I should probably caveat my numbers with
With the
might be
fact that
low.
we're
Yeah.
all busy and that's one thing that gets left down the microwave.
Okay. Thank you. So in terms of cost of compliance for small business, right? So any business with a valid groundwater right is going to need to install a flow meter. I've heard, Travis, that this range is low, right? So we're gonna bump that up probably about 2,000, I would say. So they're just gonna, it's gonna cost that much, and then the costs are gonna vary by how many POAs are connected to that water right. In terms of, well, okay, I've been asking you throughout for input, but is there something else that I'm missing in terms of the swampland fiscal impact? And I should say serious water management problem area for the new faces, right? It's a measuring and reporting requirement.
Okay.
Okay, all right,
Kelly.
yeah.
When should people, if they have between now and the next RAC, if they do have information to give it to you, when should they do that and how should they do it?
It's in our last slide and next step. I'm saying that because I don't remember the specific date right now, but we will get you that. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Hey, Kelly, there's a question in the chat asking, I think it was a couple of slides back, what are the 4 manufacturing entities?
Great question, Patty. I do not know. We were just given those numbers rolled up.
You said that came in the.
Oregon Employment Department, OED.
See what we can find out.
Yeah, we'll see what we're gonna find out. Yeah, well, note that in our notes and we'll see what we can find out. Okay, great. So let's go on to classification. That is news to me. Good to know, Patty. Those are comments we didn't know. Okay, so in terms of classification, for the fiscal impact, we say that there are no new groundwater rights that can prevent growth of the local agricultural economy. And then anything else I'm missing? It was hard to quantify that, so I had to speak to it qualitatively. Okay, in terms of cost of compliance for OWRD, so classification, again, this is for any new water rights, right? So in rules, we're saying that we're not going to accept, we're not going to approve any new water rights. It does not stop someone from applying for that water right. So we have some cost of compliance, right? So we still need to process that water right and do the staff time if someone does submit, even though it's going to result in rejection and water right. And we have about 20 full-time employees that are funded by fees. So the water right fees, there are fees associated with applying for a water right. And so we have about 20 full-time employees that are, I'll get to you 1 second, I'm saying my last thought. That are funded by fees, and so this could potentially lead to a reduction in fees, which might impact staff capacity. Please.
You've been super efficient for the last 5 minutes, so I figured I'd bring up this rabbit trail. But I was wondering if you or someone could explain some of the stories I hear about people paying extra fees to expedite the process and how that works.
Yeah. I'm gonna, Jason, that's probably a you thing, or is it a?
It doesn't apply to new water rights. There's no, it applies to transfers, certificate issuance, but.
No, they charge, you could expedite the existing application. You could expedite the water right if you met all the requirements.
It's not a groundwater application or a surface water.
We also have leases.
For like 24.
They used to, they used to.
Up to this
Let's,
year.
let's see what departments got on that.
I'm not an expert in that. John's probably more than, go ahead.
There's a program called Reimbursement Authority, as John said. It applies to water transfers and issuance of certificates. Does not apply to new water rights. There's no way to expedite a new water right application through that reimbursement authority. Just transfers and certificates.
Okay. Lisa,
yeah.
Yeah, can you go back 1 slide, please?
Sure.
So this seems incomplete to me because the flip side of this classification, right? If you just allowed new permit applications or to be filed and or granted new permit applications, right? That has an economic impact. I mean, that for one thing would, if you think of the PTW as sort of a pie, right? That would reduce the slice of pie to all the existing water rights because you'd be issuing new water rights. So you'd actually have an economic impact on existing water rights were you to not continue the classification really that's already in the rules. And then, you know, obviously also if you were to accept applications and process them and accept application fees, even though the data shows that you really shouldn't be issuing new water rights, that's also an economic cost. So I guess I'm saying like there's a lot of avoided costs to keeping the classification in place. And I think this slide is only is really only giving part of the picture. And I can put that in writing as well.
No, I really appreciate that, Lisa. I hadn't thought about it that way, so thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Share that information, we'll capture that in the notes.
Well, and kind of along those lines, you know, it says prevent growth of local ag economy, but if we have a classification of water rights in order to bring in any other type of economic drivers, there's very few that don't require water availability. And so it doesn't just prevent the ag economy, it prevents the economy at large.
Gotcha.
To have any other type of economic drivers to come in here, manufacturing, distributing, whatever, even your solar projects that could potentially be housed in this area. And so it's a much larger picture than preventing just the ag. And then the second part is, as you looked at, if there's a fee reduction that could potentially turn into a staff reduction, would those staff be repurposed for use for all this reporting that will be coming into the department, or will the department need additional staff to deal with that reporting, and has that been budgeted for?
That, so if they will not be repurposed. I can't speak to exactly that because I'm not in water rights. And then and your second question, we need new staff for the reporting stuff. And yes, that number, that $473,000 a year is included hiring new staff.
And is that currently in this?
Will you go forward 2 slides? Because I had a question on that too, because it says that there's no direct costs.
For what, classification or SWAMPA? She's talking about SWAMPA right now.
I know, and.
Oh,
there.
No.
Classification cost of compliance.
This one right here?
It was the slide after the 19.93 full-time.
Oh,
funded by
okay,
Congress.
got it. Okay. So this, to answer your question, this 430K, I don't know, do you know the status on that? This was the estimate we got from the water rights. I don't know.
It's not in our current budget.
It's not in our current budget, yeah.
So would we be coming on before the biennium's over and still need to seek allocation for that?
Potentially.
But we've written rule language though, to allow us to extend that March 1, 2028 deadline.
Yeah.
It kind of as a fail safe.
I mean, cause it's what agencies love reporting. The Oregon Department of Education is the biggest maybe pool in that regard. Because then if you don't do anything with the information or have the staff to deal with it, it is counterproductive to the purpose of reporting.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, sorry, then Rob, you're gonna ask, you were answering this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, so part of the cost compliance, we have to report at any cost for reporting, recording, or administrative activities for small businesses. Since classification is for all new water rights, any business with an existing water right is not going to be impacted. And that's what I mean by that statement. Okay, moving on. So if a business were to apply for a groundwater right, even though we would reject it. These are all the fees that it requires to apply for a new water right. Those are the costs.
So you'll take the fees and that knowing you're gonna deny it.
Yes.
Well, yes, but we made it clear in rule that we won't accept any new water rights, right? So, yeah,
Why
it's a
even
business
have it?
decision.
I don't get why you even have it if you're not gonna do it anyway.
Classification does not stop the process of someone approving for classification. It just ends in that we won't accept any new water rights, but one could, in a crazy world, hypothetically apply for a water right. It would just be rejected. So I'd have to I felt like I should log those fees.
So statutorily, you can't reject them.
Yeah,
That's the deal.
that's the deal.
Hey, Kelly.
Yes,
Is that why there is a need for a critical groundwater area designation as well?
yes. So the critical groundwater designation allows us to straight up just reject or just no more water rights, right? So,
But that's across the state too. You guys are doing no more water rights across the state.
you're speaking of allocation. I don't know, I guess I'll have to look at the groundwater guys.
There's places you can still apply. Like right on the coast or right on next to the Willamette River.
We're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there.
Let's stay
Okay.
here, let's stay in our.
All right, is there, I've already heard some comments, at least I've heard yours, that we should look at if we just continue handing out water rights, what are the impacts there? But is there anything else that I'm missing?
Helen, just clarify, you said the, critical groundwater area, does that then stop, does it allow water resources to reject an application then?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
and unfortunately, that person may have spent a couple $1,000 putting that application together, or, paying a consultant to do it,
yes.
and then.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm glad you can at least stop it.
Hopefully their consultant would say
There's one
something
positive
before taking
Yeah.
their money.
Okay,
You said you have a deadline potential for when they can provide comments on this, or is that something else?
we'll get to it in the next meeting.
Okay, so there is opportunity to provide some written feedback here. We'll get to some deadlines later in the day on that. What we're gonna do now is public comment and then lunch, but I'm gonna say we condense lunch to maybe 20 minutes so that we can eat a little bit, we can get up and move around, but we can pick up our next agenda item halfway through lunch and you can continue eating. So that should hopefully help us buy a little time back.
So we have two people online, Chris, Paul, and Gordon Clifford.
Okay, so we have two public commenters online. Anybody in the room looking to provide public comment? One in the room. So we're gonna do one in the room first. Please state your name, and do your best to keep it to 2 to 3 minutes. And again, there won't be any responses to questions from the department or the RAC, but there could be opportunity for conversation at breaks. So please go ahead.
Kurt Blackburn, irrigator, real estate broker. It is concerning, all the stuff over the last year or 2 years that you've been coming here. A lot of questions have been asked to you guys numerous times, and the RAC community probably agree with this. I would say maybe 20%, 15% ever got answered. You guys always say, great question, we'll get back to you, and you never do over the years. And in one of the remarks section that you started there, that you guys were talking about all the remarks and people, the stuff that could happen in there, I agree with Chris that there's a lot of stuff that was missing out of that thing as a community thing. The modeling thing makes me concerned. If you can't use ET, it's not good enough for measuring devices, then you can use it for modeling. You guys can't adjust the flows, you can't adjust a lot of the modeling things. Very concerning as a community person to see that. Harney Electric, months ago or years ago, I was talking about some discrepancies with some of your guys' data. As far as I'm concerned, or heard, you guys have never used that as percentage of consumption that would be regulated to cubic feet or whatever it is and stuff. Just a lot of stuff that concerns me on everything we're doing in the whole process. The fiscal thing, lots of questions.
no clarity. It's just concerning as a community person.
Thank you. All right, one more comment in the room. Go ahead, state your name, please.
Is Echo Northwest still online?
No.
No.
From the work that I've done over the past 4 years, their numbers are about 1/3 low. They have to be, it's a conservative estimate. So actually, when it comes to the amount of income, gain or loss, it's actually about 1/3 larger. For example, on one slide, they're saying that for class 5 properties, the county will lose $144,000 a year, averaged over 30 years. However, Weaver Springs, the 5 or 6 major producers down there, by 2031, the county will have at risk $122,000 in revenue, not the total mentioned in the PowerPoint slide of 144. So the numbers are conservative. And they really don't. The numbers are conservative.
Okay, thank you. What your name?
Mario Petrilli.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 online. Chris, Paul, you can go first.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Christopher Hall with Water League, and these comments are mostly related to the Econ Northwest economic report. The recent demand made by a segment of the RAC to include livestock production losses into the economic projection on irrigation water use curtailments is not justified. The substantial portion of alfalfa is exported out of the Harney Basin. If every bale of alfalfa were to go away, then the livestock industry would truck in alfalfa in precisely the manner that alfalfa is exported out of the basin. Alfalfa is an interstate and international import-export crop, and the price differential of buying alfalfa from another basin in Oregon, Idaho, or Montana would be the same experience as any other of the livestock herders when they experience buying alfalfa off of trucks that come from other basins. The very fact that alfalfa is an interbasin and interstate import-export crop demonstrates the claims of losses to livestock are baseless and unjustified. In fact, if the consensus in this room is to keep the livestock industry economics integrated into the irrigation water use study, then the economic projection needs to incorporate the increase in the livestock industry when livestock grazing increases on formerly irrigated lands. For example, the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, which we call CREP, envisions paying off irrigators to cancel their water rights, and the primary alternative permitted is grazing herds on those formerly irrigated lands. Therefore, reductions in irrigation will almost certainly increase livestock in the Harney Basin under the CREP program. There are other opportunities for economic benefits when irrigation waters are curtailed, as seen in the current proposal to locate solar power energy systems on land associated with alfalfa irrigated lands. The economic impact report acknowledges these benefits, but does not work them into the losses. This is as illegitimate as looking at a ledger and focusing only on the liabilities or losses and not looking at any of the assets or the income. This economic impact assessment, in my view, is deficient in its focus only on the losses. The report substantially misstates the likely future economic benefits of water use curtailments under the proposed Division 512 rulemaking process. What is the value to Oregonians in 2060 when their groundwater reservoirs were protected from being drained below the economic pumping level? If we are to discuss the losses over the next 30 years, we must also discuss the study the economic gains, which this RAC ignores. Ignoring the benefits is a political act, and it demonstrates the bias that is inherent in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more. Gordon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead and state your name.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not too used to this Zooming thing, but I'm a certified water right examiner in Oregon since 1993, and I usually work in Josephine and Jackson County in Southwest Oregon. And I was very interested in the Excel spreadsheet that the department provided some time ago, on all of the wells and water rights in Harney County. And I often find in my area, Jackson and Josephine County, errors in well logs on basically the location and other things. And I notify the Water Resources Department about that, and they're very gracious and make corrections when they can. In looking through the database for Harney County, I looked at about 506 water rights, and I only found 3 that where the certificate actually documents the location and names of the wells with both the county number and the tag L number. And, that's something I think, really needs to be corrected to do any analysis. And the other thing is that, the goal is to correct the record is the way I look at it. I spent many hours going through and reading every one of the 506 certificates and looking at the maps and looking in the groundwater information system. And, they locate in the certificates, they generally locate very well the XY location of the wells, but it isn't the L number is very important because that's the one you use to look at a well. The other thing is, Harney County is part of the Great Basin in the Western United States, which is very interesting landscape. I worked for years in the Lahontan Basin around Fallon, Fernley, Nevada, and that's part of the Great Basin. And one thing that's very critical to look at is the soil and water salinity and even the boron content. And ignoring the chemistry of the soil and the water, is at it's everybody's peril. And I noticed that there used to be borax mines in Harney County, so there is boron out there. And I think we need to take a hard look at the soil and water chemistry across the basin we're looking at. And I noticed that the Harney Soil and Water Conservation District has a fairly large staff. It may be that they could get grant money to study the chemistry of the soil and the water. The ID tags on the wells, they can be, I think, easily installed. They're free, from the Water Resources Department if you fill out the forms, but they should send a team of maybe 2 department members out to Harney County and visit each wells for several months this summer and correct the data faults. And one could carry the laptop with them and correct the water right certificates online electronically, and the other person could actually go through the records and install the label ID tag on the well. So my main concerns are making sure that the record is correct and usable, which would benefit everybody. And also, don't forget about water and soil chemistry. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's 12:08 right now, so what I'm gonna propose or dictate, so to speak, is let's take a 20-minute break. Please be back in your seat by 12:30. We'll start our next agenda item promptly at 12:30. Okay, gonna get started. So get in your seat. Join the party. Okay, so I think we're right on schedule, assuming we continue moving forward. So hopefully this doesn't put us too far behind. So proposed management scenario. So let's go to the next slide. So the intent here is to present the updated department proposal, highlight the changes that have been made based on your feedback. So you've seen iterations of this. This is the current and what's feeding the draft rule language that we'll be looking at. And we'll you'll be able to see what changes were made based on what we heard from all of you. Building a shared understanding of the results of this proposal, answer any clarifying questions on the results. So this is in form level because, again, this is all goes into the rule. So once we get into the rule, then we can take more input about, this or that. But ideally, during this presentation, we're clarifying questions, but not necessarily that room for changes at this point, because this is what the department wants to put in the rule. We'll look at the rule and discuss it there. Make sense? Okay. Ben.
Thanks, Brian. Let's start by reviewing the parameters that define the department's proposed management scenario. Can you all hear me in the back? Loud enough? Okay, great. Let me know if that stops being the case. All right. In terms of the spatial extent, we're proposing to use the same 7 sub-areas as proposed in RAC 12. The success metric for achieving stability is durable stability in the median or 50th percentile among well cells in each sub-area. As Darek mentioned earlier, durable stability means that water levels achieve stability by the target year and then remain stable through the rest of the model. The PTW is set in our proposed scenario to the maximum in each sub-area that achieves that durable stability in the timeline of 30 years. That's true in all the sub-areas except in Weaver Springs, where the pumping is reduced by a fixed amount of 75% of the 2018 model pumping. The total reduction in pumping will be imposed incrementally during each of the adaptation check-ins. Those will happen every 6 years. That's the frequency of adaptation, and that'll go on for 24 years. The planned reductions will be front-loaded so that a larger portion of the final reduction will be imposed during the early check-ins than during the later ones. 40% of that total reduction in each sub-area will be imposed at the very start of curtailment. Then at the first check-in 6 years later, the next 30% will be imposed. Then in the subsequent check-ins, the remaining 15, 10, and 5% of the total reductions are scheduled to be imposed in each sub-area. That schedule will be used in all the sub-areas except for Weaver Springs, where that initial reduction will be 75% of the total, and then the remaining 25% will be imposed during the first check-in. So that's the timeline for reductions there. These percentages all sum up to 100% because they're percents of the total reduction in each sub-area. And I just want to distinguish that from the percentages that we've talked about so far, which are percentages of 2018 pumpage. We'll show all this same schedule in more detail in terms of 2018 pumpage in a couple of slides ahead. But looking at the last 3 rows of this table, in the previous proposal presented in RAC meeting 12, groundwater discharge to springs, streams, and natural ET were all used as constraints that limited the PTW in some of the sub-areas. We heard concern about that approach from the RAC. We heard you. And we have adjusted our approach by dropping those constraints in this new proposed scenario, because we agree that there is substantial uncertainty in those particular outputs from the model, especially in Warm Springs Valley. The model was designed to capture the relationship between groundwater pumping and groundwater levels, and it has a lot of data to support that relationship. Meanwhile, discharge to springs, streams, and natural ET was not the major focus of the development of the model. That's especially true with uncertainty around the role of the Brothers Fault Zone, as we discussed earlier, and the lack of gauge data in the Warm Springs Valley. That's why we say there's model uncertainty around those particular model outputs, and why we're dropping them as constraints to focus instead on what the model is designed for and good at, which is stabilizing groundwater levels. So instead, we're limiting the impacts to springs, streams, and natural ET in this proposed scenario by front-loading curtailment, with the minimum reduction in pumping that then achieves durable stability in 30 years. That front-loading of curtailment signals that we recognize the urgency of slowing groundwater level declines, and it results in higher final groundwater levels and reduces the impacts to natural discharge. It also reduces the number of wells that lose access to water due to those declining groundwater levels. So now let's look at each of these aspects one by one. Next slide. This is the map of the 7 subareas overlaid on the original 15. For those who haven't been tracking, the main difference between the 6 sub-area set and the 7 sub-area set is that we have now split Dog Mountain from Weaver Springs.
So on that one, I can't see it from here. Is it in our?
It is.
Sure it is.
Yes.
What's the coded part of that? Like in the edge of the facilities, yeah, that.
Those are the. Okay, yeah, those color outlines are the original 15 sub areas that we started with at the beginning of this process.
Which still should be the case. Go ahead.
We hear there's a diversity of opinions. Let's go to the next slide. So now we're going to look at the changes in pumping compared with 2018 model pumping in both the scenario proposed previously in RAC 12 and the scenario that we're proposing today in RAC 14. So the first column are the sub areas. The next 2 columns are percent reductions from 2018 model pumpage. The first one is in the RAC 12 proposal, and the next one in bold is the RAC 14 proposal. The final 2 columns show pumpage amounts in 1,000 acre feet per year. Second from the right is model 2018 pumpage, and the far right is the actual PTW numbers that we're proposing with this new scenario.
So I'm having a hard time seeing that. I should be looking here, but would you just go through those? The first one is.
Yeah, I'm gonna step through them all.
And you should have them in front of you, right? These are in the packet.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'll have to find them.
We're on slide 9.1.
Yeah, it might be off a little bit,
In
but
their packet, it's gonna be 89.
89.
slide 89 in the packet.
Slide 89.
So I'm gonna step through each of the sub areas, commenting on the difference between the reductions in pumping proposed in RAC 12 and what's proposed today. So let's first look at Dog Mountain. In RAC 12, there was a 55% proposed reduction, and in this proposal, we're reducing pumpage by only 9%. So there's more pumpage allowed in Dog Mountain. And the reason why that's the case now is because 2 reasons. One, Dog Mountain is no longer constrained by limitations on dry wells the way it was in the RAC 12 proposal. We've dropped dry wells as a constraint. And secondly, because Dog Mountain supplies a lot of water to Weaver Springs in the RAC 12 proposal, because Weaver Springs was allowed to continue declining pretty significantly. Whereas in this proposal, we're fixing the reduction in pumping in Weaver Springs at 75%, and we're imposing 75% of that right away. That aggressive reduction in pumping in Weaver Springs brings water levels back up and reduces the amount of water that's pulled from Dog Mountain into Weaver Springs. And the combination of those 2 effects, the lack of constraint on dry wells and the reduced flow from Dog Mountain to Beaver Springs allows more pumpage in Dog Mountain. So now let's go to the next one. In lower Blitzen voltage, there's less pumpage.
So I think he's still back on the previous
Oh,
slide.
no, yeah, thank you.
Oh,
I'm gonna go through each row.
sorry.
Yeah. Next row, lower Blitzen voltage. In this case, the new proposal, has more reductions or less pumpage. And that's because in this proposal, there is more pumpage that occurs in the Northeast Crane subarea. So groundwater levels in Northeast Crane decline more, and more water flows from lower Blitzen voltage into Northeast Crane in order to compensate. This observation points to part of the answer to Commissioner Frank's earlier question about why the two Blitzen subareas are included in the critical groundwater area. Because these subareas, even though we're carving them out for administrative purposes, they are still connected in their groundwater, and groundwater is flowing between them to different extents between different subareas. So we're proposing to include them in the whole connected system for management.
So you're saying that lower Blitzen voltage is been proposed for 39% cut because
It impacts Buchanan.
it's flowing north to Crane Buchanan.
Yes, and also some to Sylvie's, but the primary change between the RAC 12 proposal and this one is the increase in pumpage in Northeast Crane.
And that's based on water level contours.
That's based on the summation of the groundwater basin study that was used to develop this model.
But have any of the wells triggered the in the lower Blitzen area would have triggered the critical groundwater designation?
They have not.
And also, what percentage of the irrigated ground there is from the transfer to Puckett's did?
I don't have that for sure. There's been lots of transfers.
But that's a fairly large number. I mean, this is the kind of pushback that those of us that live here in that part of the area, they can sit here and go, we're gonna cut 39% of something, the water table's not going down. And also part of the reason that if it does start to go down is because of the transfer that was done after, 30 years after we all knew we had a problem. So that water came from, or those water rights came from an area that had no water to the best area in the basin. And that's the kind of stuff that will cause a lot of angst, so to speak.
Exactly right, and there probably is a flow pattern to the east there. Cause there's a well, I've done a little work helping that person, one of the oldest wells is running water. You can, back then, they always talked about it's basically a running river going east, and this does not fit hydrogeological conditions in that area. Because by you guys' own numbers and stuff, that's the bathtub drain. What we don't understand is the intricacies of flow levels out Virginia Valley and that area, totally. But that water, elevationally and everything else, does not go north. It does not cross Malheur Lake or Harney Lake or Mud Lake. By the department's own conclusions, once the water hits to the lake, 85% is lost to evaporation. That this is the older study, there was no direct benefit or impact to groundwater from water once it's in Malheur Lake. So and they dug 6 wells at the time of the last study in Malheur Lake to try to determine what that flow pattern would be. And to my knowledge, there's areas there that thousands of feet deep of just clay, sticky gumbo clay. There's just no movement of water across these inland lakes. So it's really hard for me to, I don't know the hydrogeology as we go north from Princeton that Kenny's talking about. But there, it's a real stretch to cut the Blitzen voltage because of conditions to the home. I'd like to, anyway, I just don't understand.
All right, we appreciate that feedback. And we're capturing it, but yeah, we need it. We're gonna move forward. And we'll have some opportunity for some dialogue, when we look at the rule.
I just, I'm curious how these reductions correlate to that 24 study that showed that the southern region, the difference between lowland recharge and authorized use was a net positive, so there wasn't a deficit. And the difference between the lowland recharge and the mean pumpage, the actual pumpage, not just authorized use for the western region, was also not in a deficit. And I'm confused how that ties into this and how that shows that the whole thing is interrelated and sharing the same groundwater.
So what we know from the results of the groundwater studies that the entire basin is one hydraulically connected groundwater flow system. There are vast and important differences in the subsurface materials and the quality of the water, temperature of the water,
Age of the water.
age of the water. There are huge and important differences. We're not saying all the water is exactly the same. We recognize there are different and unique areas, but it's all one hydraulically connected groundwater flow system. The way, and managing it as such, I think is important. And the way the statutes allow is to look at a groundwater reservoir or a part thereof to look for these different thresholds. Have groundwater levels declined excessively? That's 50 feet from highest known. Are they excessively declining? That's the 3 feet a year for 10 consecutive years. And then the final one that we've met in a part thereof of this basin is this concept of overdrawn. And that's where total pumpage exceeds the average annual recharge. The one portion of this basin where that's occurred, if you think of it in terms of the water budget regions that we've seen from the 2022 report, is that northern region. That's the main Harney Valley. Over in Silver Creek, it's not there yet, but it's fairly close. And you're right, down in the Blitzen, we're not there. But think for a second what that means to be overdrawn. If pumpage equals recharge, if we pump everything that comes in as recharge to the groundwater flow system, that is a very bad place to be. That means basically you have no natural discharge at that point. You are pumping it all out. So it's admittedly a bit of an outdated metric, I would argue. If you're overdrawn, it's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad place to be.
So I concur, but if the southern region is at a 10,000 plus acre feet a year surplus, and it is connected to the northern region and the western region underground, that's the way we're treating it, then shouldn't it be refilling their deficits?
It's not how it happens to work out, as far as we can tell. So these connections are not always immediate, they're not always efficient. But there are connections.
Well, I thought isn't that the reason why Blitzen is subsidizing the water levels in the Crane Buchanan area? I think there is some of that 10,000 foot excess, it's 10,000 acre foot excess that is moving north, right? Isn't that the idea here?
That does seem to be what these model results are showing, yeah.
And so, just to like put a pin in that question, it's an important one. Can you talk about like why the model optimized for 39% curtailment in the Blitzen rather than solely putting the curtailment in like the Northeast Pranger, for example? Can you provide some more context for this effort?
Excellent question. Thank you. So the optimization sought to work independently in each sub area. It didn't try to seek a global optimal solution that maybe try to redistribute pumping between one sub area and another. So really, the sub areas that have some sub areas, especially with a lot of pumping, tend to control those with less. So Northeast Crane is the gorilla in the room in terms of pumpage changes that are eligible to happen within this optimization framework. And it then has a relatively large influence on the surrounding sub areas. The amount, the PTW for Northeast Crane was set in order to achieve durable stability, with levels of pumpage that were sort of in the range of what we were talking about previously. And then the next iterations of the optimization would tend to have the impacts of the water level changes in Northeast Crane propagate into the other sub areas that feed it. So strictly speaking, one could come up with a different optimization scheme that would require more reductions in Northeast Crane and less in lower Blitzen voltage. There's a limit to that because of the timescales involved. The fact that flow from lower Blitzen voltage to Northeast Crane has to go a reasonably large distance. So if you're talking about moving a lot of water, the resistance of the geologic material becomes a factor. And if you're trying to achieve durable stability in a time range of something like 30 years, you may not be able to achieve that with full freedom to redistribute the pumping.
It may not be happening at all. I mean, seriously, the static levels are within an inch or two up and down. Not on ours, but it's true on the ones down in the other area that, there's one of our wells, which is better than the other, up 12 feet, 2 years. And so let's just look at the fairness and the reasonableness and those sorts of deals. So you're gonna regulate off 39%, seems true. Silver Creek, 28%. For wells that are stable and meeting the criteria of a stable steady water line. And you're going to regulate them off 40% when there is no measured linkage of water to water quality testing, whatever. That just technically and legally, it just blows my mind that you do that. I mean, our wells are 30 or 40 miles from the nearest well with a decline. And you're basically gonna shut us off 100%. We will be shut off at all. We're a junior.
Let's go to John. Yeah, sorry. We'll go to John and then I think this is good feedback. What we'll be able to do is maybe pull this into the feedback that we get when we look at the rule. So let's go to John and then maybe we can work through this just to share the changes that were made. Then when we review the rule, we'll be able to see it. RAC member only conversation.
Right, I am a RAC.
John? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know, recognize that through the back. John, then you can go.
I simply agreeing that I'm struggling to understand why a very healthy portion of the basin is being regulated back more than, the healthy lower Blitzen is being regulated back more than the Northeast Crane that's a struggling area. It seems like, gosh, if the area is struggling from, especially all the pumping there, shouldn't that have more regulation? What am I missing?
That's a good question. Let me think about that and try to get back to you.
Okay, go ahead.
This is more probably for Dory. Back when you were doing, or back when you started the study. On these wells, we thought they were so connected, why didn't you dye them? Prove. Then by now we would know. Yes, no.
Yeah, in some cases, a dye tracer test like that can be helpful, but in many cases, the timescales that we're talking about for a molecule of groundwater to move from one area to the next are just greater than the timescales we have with which to do a study like this.
I guess then we looked at it this way, the whole earth is hydraulically connected.
Okay, Larissa, did you have your hand up? I missed it.
Yes, but I'm not sure this is the time to bring it up or later, so I'm just.
Okay, well, if you want to hang on to it, and then if it doesn't ever
Hang on.
seem appropriate.
You got a date or something?
All right. Dan?
So continuing on, Northeast Crane in the proposed scenario here is reduced less, has more pumping, and that's because it's no longer constrained by protecting natural evapotranspiration where it was during the previous proposal. Next row, Silver Creek has more pumpage because it's no longer constrained by discharge to springs and streams, especially in the Warm Springs Valley. Sylvies has less pumpage allowed because there's more pumpage and declines in Northeast Crane, so more water flows from Sylvies into Northeast Crane. Similar situation to Robles and Voltage. Weaver Springs has less pumpage imposed by a 75% reduction. And overall, the RAC 14 proposal has more pumpage than the RAC 12 proposal. Next slide. Here we break down the schedule of the reductions in pumpage during each of the adaptation check-ins leading up to the total. So the column at the far right is the total reduction in pumpage compared to our model 2018 levels, the same percentages we saw on the last slide. And then that is the sum of all of the individual percentage reductions from 2018 that are scheduled to be imposed in the check-ins leading up to it. So in all the areas except Weaver Springs, those are the 40, 30, 15, 10, and 5% of the total. And those, multiplying those out, you get the percentages that you see here. So that, for example, in Dog Mountain, in 2028, the very start of curtailment, it would be a 4% reduction. Then the first check-in in 2034 would be 3%, then 1%, 1%, and then 0.5%. So that you would, this is the breakdown of the actual reductions compared with 2018 model pumpage. And again, you can see that Weaver Springs is the exception to the default schedule where 75% of the total will be imposed right at the start, and then the other 25% during the first check-in.
Yeah, Marissa.
I think I lost my question now, so it probably more pertains to the last slide. We're talking about your 2018 pumpage number. As I brought up earlier, I think they're low. And I think that we're missing in Silver Creek area, like 2,000 acres, which is significant. Because if you go back to the math in the Beamer report, which is, I'm guessing, where we use the information from, it did groundwater pumpage estimates for the entire basin. The average was 2.16 acre feet for groundwater, and in Riley they put it at 2.24. And if you go back and look at the groundwater study report, we did a basin average was 2.4 acre feet per acre. So there's kind of like a discrepancy in the numbers. So, which makes a huge difference because you interchange those numbers with the estimated value that you put in the Silver Creek area. And if you go from a 2.24 evaluation per acre down to a 2.7, which is what you're going to allocate for, is what we were told. then we've lost one, that's a difference of 1,550 acres just by changing those numbers. And so if you start with your estimated number already low, you took it out 2,000 acres before you've even regulated. And so these numbers are not like correlating, like which ones did we use, which ones, how did you do, how many acres did you project were being used in the Silver Creek area? And of those, how many were groundwater and how many were groundwater surface water combined? Because when they groundwater surface water combined the water rights, they only allocated 1.24 acre feet per acre. So therefore you lost 1 acre feet if you assumed that it was surface groundwater when actually it was only groundwater. So if they did that in the Silver Creek area, then that also gets lost in all the other areas. So are we missing acres because of our estimated 2018 projections could be wrong? Because if they are, we're being regulated before we're being regulated. We're being reduced acreage before we're even being regulated. Hopefully that makes sense. If not, I can say it a different way.
Thank you for raising those concerns. The water use estimates are documented in the 2018 model. Sorry, in the 2024 model report, as well as in the Beamer and Hoskinson report. Those are the numbers that we used, and go ahead.
The 2.24 in the Riley area, or the basin average of 2.16. They did have it break down by sub area or for watershed recharge zones, western, northern, and southern. They gave estimates.
Those are details I don't have off the top of my head. I think we're gonna have to follow up with you on that.
Okay, so I was curious on if someone could get back to me, because it doesn't say in the Beamer report how many acres in each sub area were just groundwater and how many acres were combined. Because if those assumptions are off, we could be losing a lot more than we thought, because if you use, depending on what numbers you use, it changes it by a lot of acres.
I did only clarify that the final PTW numbers that are found by this optimization technique don't really depend on the 2018 pumpage estimates, except for the fact that they can't be greater than that. But the impact of uncertainty in what the model 2018 pumpage numbers in terms of this presentation is just that it would scale what the percentages you're looking at, which is important, but it is not going to be an impact on the final PTW numbers that would be determined through this process.
Wouldn't it affect the starting estimates if they're lower? Let's say that instead of 20,000 acre feet, it should have been 24,000 acre feet of actual use. Wouldn't that affect the model? Because if you're using more acres or more water to get this slight decline, then that means you're using more water, the decline is less per acre foot used. That makes sense. So if you're using more water than you projected, then our declines for use of water is less than what your model would show. Is that a correct assumption?
I admit that I'm not able to follow the question fully. I think we should follow up with you afterwards.
But it might be important for the group, because if it happened here, it happens in the whole basin. As far as like how you calculated it, because if I'm in my area shortchanged before this process even started, what about everybody else? So if our estimated 2018 numbers are not accurate, I can't sit here and say, oh, reduce me from these numbers that are already too low. So if we're missing 4,000 acre feet in our estimates, then we're already thrown off. Because that means if I use 4,000 extra acre feet a year and I'm declining 0.5, the decline per acre feet you use is less than if I use 20,000 acre feet at a 0.5 decline.
I think Tim might have some feedback on this. Tim?
Yeah, so I agree with Larissa that if we're drawing a direct correlation between acre feet of water pumped and water level declines in an area, that if we have underestimated the amount of pumpage, we are overestimating the amount of reduction that would be necessary in order to stabilize that rate of change. What I would say is that the model is not calibrated only to 2018 data. It is calibrated to data over, well, since 1930 for groundwater levels and groundwater pumpage as well. And so those impacts of being off by a few thousand acre feet are going to be mitigated over the longer period of time. Also, this is another argument from my perspective for adaptive management and having the ability to pull back and say, we're not going to curtail farther than that. So if we are wrong, and there's absolutely no way that we get this 100% correct, right? That's just not possible. But if we are wrong and we start to curtail and groundwater levels respond faster than we expected, then we're able to pull back and say, okay, no, we're not going to curtail as much as we had planned. And that way we're able to prevent over curtailment. And I think that's where I think that adaptive management and having that glide path is really necessary.
But you're still starting the regulation low. You don't have the numbers a little closer to actual acres. You've already curtailed off 2,000 acres. If you didn't account for them, then.
But what you'll see in the rules, Larissa, is that we're going to go through and water right by water right, allocate water to them based on their historic beneficial use. And that gets us to what the actual use is in the year in which we start curtailment. And then we'll take that total that total usage number and subtract the PTW from it, and that gives us the amount of water that has to be curtailed. And then when we take that amount, we then divide it across these time steps as is laid out on this slide, with 40% of the reduction coming in the year 0, 30% in 2034, 15 in 2040. And so we'll be reducing from what actually exists out there, not from a 2018 number that is potentially below what usage is in 2027 or 2028. Does that help?
Actual number.
Let me ask a question, Tim. If we put a pin in this and then we flag it for when we get to the rule language and we get to that point where you're referencing, then we could bring it back up and see if would that provide better context to speak to kind of carry this conversation?
I think we can speak to the exact point in the rule language there. I think that would be beneficial.
So we're not killing this conversation, but we'll bring it back up again and see if maybe it helps. We go right. Yes.
What happens when you start out with the wrong number of acres? The acreage listed is not correct. So what she's saying, she's already short 2,000 acres of what you're figuring the end result to be.
The baseline you're saying is
The baseline is wrong by 2,000 acres, which is huge.
So the baseline I think you're referring to is the one from the Echo Northwest.
Right, but did they get those numbers from you guys?
No, that estimate of acres was inferred by multiplying the total volume of water, which we did. But we supplied Echo with a volume of water, and then they converted that to acreage. So those are not the acres that WRD would use.
Okay. So how are we gonna double check to make sure that all the acreage that actually has been irrigated over the years is being used, not just your PT estimates? How do we guarantee that you account for every acre? Because if you went out and you actually said this many acres in every sub area, you know what the acreage would be, and you'd be able to multiply that by what your estimated acre feet for that area would be, but it doesn't translate out the same. So how do we guarantee that all of our acres are being accounted for? Because that's how we pay our bills, is by the acres. That's why I'm taking it back to acres. That's farmer math. That's how we think about things. And if you give me a PTW, I'm gonna calculate it back to acres. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because if we're missing acres, we're missing revenue. We're being regulated before we're being regulated, because 2,000 acres is huge. That is huge. That'll make or breaks the whole Riley area, 2,000, and then you're adding on top of that. So if you lose 2,000 and then you regulate another almost 2,000 off, well, you just took out half a Riley, and so your 28% now has become 50. So if you don't get it right, it is a big deal, and that's why I'm trying to make a big point, because the math, it doesn't add up, it's big consequences. So.
And I hear you there, Larissa. What I would say is we're coming at this from the other way around using the model. We're trying to identify the amount of pumping that can occur in an area and result in stable groundwater levels in 30 years. Except for Weaver Springs, where we're just going to cut it 75% no matter what. So that amount of water can then be used however the farmers want to use it, on however many acres you want to use it, provided there's a water right underlying that, right, that's valid and gets allocated water. When we talk about allocating water and figuring out the schedule for reductions to come at it from the other direction, where we're actually cutting from total use down, that's laid out in the rules in 690-512-0060. And we can talk about how we get to that determination. This presentation here, when we're talking about acreage and total numbers estimated in 2018, that's what's in the model. And as I said, that's what allows us, like, this gives us a point from which we can understand what the impacts are and to identify what that reduction looks like. It is not what the actual reduction is going to be, because if there are 2,000 more acres being irrigated out there, they'll be allocated water in this process in 512-0060. And then the schedule for reductions down to the amount of water that can be pumped and result in stable groundwater levels will be identified, and we'll go through that cut process through orders, and it'll be scheduled out based on this schedule here. I see, Lisa, you've had your hand up for a while, I think, so I want to defer there.
I had it up, then I took it down, and I put it back up because I'm confused, because I thought the 2018 numbers were calculated by maybe Jerry Grondin and others at OWRD using OpenET. And we've heard a lot in this process now about how OpenET should be used instead of measurement devices. So I'm just, I guess, wondering if people now are saying that OpenET was not accurate, or how those two issues relate.
So,
and I don't want to take us down a big rabbit hole, though. So,
yeah.
I mean, we can put a pin in that as well. And
Just to be really clear, the numbers that were put into the model are based on two reports. The first one is the Beamer and Hoskinson estimates of groundwater pumpage in the basin. And then the second one is a Schibel and Grondin paper. So Hallie Schibel and Jerry Grondin took the Beamer and Hoskinson information. They applied some methods in order to make that data usable in a model grid format. And that is what was actually input into the model. So there's two papers that support the work and explain the work that then went into the USGS model.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point out for members of the RAC that the title on this slide changed just slightly and the numbers were rounded. So the values that you guys have in front of you on the table, it'll show -3.6 for Dog Mountain in that, and you see -4% up there. So just, that's a small thing, but people were thinking it was a different slide. It's not a different slide, it's just the numbers are rounded off.
Larissa, are you asking, why would we start planning curtailment before we knew exactly how much usage there was through some of the things we talked about, like installing meters and forfeiture of rights that haven't proved beneficial? Why would we start planning curtailment before we knew exactly what we're starting with? Is that what you're getting at?
part of it, and part of it is we put these numbers in the model. So the model is, it was supposed to tell us the model has to have the right data to be a little more accurate. And so if we're using more water than what's in the model, wouldn't that show our levels and declines like less because we use more than original? And so I'm just like, maybe the model, maybe that's why these percentages seem really high for common sense. Hey, we dropped 0.3, let's take 39% away. That doesn't compute in my brain. You're dropping what's the other one? One of them's got 3 sub areas, dropping 0.3, 0.3, 0.5, and we're gonna tell these people 20, 30, 40%, when we're saying we're regulating on groundwater level trends, and we're using the model to predict when we'll get to that 0. Well, if the inputs into the model are off by thousands acres here, 1,000 acres there, some over here and some over there, then I just think that these percentages would not be as high in the curtailment for the model. That kind of answered your question. I don't, it's just.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You're saying that.
Yeah, so
there's
again, I agree with you. There is a chance that this is off, and it likely is because no model is perfect. I would point us back to that's the reason for adaptive management. That's the reason for setting a target that we think we're going to get to and that we think is necessary, and then having a path by which we get there, checking in regularly on the results of our regulation and adjusting as needed based on what groundwater levels are actually doing.
And we'll take a look at that adaptive management process here in a little bit. Let's try to move through this and then, and kind of hold some questions if possible to the rule language, because I think that's where you see the rubber hit the road a little bit. Go ahead.
Next slide. Next few slides, I'm just gonna compare the results from the RAC 12 proposal against the proposal we're making today. In a few dimensions. Here we're looking at changes in groundwater levels relative to from 2018 until 2060. So there are generally declines. And the amount of declines are shown in the second and third columns. So like 13.5 feet of decline under the RAC 12 proposal in Northeast Crane and 17.6 feet in the RAC 14 proposal. The final column just qualitatively compares those. And I'll just run through what each of those comparisons, how I would interpret them. In Dog Mountain, water levels are lower because there's more pumpage in Dog Mountain, because Weaver Springs has less pumpage and higher water levels require less water supply from Dog Mountain into Weaver Springs. Lower Blitzen voltage is higher because there's less pumpage there because it has to supply water to Northeast Crane. Northeast Crane is lower because there's more pumpage there and it's not constrained by, natural ET. Silver Creek is lower because there's more pumpage there because it's not constrained by protecting spring and stream discharge. Sylvies is higher because there's less pumpage there because it's supplying water to Northeast Crane. Upper Blitzen is similar, and Weaver Springs is higher because there's less pumpage allowed there. The RAC 14 cost. Next slide. Similar comparison, looking at natural evapotranspiration in the lowlands. The first 3 columns with numbers give you the amounts in 1,000 acre feet per year. The last 2 columns are ones that I'll describe. Comparing the proposal from RAC 14 today against 2018, natural ET is lower in all of the sub areas except Upper Blitzen, and that's because groundwater levels decline in all those sub areas relative to 2018. Whereas if you compare the RAC 14 proposal against RAC 12 in the final column, nearly all of the sub areas have more natural ET in 2058 than they did in the RAC 12 proposal. That's especially notable in Northeast Crane, because in Northeast Crane, in the RAC 12 proposal, Northeast Crane was constrained in order to keep natural ET high. So I would explain by the fact that the RAC 12 proposal was phased in with equal steps rather than front loading. And it aimed to achieve a certain level of natural ET at the very end of the century. So it was actually allowed to let ET and groundwater levels decline and then come back up by the end of the century. So that if you look only in year 2058, you're near the bottom of that dip. And even though the final ET numbers were higher under the RAC 12 proposal, they're lower in this sort of worst point of 2058. Whereas in the RAC 14 proposal that we're presenting today, there's no like drop in and recovery. It's just decline in groundwater levels and ET down to a new equilibrium level, and that level is higher than the low that you get in the RAC 12 proposal in Northeast Crane. Let's move on to the next slide.
I just have a hard time for. I don't understand the 2060, I've lived here for the last 40 years. And now you're predicting 40 years ahead. I guess, I don't know really what that's doing for the people that work and live here. I don't know. There's no way you can predict 40 years ahead. You just can't. I don't care. I know you guys are scientists and that, but you've been wrong before. You can't, everything can change. I don't know what that's doing for us today here.
And I think I would reiterate Tim's response just now that that's what the adaptive management framework is built to ensure that we don't over curtail by paying attention to how our water levels actually changing compared with our model expectations. If things aren't declining as fast as we expect them to in the model, we will curtail less.
And I think the more important thing here is all things else held the same is the comparison between the two management scenarios that we're really thinking about on these slides. So think about it less of as a prediction, more like let's compare what these two scenarios might do relative to each other. Even if things do change in the basin in the future.
Lisa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have a clarifying question about this. So that this slide, when it went out in the packet, was titled Changes in Lowland Natural Evapotranspiration. Now it's lowland, so evapotranspiration. So is this saying, like say the final column there, RAC 14 versus RAC 12? Is this saying that in Northeast Crane, even though there's 18,000 acre feet more water allowed to be pumped, and you've removed the ET constraint, allowing for that increase, are you saying that there is more natural ET happening in Northeast Crane under RAC 14, or are you saying that there is more of a negative change in natural ET?
The former, and it's specifically a finding in the year 2058. And that's why I talked about the dip in groundwater levels and natural ET in the RAC 12 proposal. That dip was created by the combination of having targets for things like ET that existed at the end of the century, at the end of the model run, and the equal phase-in schedule. The lack of front loading combined with that sort of very late target means that groundwater levels were allowed to decline substantially more, and ET was allowed to be reduced substantially more in the interim years, like for the first 30 years after the start of curtailment, in that RAC 12 proposal, even though they came back up to within the target at the end of the model run, the lowest level was quite a bit lower than that and lower than the level that's achieved in year 2058 in the RAC 14 proposal.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I appreciate that. I thought that's what you were saying, but I just wanted to make sure.
It is strange, and you know, knowing what we know now, I think we would have thought about our goals for the RAC 12 proposal a little bit differently. Not just thought about achieving something at the end of the century, but just trying to be transparent about the difference between what was done previously and what we are now proposing based on what we've learned through this process. So let's look at the next slide. Similar, oh, and actually, could we go back one more slide just to address your point? Thank you for noting the change in the title. I think the title in the printed slides changes referred to a way that we had presented this table in RAC 12, where we actually were having changes relative to 2018 in the columns with numbers. We thought that it was better to present the actual numbers in 1,000 acre feet per year because there are so many other percentages flying around. The percentages were getting too complicated to keep straight. So it is that at least the first 3 columns with numbers here are actual lowland ET numbers in the noted years.
Right, yeah, it's actually a whole different slide, so appreciate that.
Next slide. So similar comparison between the RAC 12 and 14 proposals in terms of wells that lose access to water or go dry. These are the wells where the water level in the model drops below the bottom of the well. So there's just no way for that modeled well to access water. The percentages of the total domestic wells that are dry in year 2060 are shown for RAC 12 and RAC 14 proposals. And then the comparison between those is in the last column. You can see that it's pretty similar. And that's generally because the changes in pumpage and water level declines just don't correspond with the ranges of depths that are the bottoms of wells. So the wells going dry, in the sense that we're describing here, isn't really sensitive to the changes in most of these sub areas. But in lower blitz and voltage, fewer wells go dry because less pumpage causes less declines. Northeast Crane, more pumpage causes more declines. And in Weaver Springs, less pumpage causes less declines and fewer wells go dry. So let's look at the next slide. Now we're going to look at things through time, the trajectories of the projections of the water level behavior in each of the sub areas. And as noted, there's uncertainty in these. These are not likely to be exact. They won't be, but they're the best that the model is able to predict. And we have some sense of robustness of them because we're showing the median water level behavior in each sub area. So although different wells within a sub area may decline more or less, we're showing the 50th percentile among each of these. We put this text in here to help you read since we sent these slides out quite a bit in advance of the RAC meeting, but I'm going to describe them as we look at the next slide. So there are 2 graphs here. On the left, we're seeing the trajectory through the model period of the water level itself. The water level change relative to 2018 is the y-axis on the left figure. On the right figure, we're looking at the rate of change in successive years. So negative numbers means water levels declining, positive means that they're coming up. And the x-axis in both figures is the same. The data run from 2018 through 2098. In each figure on the left, the horizontal dashed line is the water level median in that sub area in 1980. The blue solid line is the median projected forward through time. There are a few example wells in each of the following slides, just random selections showing the trajectories for individual wells that make up that median. And the vertical purple line is 2028, the start of curtailment in these scenarios. So in Dog Mountain, starting in 2018, we see declines. They reach a magnitude in the median of about 5 feet down as things stabilize. Some wells decline less than that. One well that happened to show up here declines about 75 feet, quite a bit more than that. But we can also see what happens as the reductions in pumping are imposed in each of these adaptation steps in the rate figure on the right. So the water level the median level is declining because it's negative. In 2018, it starts rising. That means it's declining less fast. Once curtailment starts, the rate jumps up, becomes less negative because pumping is reduced by 40% at that point. But then the rate of change decays again. It starts declining more than right when you impose that reduction in pumping, and that's because that cone of recovery from reducing pumping spreads out in space. So that happens in a few different steps. With each of those adaptation checkpoints, as pumpage is reduced further, the rate jumps up and then stays, maybe decays down a little bit, jumps up again, decays down a little bit, jumps up, and eventually it stabilizes at 0 feet per year through the end of the model run.
Is there an update to this analysis from what's on there?
Yeah, the rate figures, especially on the right, are different from yours slightly. I realized there was an issue with how I was doing some smoothing and plotting, so I've removed that here so that you're seeing a more raw result has some wiggles because of the fact that you have different behavior in different wells, but you're able to see those sharp jumps with each of the curtailment events.
Ben, I want to this is a question for me, so shoot this down, but if necessary, but if we have some of the base information that helps inform the rule language, is there, to the degree that we can we expedite some of these graphs so that we make sure that we at least give everyone an opportunity to see the rule language today?
Yeah.
And we can reference back to them as necessary.
Totally.
Okay.
I think most of the other trajectories are similar for the subareas, so let's flip next slide.
Question on that slide.
Yeah.
So it looks like, before this gets implemented, Dog Mountain was headed towards stability anyway. It was improving the aquifer. Am I understanding that right?
The rate of decline was becoming less, but I would also say that the rate of decline was heading towards an asymptote. It was continuing to decline. It was stabilizing in its decline. It was continuing to decline. So I don't think
towards asymptotically with a straight line, right? I mean, that's what.
I don't think so. I think that the trajectory that you see before the start of curtailment doesn't to me say that it's gonna hit stability as in 0 rate of decline, at least within this modeling period. Granted, it probably would eventually hit stability if your pumping in this sub-area doesn't exceed overall recharge. Like at some point, you're able to capture all the discharge to water, natural discharge. In which case you would be able to stabilize groundwater levels. So in principle, yes, what we're talking about here is moving that point of stability forward in time. It might be more than a century out and we're bringing it 30 years out and we're moving the decline associated with that up. So there's less total decline before you get there.
Julie, did you ever hand up? Go ahead.
Can we just assume that when you picked a few examples of wells to put on that graph to the left, that you picked the outliers?
No, they were just random.
Right, okay, thanks.
You'll see some of the others aren't
I
so
mean, this one
notable.
kind of looks like you picked an outlier.
So what thoughts on how we could?
Yeah, I was gonna just describe in general how these next few slides went. I was gonna skip the maps, honestly, and then describe briefly the rest of the directives. I think we could be done with this in 3 minutes, depending on what sort of questions people have.
And we can always ask those questions during the rule language. I mean, I think you said that a few times, but it's this conversation doesn't die here.
So let's flip the next similar type of behavior. Next one. So go behavior. Next one.
Wait, sorry, right? Did you want to talk about something?
Oh,
okay.
Next one. Next one. Actually, previous one. No, I'll skip it. That's fine. Next one. And Weaver Springs, the last one. This is the one where we don't see water levels reaching stability because the fixed amount of curtailment imposed, that 75%, causes water levels to recover. That is, the rate goes above zero and it jumps up again during that first check-in period. It starts to level out, but it continues to have a positive rate of change through the end of the simulation period. Next slide. This slide shows.
Oh, I just had a quick comment. If you look at the graphs, the units of water level change, I just want people to recognize that some of them are in 20-foot increments, some are 5, 10, some are 2 foot, some are 2.5, some are 5 foot.
Y-axis.
Yeah. So just so like if you're comparing, like, oh, that looks drastic, look at make sure that you realize that it's on a 20-foot scale or a 2-foot scale.
Good. Anyway.
And some of them are only.
Next slide. This shows how the rates vary within each of the sub areas. Most are fairly tight around that target of 0 feet per year, but Weaver Springs have retained some positive rates of change, that is water levels increasing, and Dog Mountain that we saw has at least some wells that are continuing to decrease pretty fast. Next slide. There's some maps of the rate of change of water levels spread around the entire model domain of the give back here, each of the sub areas. I'll note that the color scale here saturates so that even though a color might look to be a dark blue color might actually here be a rate of change greater than a foot per year, and a dark red might be a decline of faster than a foot per year. That was done in order to be able to see some of the rates of change in other portions of the model. So you see the results at 0 years, like before the start of curtailment, after 10 years after the start. Next slide. After 20 years and 30 years. Next slide. 40 years and 60 years. Next slide. And now we're going to look at some trajectories of water level changes that do have the same y-axis between all the subareas. And the comparison here is between what happens under the scenario where full pumpage, the model 2018 pumpage, continues through the rest of the century. That's the orange line. We compare that against what happens under the proposed scenario, the blue line. So in each of these cases, except for Weaver Springs, you should see that the blue line declines and levels out at a stable level. And that level will be some feet higher than the trajectory that you see under the full pumpage scenario. And in most of these sub areas under the full pumpage scenario, groundwater levels are continuing to decline at the end of the model scenario. So we would expect ongoing declines under, if no reductions in pumping are imposed. So in Dog Mountain, we see 10 feet higher than full pumpage at the end of the century. Next slide. 12 feet higher in Lower Blitzen voltage. Next slide. 30 feet higher in Northeast Crane. Next slide. 8 feet higher in Silver Creek. Next slide. 5 feet higher in Sylvies. Next slide. And 74 feet higher in Weaver Springs. Again, this one because we weren't aiming for stability. We were just imposing that 75% reduction rapidly. What?
I think we've had a lot of questions, so let's kind of put the questions towards the rule language.
Do you want to just go straight to rule language?
Or that's the plan.
Yeah. That's part of rules. I don't know.
How do we want to do it?
Yeah, we're pretty crucial that we get straight to the rule language.
Which rule language?
Jason?
Yeah.
Yeah, straight to rule language.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so this is the time where we're gonna review the draft rule language, so this is definitely consult level, provide feedback, we'll go through section by section, so It's helpful if you provide your feedback relevant to that section. That way we can capture it in the notes accurately and then make adjustments and review it in preparation for the next meeting. Anything else about how this process should go, Kelly?
Yeah, so what we've been trying to do up to this point is kind of talk about the management scenario, and everything that Ben has just talked about is written into rule language. So if you have suggestions, I'm hearing remove lower Blitzen, upper Blitzen, give us specific language or suggestions that you think we should be doing. So if you don't like something, give us a recommendation at this point, and that way we can look into those recommendations and make adjustments to the language as needed. And we'll get back to you and tell you why we did or did not make those adjustments. So that's when we're looking for very specific criticism, not criticism, but comments. Criticism if you want to be criticism. So how we're gonna do it, like how we're gonna do this is how we've been doing it the last couple times. I'm gonna go section by section, read the language, briefly explain the language, then ask for your input.
And I would encourage you all to provide, it's Kelly, I want to restate it, provide very specific comment.
Thank you.
This, I think this should say this and not that, and this is why, and then this is why, try to keep it tight, because we want to be able to get through these, and if we have a long conversation about each comment that you have, we're never gonna get there, so, but we need to know why, what the change is, briefly why, and we will capture it. Makes sense?
Has that ever happened here? Have we ever lengthy answered something?
And I don't want to start now.
I'd also like to request if, after you cover a rule or a section, if you just pause and check for comments from RAC members online, because we still have some RAC members virtually.
Yes,
Thank you for that.
thank you, Laura, appreciate it. Okay, let's get into this. So we're gonna start with our Rule 690, Division 512, Section 10, which is the definitions section. So our first definition related to critical groundwater is the adaptive management checkpoint, which means the scheduled interval at which the department adaptively manages the groundwater resource and adjusts schedule to reductions in the groundwater use. The second definition is groundwater level change envelope, means the trajectory for groundwater levels within each subarea relative to groundwater levels in 2028 that are modeled with the Harney Basin groundwater model. So that second one is those envelopes that, yes, well, 1 second. So the groundwater change envelope is the envelopes that Ben was just talking about. And then the adaptive management checkpoint are literally the 6 years checkpoints. Go ahead.
I specifically and succinctly don't like the groundwater levels will be relative to groundwater levels in 2028, as most of the conversations and the modeling we've had have been based on a 2018 base level. I think that those 2028 water levels are gonna show they're gonna be reflective of some of the efforts the community's made, as this gentleman was referring to.
Okay. Thank you. Tim, you came off camera. Do you wanna?
So are you saying then, Commissioner, that we should tie the reference level to what groundwater levels were in 2018 for magnitude decline relative to that?
Indeed.
Okay, you understand that would result in us immediately, like, we would remodel it and we would be well below where we would need to be based on our stated trajectories.
You guys haven't seen that data.
Well, so if we set 2028 as the point at which we can decline from as we stabilize, that's a different water level and it's much lower than if we set it at 2018 and we have to stabilize from there.
But the 2028 is higher than the 2018 levels.
2028 water levels are lower than the 2018 water levels.
In your prediction.
I mean, the actual measured static water level.
The actual measured static water levels in the basin are lower in 2028 than they are in 2018.
What?
In the model.
In the model?
It could be that.
Maybe I'm misreading this, and maybe this is not saying that we will take those measured levels in 2028, and that will be our starting point. Measured, is that what this is saying?
Yes,
So-
so for adaptive management, the 30-year timeline starts in 2028. If you want it to start in 2018, then we're already today 7 years into our adaptive management, and we should be curtailing at 70% of the total.
If we're trying to reach 0 feet of decline and reach stability, I would rather have that based on our 2018 static levels that we base most of our modeling off of and most of our conversations in the RAC, than base them off the 2028 levels.
So if I can just, so I think maybe it would clarify if I say, so the 2018 levels, the 2024, what we collected this year are lower than 2028 or 2018. So it's, if you extrapolate that forward, it's likely that 2028 are going to show further decline because we have shown that there's a consistent decline across the basin. So if we were to start today, instead of 2028, 2024 is lower than 2018. And so we expect 2028 to also be lower than 2018.
So you're wondering.
Jason, are you talking about static level measurements? 18 is lower than 24?
No, 24 is lower. Did I say 18? I meant to say 24 is lower than 18.
It's fallen further.
But it's
Okay.
falling further, yeah.
But you're wanting to start the graph at 28,
Yeah, that's the starting point.
the new graph.
I think that makes sense.
That's when we start making changes to the amount of pumping that's happening.
So do you go by what the actual static level is when you start curtailing?
We do. We'll be
Or
looking at
do you
real
assume?
measured water levels in wells.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we're just on the definition right now. There's a specific section talking about how we are going to do this. So let's save these comments for that and just focus on the definitions at the moment.
We have Mark
ahead.
Owens with.
Yeah, Brett Bones, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, guys. I do appreciate the starting level being at 2028 because then we would check how we were adapting from that point. The only slight modification I might make is if the contested case is not done by 2028 and there's no regulation occur, we should not start the baseline level measurement until after the contested case occurs.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. All right, keep going. Next set of definitions here. So the initial allocation, which means the quantity of water authorized for use by each groundwater right upon completion of the contested case. This is just a definition, how we're going to define the initial allocation for each water right, and then the permissible total withdrawal, which means the total volume of groundwater allowed to be pumped annually within a sub area of the critical groundwater area. The unit of measurement for the permissible total withdrawal is acre feet. So that is, the permissible total withdrawal is the volume of water allowed to be pumped. Yes.
Really quickly, I recommend clarifying the units for the initial allocation. We're talking about rate and duty, we're talking about just duty, just like state it in the same way you state it in the definition form.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, next set of definitions here. So sub area means a portion of the critical ground area defined for administrative purposes. And the target groundwater level trend means the goal for the rate of change in groundwater levels within a sub area of the critical groundwater area. No, any comments? Yep.
Do we have somebody keeping their eye on online comments?
I am
Oh, you can see
keeping
them.
an eye on online comments,
I don't
yes.
know if you can see them.
Yep,
Yeah, there's nothing there.
there's nothing there right now. Thanks, Laura. Okay, so is this section clear and understandable? Is there anything we should change? Is there anything else we could need to consider for the definition section?
Maybe just a point, Kelly, too. If they need to provide this later, like they need to think on it, that's, you take an email.
Take an email, yes, and we have a date when you can.
It's not like this is your only window, if you don't get it out, if you're not processing and you need time, that's okay.
Okay. Everything look good? Okay, moving on. Okay, section 20, this is our administrative boundary. So this section is where we kind of define what the groundwater, what the critical groundwater boundary is. It's just all the administrative boundaries within the Division 512. So the first one is the Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern. The GIVGAC, which was established in 2016, is defined in administrative for administrative purposes, is described in and shown in Exhibit 1. There are exhibits in your packets below, in front of you. So Exhibit 1 is there. Yeah. It's an actual pack. It's not in the PowerPoint. There's an actual like printout of the exhibits. Yes. The boundary of the Harney Basin Groundwater Reservoir is coincided with the Harney Basin, with the Harney Basin boundary as shown in Exhibit 2. And the boundary of the Harney Basin Critical Groundwater Area is defined as the GIVGAC boundary shown in Exhibit 1 and contains in part, the Harney Basin Groundwater Reservoir. So these definitions are defining what the boundary of the GIVGAC, the boundary of the Harney Basin Groundwater Reservoir, and the Harney Basin Critical Groundwater Area. Okay. Thing online, all right. So this is Exhibit 1, this is the GIVGAC. I know it's pretty small, but it's right in front of you. This is Exhibit 2, this is the Harney Basin Groundwater Reservoir. All right, same questions, is this section clear and understandable? Is there anything we should change, or is there anything else we need to consider? Okay. I'm taking Zach's thumbs up. As was that?
That.
It's a separate separate packet, yes.
Are we gonna go first?
Okay.
No bigger switch, right?
No.
Okay.
All right, section 40, Harney Basin Critical Groundwater Area. So this is our goal. So the target groundwater level trend within the Harney Basin Critical Ground Area is a median groundwater level decline rate of no more than 0 feet per year in each sub-area. The median will be calculated for each sub-area using representative wells with sufficient data as determined by the department.
And we're just clarifying that this is understandable.
No, any concern you have with this language or what we're proposing here is what we want.
So when I disagree with the boundaries, I should have said,
Yes, we want every comment, disagreement or not. So what is it about the boundaries that you are disagreeing with?
well, the area boundaries, the critical groundwater area, all of it, it doesn't make sense for the practical, reasonable aspects of regulations and being defensible both from a technical standpoint and a legal standpoint. Definitions are clear, but I sure disagree with where it's ended up. Like all my comments earlier should have reflected that, but it's I don't know, this isn't the spot for my other comments, so just leave it at that. If you don't have, maybe I'm the lone guy here that doesn't agree with where the department ended up on this stuff, but I don't.
No, I don't agree. Did not 7, 15, I was happy with the 15, but 7, you guys, I'm at the base of the mountain. And you put me all the way into same as where Crane is, and they're not contributing.
Your 15 was closer to specific aquifers, which would have been a defined boundary that's representative of a flow. And if I'm an advocate of more data And I'm an advocate for required static level testing in March. I strongly endorse that for all irrigation wells. Then that data, I want a system that allows the utilization of that on a community's stage or level and a sub-area level that's reasonably close to specific aquifers. So when you guys complain about having too much data, that you keep bringing it back. And if we're right here, more data should validate you being right. And you're not, on a lot of this, you change the flow patterns, you change the contour water intervals, but right now, I'll go ahead and do this here, I'll try to do it short. So I love to have a 5-year pause, period. We don't want any more development, we want a clarification of accuracy of boundaries and accuracy of the starting point on irrigation. The last 3 years, we have had above average precipitation. It is a wonderful opportunity to identify the freshets that are showing up right now in the data. Then we would have a common discussion to look back at the data that you have collected, which is good information. It doesn't tell the whole story. Right now, I got one well that's up 7 feet this year, 5 feet last year. The freshet idea right now, if we did a pause and we focused on refining where there's disagreements on, like the rest was bringing forward, and we tracked and identified from specific static levels where we're getting a bump, we can look back and say, well, that was a bump from 2024 precipitation or 23 or 22 after a prolonged drought. Now, there's a lag in there. And as we go forward down the road, we look back at that lag, and that allows us to define where that water is coming from. If you think about all the meetings we've been to, everything was about curtailment. And you remember me, I wanted to look at the recharge, both natural recharge due to juniper areas, timber stand densities, conversion to fir and yellow pine system, all of that, you remember it. And the opportunity for artificial recharge. Now, if we were looking at that and following these freshets out, right now, by having resources, smart people like some of you guys, and we followed that freshet, it shows up in the data, and if we had static water levels, static water level measurements in all of our irrigation wells, we would be able to track uphill some of the aquifers that I've been talking about. This is right now a great opportunity to pause and try to do that and get on the same page. And I'll leave it at that, but we have a great opportunity to learn on these 3 years of high precipitation events. Back in the 80s, the difference was there was frozen ground when the big runoff occurred, 84 or whatever, and it never showed up in any aquifer data. But we didn't have static water levels that we were taking and tracking. Well, now we do.
Okay, quick timeout, and I don't want to cut you off, and I know this is a potentially a good strategy, but we'll capture this and.
So I just want to make sure you're advocating for 2 things. One, you much prefer the 15 sub areas because you think that match the hydrological units better. And then units is probably the wrong word, Dark. But and then secondly, you're advocating in rural to have a 5-year period pause of no regulation and just
pause in the
evaluate.
process at least.
I think that's different than outside of what we're gonna put in the rule language. Is that accurate?
I'm just trying to understand what he's.
I'm
That's it, yeah.
saying, I've been wanting at least where I disagree with everybody to have placeholders. Because the level of certainty here is very low in some cases. But The level of certainty, if you look at it statistically, is very low. But, so I would, I would like to see a pause and a 5-year refocus on the positive side of this ledger, which nobody's looked at. The comment back from the department early on was, once we have our model, we'll be able to focus and identify areas of potential enhanced recharge. And we have some major recharge areas, and then we have some clay-driven systems that aren't. But we are going to see some fresh ends show up. I mentioned a couple, I'm hoping I'm right on the soil spring.
Okay, so why don't we take that as a strategy? We've captured that as a potential, to me, that's a different strategy. The rules is a strategy that, let's just try to get through this. Because if we don't get comments on these items today, it's gonna complicate things, but it doesn't mean that this is not a important issue. Larissa, comment on rules.
Yeah, since we're talking about the critical groundwater area, I would put in that I don't think the whole basin should be in. I don't think that Upper Blitzen, Lower Blitzen, and Silver Creek, and even Sylvie's meet some of the criteria. I know that inches is considered a decline, that we're in inches. If you can't use inches of water, then we might as well just all forget about eating across the United States, because you have to use a little bit of water. It's not perfect, but I think that a few inches is sustainable to be, as we go. And then I also have never liked the reasonable stable definition of 0 feet decline. And then I just want to clarify on, this is the new permit conditions that just came out last fall. Doesn't it have a condition of 0.6 inches, a 25-foot drawdown on new permits, or am I wrong?
That's not a permit condition, that is the new definition of reasonably stable groundwater level for the purposes of allocation of new groundwater rights.
Okay, so the new allocation. So how come old water rights don't get to live under the new? So if I didn't live in Harney and I was in an area that got a permit, I'd be allowed to drop 0.6 feet a year, right? And I'd be allowed to go down to 25 feet to hit that condition, and you couldn't regulate me, even though I have permits that say that now, but you are still gonna regulate me off. So how come we are critical, but somebody somewhere else that drops 6 inches and 25 feet in their permit is not critical? Because if you set that up here, you have to give that to everybody, right? Isn't this a fair system? Like, we don't get to be held to higher standards than somebody else. And so that's where I would say our 0 feet decline is not in lines with what is being accepted across the rest of the state. So I don't think that we should be held to those same, we shouldn't be held to higher standards.
Yeah, noted.
Is that because the critical word, is that where that came from?
Well, and we look at kind of different thresholds in a critical groundwater area, certainly. And if we think about what that might mean, say, in a place like Weaver Springs, and we're talking about 25 feet of decline from highest, following that, should our goal there be to recover to within that 25 feet? And elsewhere where we've seen those significant declines? Maybe, that's not what we're proposing here, certainly.
Yeah, do you have a unique Kelly for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, part of section 40 Harney Basin critical ground area. So, section 2, a review of the Harney Basin critical ground area rules shall be completed once every 3 years. The review shall be presented at a commission meeting, which has been publicly noticed and provides opportunity for public comment. This is a statutory requirement. If we pass rules that limit groundwater use, we need to review them, the effectiveness of them every 3 years. And the section 3 is a Division 10 statute requirement. A review of the condition in the Harney Basin critical groundwater area shall be completed no less frequently than once every 10 years. And the findings reported at a commission meeting, which has been publicly noticed and provides opportunity for public comment. Sure.
So when, and I assume that if if you have I'd have to go back to, say a 10% curtailment. Is that based on the most junior will be shut off 100%?
Let's get to, we have a section about that. Let's get to
Okay,
that here,
But,
yeah.
but I'm going to this, so if a curtailment occurs, and then you have a 3-year review and a 10-year review, and things aren't showing these things that you guys think it's gonna show, that curtailment's still gone. I haven't seen maybe it's there. I haven't seen any placeholders for individual water permits. I haven't seen any placeholders by sub area, anything like that. So that would be my input, that at least those things need to be clearly spelled out. Did I confuse it later? Yeah.
Was it, if it comes back, is that what you're getting?
I'm saying that you could shut off the
Queen.
blitz and voltage 100%, and you're not gonna change crane 1 inch. And if a lot of the model area, the model isn't representing the reality of what we have, if we have enough data and we're looking at it objectively, then all of these scenarios of 3-year and 10-year, is that what we're gonna be reviewing then? I would hope so. I would hope that, we gotta rethink this and go back. The assumptions we used were wrong, and we're gonna go back and fix it, but I've never seen that happen, you guys. I'll show.
If I could summarize that, I believe there's, let's say the first, Lower Blitzen or Silver Creek cutback is more than what is needed. Our adaptive management plan has no way of giving back. You know, meaning if the aquifer is a way ahead, there's no way that those junior rights that have already been curtailed off are allowed to start pumping again, at least in our current plan.
So John, your input would be some mechanism to reinstate groundwater rights that have been curtailed if certain results occur.
We have 0 decline. There's no way to get back. And when we're talking about 3 years and 10-year reviews, something like that would have to be spelled out, or 3-year, 10-year reviews mean nothing.
So you don't have a measurement. In voltage, listen, voltage, we don't have there's no decline. So how do you prove success?
Yeah.
And so if the unless the water starts squirting out of the top of the wells, which I doubt, and so the only way that you could get success in voltage and blitzing is if the water comes up in crane. And so I still continue, there has been no declines in that sub area. Why are we cutting any of it? And now, to be fair, I have no economic interest in that, thank God anymore. But that is, the question is why? And I mean, how can it?
That's why I proposed.
Because
this needs to be done on a well by well basis, because my wells didn't go down either. And they're proposing, and I don't know to what degree they'll be proposed to cut it, but the wells aren't going down. What I worry about is if you're gonna cut and then have to find a way to bring people back on, you're cutting too fast. Which is why I kind of believe in what Fred says, which is if now that the forest is down, there's a lot of water. We just need to chill out and see what that does over the next few years. So we can get a balance again on what this water issue really is. Right now, we're making decisions on something that doesn't even exist.
So isn't that adaptive management? Where is that?
Plays into it.
So that is another, Tim's got something, but we have a rule specifically written for adaptive management. If we keep going through this, Right now, this is just defining administrative boundaries and kind of just defining what a critical groundwater area is. We have sections where we defined how adaptive management happens and how the department plans on doing it. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say, we can talk about the adaptive management plan in that rule. We'll get there. It's coming. Related to these reviews, these are a review of the rule and a review of the conditions. So a review of the rule with the commission happens every 3 years, and it provides an opportunity for people to comment on the rule and the impacts of that rule in the basin. If we begin curtailment and water levels are wildly higher than expected, our adaptive management plan does not allow for turning rights back on currently. So that's something we could look at. But it would be a great opportunity for members of this community, members of this RAC, to come to a commission meeting and say that, and the department and the commission can reopen a rulemaking and adjust the rules as needed. That's the point of this 3-year review. And so what I think I heard Fred say was be more specific about what that review entails. Is that fair, Fred?
Yeah, both the rules we were just looking at and adaptive management. I mean, there's gotta be a process. I think Kenny said it succinctly that, how do you measure when Silver Creek and Blitzen and Goldie are stable and other areas of.
But they're not stable, Fred. And I'm going to disagree with you right there. We presented an awful lot of data in the last 14 meetings that show that they're not stable. And so we can pull up some more hydrographs and show you that they're not, and that the median groundwater levels are declining in these sub areas. Like, we have the data. We're now trying to figure out what to do about it. And what we need your help with is to help us make sure that these rules make sense and that we can get somewhere to actually make change in the basin and try to stabilize groundwater levels that have been declining for decades now.
In the Voltage Blitzen area? Is it just?
Yeah, the median rate of
2018 to 2024, we have seen declines in the median groundwater level, which means there are wells that are declining faster than that.
Well, I looked at one this morning, the data is up 4 years, 5 years. Yeah.
I don't think we'll be able to debate the data.
I just.
I mean, we've had a lot of data conversations.
I'll refer everybody to the groundwater level trends analysis that was released based on data up to the spring high of 2024. So it includes data up through 2024, and it's summarized by sub area. That's available on the rulemaking webpage.
Okay, let's look at some of these rules, and certainly if we get near the end and an issue that you have wasn't raised within the context of any of these rules, then we can maybe hop back, but there's a lot of good stuff where a lot of this will come if we give it the time. Larissa.
Since you brought up the groundwater level trend data, I was just, curious because it doesn't match what the model has projected on those levels. So I just was, wanted a clarification. Which one are right? So the groundwater data trend, if we just use Silver Creek, for example, says that it drops an average of 0.5 a year. But if you go back to slide 91 that we put, is that the right one? Slide 91 that we put in the, sorry.
89, right?
It might be a different number than you thought was accurate. Because the old one was old, it showed the decline, well, anyways, I'll just say, you have this one, it shows 6 feet if you curtail your proposal and 8 feet if you don't, you add that up, that's 14 feet, and that's over 80 years, that equals 1.75 acre feet in droppage. But then if you go back to your model scenarios that we did A through, what is it, E? There was a projected for the Silver Creek area, if you did nothing from 2018 water levels to, and that one showed that if you did nothing in 70 years, it would drop 7 feet. Well, that equals 0.1. So are we at 0.1 or are we at 0.5 in Silver Creek area for water level trends? Because wouldn't the model trend out? And so if we're only dropping 7 feet in 70 years, that doesn't really equate to the 0.5.
One really important thing to keep in mind when we're looking at the projections ahead in time is that those all use average recharge conditions. So that's the average of is it the 1930 to 2018, or is it 19?
It's like 82 to 2018 or something like that.
Right, so that uses an average recharge condition for those projections. And so if you're looking at comparisons to, say we had a series of wet years like we've just had, and you applied instead that average recharge and compared it to the data that we measured, it probably wouldn't reflect what we're really seeing on the ground.
This year I measured 22 wells, 21 of them have gone up, one of them as much as 13 feet, some 3, 4, and some of them by like 0.6, 0.7. So there is a little bit of a recharge that happens on these wetter than normal years. So that also would play into the average. So I don't know, I'm just curious because you got different numbers playing out and scenarios. So if I'm only gonna drop 0.1 inch a year for the next 70 years, I won't even hit my permit conditions of 25 feet. Won't even be close. So are we gonna drop 0.1 if we do nothing according to the model? Or are we gonna stick to the 0.5? I mean, we don't know, you don't know, we don't know, but you're gonna curtail me back like I'm going to drop the 0.5, even though you projected 0.1 a year over the next 70 years. To me, 0.1 over 70 years is pretty sustainable and pretty doable, considering the consequences of doing the other. I think it really outweighs, the damage outweighs what you think you're losing in water. Why you said that? I didn't say that right. But anyways.
So a couple things. One, I'd like Ben to jump ahead to a couple of the slides we looked at or we prepared that have actual measured water levels. Or Kelly, can you do that? I think it's slide 199 or something like that. 199 or 200 in the deck. And let's look at some actual measured water levels compared to what the model projected. And we can see just how well or poorly the model is doing at projecting what's actually happening from 2018 through 2024. And then I'd also like to make sure we talk about the difference between projected rates of change and projected magnitudes of decline and how those are different, and the fact that over time the system equilibrates on its own, and the fact that you will have steeper declines now than you have in the future as water levels continue to decline. And so it's not fair to say that if the total magnitude of decline over 70 years is 10 feet, that you should divide that by 7 and get to 0.1 feet per year, because that's not what's happening. Right now, you're going to decline at a faster rate, and you're going to see more losses in groundwater storage. And as the system equilibrates long-term and we reach a new equilibrium, the rate of change will decrease. And so it might be 0.5 this year, and in a decade, it might be 0.4, and in a decade after that, it might be 0.3. And all that, and we see that in the way the curve of the line changes. So if we've got those slides up, Ben, do you want to walk through what is being shown here?
Yeah. Thanks, Tim. So here we're seeing a comparison of the modeled trajectory of water levels in a subarea against the median, against the measurements that we've observed from 2018 through 2024. So the model is blue and the measurements are red. The solid lines in both cases are the median among all of the available measurements. And if you just focus on those two here in the lower Blitzen subarea, you can see that the median modeled trajectory shows the decline trend that Tim was just describing, where it's faster at the start and levels out over time, but doesn't actually hit stability in this time period. The measurements, the median among all the measured observation wells in this subarea shows a pretty close match to that forecast, with some variability input on top. And we would interpret that as the influence of, the combination of pumping and recharge perturbations in different years. But this type of comparison, I think, is useful to understand what the proposed adaptive management scheme looks like. So in a given year, if the red line is between the dashed lines just above and below the median, those are the 25th and 75th percentiles, then no changes to the scheduled reductions will occur during the next check-in. If the water levels are outside of that first set of dashed lines, so between the 10th and 25th on the low end, or between the 75th and 90th on the high end, that will trigger the reductions to be either multiplied by 1.5 or reduced by 50%, depending on which side you're on, so that we will adapt somewhat if water levels are outside that envelope. And if water levels are outside the outer envelopes of the 10th and 90th percentiles, that's when the scheduled reductions will be doubled or reduced to 0.
Is that in your designated measured wells that are going to stay the same?
Those are in all of the wells where we can get reliable data, including ones that are measured by CWRAs as part of permit conditions. So this is using as much of the available data as we can.
But I'm not sure I understand that. So static water level data in an area. Let's say there's 20 static water levels taken, producing wells. And
So what this figure shows, Fred,
what?
we measured 22 wells, and the median water level in those 22 wells in 2019 was about 1.2 feet below where it was in 2018. In 2020, the median water level bounced back up to about minus 0.2, 0.3. In 2021, it declined back to minus 1 feet from that 2018 level. It went down to minus 2.2 in 2022, and it went down to almost minus 3 in 2023, and then it bounced back up a little bit in 2024. And what you can see is that the model projected a smooth decline over time, but due to environmental conditions, more than likely, the fact that 2019 was likely a wetter year than 2020, 2021, and 2022 were, we see the red line track relatively close with the modeled trajectory here. And those are actual measured data. And so you can see that the median groundwater level is declining over the past 6 years, 2018 through 2024. That's what we see measured in this sub area across these 22 wells where we had data to be able to evaluate.
And are those the 22 wells, or are you gonna use others as you go forward with curtailment percentages?
As we move forward, the goal is to get as many wells in the static water that have a permit condition required measurement included in this analysis, as well as our representative set of wells that DAREC measures quarterly.
And a quick time check here, just for everybody's understanding. So there is another meeting coming in here outside of our control when we conclude here in close to half an hour. So that's sort of a hard stop for us on this meeting. It just, let me finish. And I just want to make people aware of that. We've tipped the ice. We're just tiptoeing onto the rules right now. There's a lot to go.
I just want to make sure you understand what you just said.
Okay.
So that's what you guys say you saw, okay?
That's what we measured, Brad.
That's what you measured, and so if there was, I'm just, so in 2028, then you're going to look at how that changed.
Yes.
And make a curtailment decision. Or, in other words, are we on a projected curtailment? I'm just a little confused.
Maybe one source of confusion is that this figure shows the envelopes and the trajectories starting in year 2018. Whereas what we're proposing in rule, actually will start them in year 2028. That will be the start of curtailment and the start of these evaluations of declines. We will measure in each well, how much did it decline relative to its level in year 2028? And we'll compare that in each sub-area against the median trajectory and this envelope of percentiles relative to levels in 2028.
Okay, so that's gonna go on out to 28, and then you're gonna look at all the wells, the static levels in that way, and draw those lines in and make a decision. That clarifies, and then.
Okay, we can keep doing this, and I'm not saying this isn't important, but we can also do this after we get through some of this rule language.
I would just like to point out, though, we look at this particular area, this is a good example, though. This graph is excellent at showing that this is a more surface water driven recharge in a very immediate response to every good year we've had. There's an immediate response. Every not good year we've had. Like, this is a beautiful graph of that, but most of our other areas don't respond as quickly as this, and that's why Fred is having a hard time, and many of us in the room are having a hard time seeing an area like this have such the level of reduction being proposed when it even recharges quicker than other areas.
The other thing about that, this is a 5-year piece of data. And everybody in this room has to be thinking on a grander scale than that. And the very fact, look at the difference in the graphs for the 7 different areas. I mean, they're all extremely different from this. And that's what's the problem with not a long enough look.
Are these graphs available?
These are all in your packet. Yeah, we just had to try to skip through some of this to get through.
Yeah,
Going back to the
it's like 177 instead of 200.
Okay, do we want to, let me kind of pull the rack here. Do we want to spend time understanding this data at this moment? Or would you want to continue with the rules?
I think as we tear more into the rules, some of this may come out in that.
It will. Yes.
Let's talk about the rules.
Let's talk about the rules. Okay, thank you.
Okay, just a reminder to please check in with the folks online as well.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, so please let us know online if you have a comment. Kind of back to my original statement when we began this. If we can provide very specific comments about it, I don't like this, change it to this, or it needs this, you didn't include that, that would be really helpful. And that would allow us to work through these at a decent pace.
Hey, Brian, let's make sure that we try to keep
Go ahead.
side chatter.
Yeah.
So members of the public as well, we want to try to keep the side chatter to a minimum during the presentation because folks online can pick up on those conversations and it makes it really hard to hear. It also makes it hard for folks up at the front from the RAC listening in on the conversation. So we can try to keep side chatter to a minimum. It'll help RAC members online, it'll help RAC members up front. And the speakers also won't have to speak up as much because it does make it hard to hear. I had a hard time hearing you, Tim, online with the owls. So just keep noise in mind that it does project around this room.
Great, thank you. Good point. All right, Kelly.
All right. Section 4, except as defined in Rule 695-12-30, and that's going to be the classification boundary. The department will not accept new applications for groundwater permits within the Harney Basin critical groundwater area. There you go. On to the next one. We talk about the 7 sub areas, we already have some comments on that. So the Harney Basin critical ground area defined in section 9512, section 20-5, that's the critical ground area boundary, shall be divided into 7 sub areas for the purpose of management as shown in exhibit 3. And so we go through all the sub areas here. Dog Mountain sub area is shown in exhibit 4. The lower Blitzen voltage sub area is shown in exhibit 5. The northeast Crane sub area is shown in exhibit 6. The Silver Creek sub area is shown in exhibit 7. The Sylvie sub area is shown in exhibit 8. The upper Blitzen sub area is shown in exhibit 9, and the Weaver Springs sub area is shown in exhibit 10. Good there. Let's keep going here. This is the administrative stuff. So here's all the exhibits. Gonna quickly just go through them. That's Dog Mountain, Lower Blitzen. You have these in front of you. Northeast Crane, Silver Creek, Sylvie's, Upper Blitzen, Weaver Springs. All right. I think we got enough input on that section. Is there anything else, any last standing? Okay, we'll move on to section 50. There we go. The permissible total withdrawal. Yes.
I can maybe live with the southern region being included in the classification solely based on the fact that in our comprehensive plan, it does favor monitoring of water. However, I do not think based on the data, they should be involved in curtailment. And I also have concerns because based on the level trend report, of the 15 sub areas, and that's how that report broke it down, only 4 of them have a median well age of over 10 years. Only half of them, about 7 of them, have an average groundwater change of 3 feet a year over 10 years. And only 3 of the 15 have more than 50% total groundwater change. And I thought that those were the 2 big criteria for classifying things. And so I dispute all of the.
Okay. Comment. Good comment.
Zach?
Oh, sorry. Oh, Jess, you had your hand up, go for it.
No, I was pointing at you.
That's my stuff, Jess.
All right.
You guys just make it count.
Yes, my specific comment is that there's clearly some tension between the groundwater level trends in the Blitzen versus the percentage amount of curtailment that's proposed in the Blitzen. My specific comment about the PTWs is that I would love to see an additional one additional analysis where there's increased curtailment in the Northeast Crane region to see how much that offsets curtailment proposed in the Blitzen. Because if the Northeast Crane region is really the area where we're seeing all those indicators of trends and over allocation, maybe it's more fair to concentrate the, reductions in pumping in the area where we see the trends. It would at least be interesting to see the trade-offs in how much curtailment could be reduced in the Blitzen area.
Any proposal for a starting point for Northeast Crane?
I can make one up, but I'd rather put it into writing and send it to you after I think about it for more than 0.5 seconds.
Perfect. Jess?
Throwing Zach under the bus apparently.
Oh, you got nothing? Okay, Larissa?
Not specifics, I would also, for the same reasons for the Blitzen, I would also throw in Silver Creek. I believe that the PTW is too low. And if you look at your projection, your projection is lower than what the actual values were. So therefore, we already need to adjust our curtailment to increase it by your chart. So I too do not have a specific number, but it should be closer to where we're starting from. Your estimates that were already off from the original. So I would say between 18 and, or between 20 and 18,000 acre feet PTW for the Silver Creek. My proposal.
Great, thank you. Two people.
Just looking at back members online, any comments?
RAC
Okay.
members, is there anybody with a comment? No, they're moving fast.
Do you have any online, Tony?
I just would really like to try to slide in there. I have no problem with Zach's thinking there. But do we have to cease and desist immediately in Crane? Can we approach it the same way they got that way? Can we take a 10, 20, 30% reduction instead of saying cease and desist? Give them and watch what happens after the next year and watch it and cut back a little more. Give people that have put into it chances to try to get their first cuttings or second cutting, do whatever it takes, reduce the troubled areas slowly and see if we see a recovery come. And then it gives them a chance to prepare. If it doesn't get better and better and better, they can get out of debt and get on their, but to just shut it off is, I mean, I don't see why we have to kill it when we can reduce it and then watch and see, oh, it did come up a little, maybe we'll go 5% more or whatever we do. Let's don't cease and desist, whatever troubled area is. It took this long to get here. Let's go out of it slow and easy instead of overnight.
So
There's a rule slide that suggests what you're talking about that we don't probably won't have time to get to.
All right, but
Yeah.
maybe we will. Let's go.
Sorry, we got Lisa. Don't wanna rush through. Lisa,
Sure.
go ahead.
Lisa?
Actually, I'll just put it in written comments. I think that's actually easier. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, hold on to that.
No.
All right. So we defined principal total truth problem in section 50. Any other input? I'm not trying to rush.
I think what you heard is they'll submit it written to you if they have anything.
That is what I heard, but I want to make sure other people say stuff too. Okay, section 60, determination of initial allocation for all groundwater rights. To establish a schedule for reductions in groundwater use, the department will determine an initial allocation for each groundwater right within the critical groundwater area, which will be implemented through an order after the completion of the contested case process required in our Division 10 rules. The initial allocation shall not exceed the total quantity of water authorized on the water right. Might be helpful to kind of run briefly through the thought process there. Do you want to just run briefly?
I think the next section of rules does that, right?
Yes, thank you. All right, so in determining the initial allocation for each groundwater right irrigation use, the department will use a duty of 2.7 acre feet per acre for groundwater rights for primary and supplemental irrigation, and consider the historical beneficial use when identifying the number of acres that will be allocated water. Stop there, yes.
Am I interpreting that correctly, that every user will incur a minimum of 0.3 acre feet of their right diminished, taken away? A minimum? Our comprehensive plan says we don't like property rights taken away without compensation, so I have to bring that up.
That is what's written. If you had a 3 acre foot duty, you would now have a 2.7 acre foot duty, and you would be taken through the contested case process so that your due process rights are met.
Lisa?
I think you might need to fix that language in sub A because it's really combined. Those would be 2.7 acre feet, right? You wouldn't have a supplemental and a primary each for 2.7, so might need to just tighten that language up.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
And really quickly, the duty of 2.7 acre feet per acre, that's based off of historical use, right? That's based off of the average amount of actual use. Is that right? Right. Why 2.7 acre feet per acre?
So the 2.7 acre feet, Zach, comes from us picking a value between what was estimated as used using ET and the duty. And it's to incentivize conservation while also still providing senior water right holders with very close or much closer to their total right than say a 2.1 or 2.2 acre foot duty would be.
Mark can speak better to this than I could, but I think that 2.7 acres was what was determined was the amount that was required to raise a viable crop, the minimum amount. So that's when I played into that number.
So we've looked at studies that show that alfalfa can be grown on anything from like 1.5 to 4 acre feet, depending on your growing season, your location, your elevation, your soil type, etc. So we defaulted closer to the actual duty on the right than we did to any much lower number that we found in literature on alfalfa growth.
1.57, how what he said, such a low number.
Yeah. Okay,
Question.
sure.
So if you're gonna use 2.7, are you gonna rewrite all of our existing certificates? That goes all the way back to 1950s? And reissue all those back out across the state?
So no water right will be reissued, Travis. An order would be put in place stating that you could pump this amount of water per acre on this water right.
So if we sell a farm, how do we prove what water rate we actually have? We have to go back.
You would provide them with the certificate and then also with the standing regulation order.
That seems kind of backwards to me. Because if you're gonna change our rate of duty, then we should have a certificate that states what that actual water rate is.
Unfortunately, the law doesn't allow us to change the certificate. It only allows us to modify what can be pumped under the certificate through a regulation order. I would love to be able to reissue a certificate that reduced you to what actually is written in order. Like that would be great. I think it would be clean, it would be straightforward, but it's not what the law allows.
Is that one of the things that's addressed in House Bill 3800 that would legislatively?
No, not that I have seen.
Fred.
So I'm a little confused. So to establish a schedule for reductions in groundwater use. I can flip it back over to determine initial allocation for each groundwater right. That's, is it, are you saying that that's the starting point for a certificate water right? And when you make a reduction, is that, where's the senior junior? In other words, if you have a, I don't know, is that coming out? When a reduction happens?
So the intent of this right here is to give every water right in the basin a small reduction down to a 2.7 acre foot duty and a reduction down to the historical beneficial use. So if you have a 100 acre field, but you only have an 80 acre pivot on it, and historically you have irrigated just that 80 acres, the regulation order is likely to come out and say that you will be allowed to irrigate 80 acres at 2.7 acre feet per acre. So regardless of your priority date, that is a diminishment we're trying to make in each water right so that we can spread the water around as much as possible and as far as possible to users who have been beneficially using water historically.
And then the 28th with a curtailment kicking in, what is the procedure for that?
So This sets up, this is the amount of water that's being pumped in the basin. We then have a PTW that we're trying to reduce to, and we will schedule reductions based on seniority so that we reduce the juniors' use first until we reach a point at which only seniors are pumping and the total amount of pumpage equals the PTW. And that happens over a period of 24 years for reductions.
But if your junior, that was 28.
So if you are the most junior user, you are likely to receive a regulation order stating you will not pump after 2028 or in 2028. Yes. If you are the most senior user in a sub area, you are likely to receive a regulation order that simply reduces your duty to 2.7 acre feet and your acreage to whatever you have historically irrigated.
2.7 acre feet is 10% decrease from the previous 3 acre feet. Then that's already a 10% reduction in usage across the board. And then if they're cutting corners off of pivots and basing the acreage you have based on the last 5 years historical use, that's going to be a significant percentage of reduction as well. So does that mean that coming right out of the gate, we're going to maybe even be at 15% curtailment just by imposing these new regulations?
No, it means that 15% gets to go to junior users so that fewer junior users are completely curtailed and completely shut down. The goal is to make the water go as far as it possibly can amongst the users within the basin to minimize the economic impacts as much as possible.
Somewhere else. Right? You're not saving water, you're moving it somewhere else.
Yes, correct.
Spreading it to the
We're
users.
spreading it, yes.
Let's say you're taking senior water to somebody who has junior water.
We're taking senior paper water, you know,
To a junior.
as much as possible. I mean, we're not necessarily, we're looking at what the seniors actually use. And across the basin, it's less than their duty on average. We're taking that and setting it as like basically in stone with the orders so that we can spread all the available water as much as we can across the basin.
Unused water, I'm over confused on that.
Yeah, unused water.
So you're unused water, senior water, you're gonna spread it across all users and regulate starting to juniors.
Unused paper water.
Right.
And
So,
so really,
but-
that.
But it's still a taking, and I think Rob addressed it, that you're taking away something that was allocated and you're taking it without compensation. I think you're gonna open yourself up to a lot of litigation.
So I guess the question would be for you guys, then, would you prefer that we just allocate by paper water rate rather than by actual use?
Priority.
Well, it's gonna be by priority too, but if we allocate across the basin by paper water rate, there'll be fewer actual users able to use water. So if you have 3 acre feet, but you only use 2.7 or 2.6, then you're saying you still want to retain that 0.4.
My point is that someone that's probably not sitting in this room now is gonna say, you were taking something from me. I believe you're opening yourself up for litigation.
Sure,
That's
that's understood.
But I think it comes back to what Travis was bringing up earlier about, are you going to issue me a new water right that has the 2.7 in it? Because if that were to occur, then the original water right would be changed.
Someone took it.
But when you regulate, it would be in line with
With
the
what the
then
new
current
certificate
one.
said.
And I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent, I'm just trying to bring the conversation closer.
No, I appreciate that, and, yeah, like Tim said earlier, we don't have the legal authority to, once a certificate is
'cause
issued to.
without the ability to adjust it to that, it does fall in line with what Louis trying to bring out.
I'm afraid you're opening yourself up to litigation.
Oh, I'm
Probably
sure.
by someone that's not in this room.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I would recommend, if you're gonna take the 0.3, then that needs to be entered into a credit program where everybody gets payment for the difference.
The CREP program is not nimble enough to even do that.
The prep program, you'd have to dry up acres in order to do that.
Well, you would be, because you'd be going from 3 down to 2.7.
Would you actually be drying up overall acres though, or would you just be, like, if you use, I'm just saying this,
Doesn't have that ability.
yeah.
That's my deal.
Okay, let's, coalesce here a little bit. I think there's a lot of good discussion here, so let's come back to this conversation in just a moment, because I think we need to all have a bit of a reality check on what we're gonna do here in the next 10 minutes. Yes.
Jason?
So,
My question is when these guys are talking about you're opening yourself up for litigation, isn't that what the contested case hearing is?
yeah,
Is that each water right that is affected goes to court and you discuss it?
yeah, and you have the opportunity to contest the order that we send out, yeah.
So let's just, hold on, one sec. I know you got a comment, and every question and comment is gonna lead to another one. So let's just let's do a pause here. So there's a lot of rule language.
I think it's important. What we're hearing is kind of a shift from what we've discussed in previous RACs. We've talked about the issue of, do we allocate on beneficial or do we do the whole paper water right? And we heard from you guys that beneficial is what we prefer. We said that paper water rights easier for us. So that's what we're doing in these rules. So we're kind of just hearing a very definite shift. So just think on that. But yeah, that's what we've captured in this rule language.
Yes, good
Yes.
point, Kelly.
Exactly. So we gotta let's look at where we're at in this process and where we need to go. So we're not going to get through all these rules today, not through every sections. There's still a lot to go and a short time to get there. So what we can do is, pivot this to providing comments directly to the department in the next couple weeks, written. In communication with Bobby in the back of the room, there's opportunity potentially for a discussion group as early as next week that would provide folks that are able to participate in that process the opportunity to discuss some of these, coalesce, develop comments that then could get sent to Kelly. That's sort of where we're sitting right now as far as the next steps in our process.
Can we literally put a pin in this, split this packet up right here and on the 15th, start right back with this so that we don't, some people's comments and interest doesn't get lost in some of the virtual groups they may not be able to attend? And is that a doable thing to do?
I don't want to put the department on the spot because I know that they have a schedule to
I
work
have to
with.
evaluate. Give me some time, and then I'll let you know. But yeah,
Maybe.
It
I
would be
can't,
very.
it's not a yes or a no. That's what I got right now.
Be a lot cooler. Yes.
Well, what does the RAC think? What is a recommendation from the RAC on next steps? How about that?
My recommendation for the next meeting is that I appreciated the intro material today and recapping where we've been. For the next meeting, I suggest that we just jump right back into the rules and start with productive dialogue on this.
Definitely.
It's to the rules, no review, of what we've done in the last 6 months.
No review, straight to the
Just
rules.
like this morning, we wasted an hour and a half going over review stuff that we talked about the past year. It's just kind of silly. I mean,
I don't know, maybe, I think we thought it would be helpful, and there was a lot of questions and dialogue that occurred then that we could have had during the rules conversation, but people wanted to have it then, so I don't know if it would have changed our
you guys do this
time.
at every meeting and then we always run out of time.
Okay,
And the first hour is always so much wasted. I mean, it's just nonsense.
okay, good feedback. We won't review. If this occurs, we'll dive right in. I need to ask, I see a hand up in the back and that's a couple hands, so I do need to ask who has public comment, because we have another public comment period. We got 2 in the back in person. Anybody else here in the room? Anybody online, public comment?
Is there anyone online that would like to do public comment? You could raise a hand or drop a note in the chat. Okay, we've got 1 hand raised, Jay, and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we got 3 total. So everybody, again, the chatter, let's try to keep it down so we can hear these public comments. I do want to make my own comment before we do that. Before I forget, thank you Brenda and High Desert Partnership for lunch. It was excellent and at least honestly, half an hour at least. So that was, and a good lunch. So all that is a bonus. So, two comments in the back of the room. We'll do these first. So you can go ahead and.
Mario Petroli, just 3 quick comments. A point of correction, there was one slide that said that, the Weaver Springs underground aquifer was being fed by the Sylvies and Silver Creek. That's not accurate, not since 1898. The majority of the underflow that actually enters into the Weaver Springs comes from the Donner and Blitzen. The other question I have for that gentleman over there, median, not mean. The reason why I ask is when it comes to demographics and economics, yes, median. But for natural sciences, mean would be preferred because with a median as a statistician, I can fudge with the numbers. And the third comment I wanted to make was, I was going to make a 5-minute speech on if the department doesn't do anything about the over retention and overuse of surface waters in the Sylvies and Bear Valley, this isn't going to work. It's a 2-tier process. We're almost halfway through it. They're inextricable. Groundwater and surface water are inextricable.
Thank you very much. Okay, one more in the back of the room.
So, on the reductions for OCD, for 40% to 30%, no? That seems awful aggressive to me for as an economic system. I don't know if you can do straight pumping or something like that, 40% every year, watch it slow. I get really nervous if you get too aggressive. And the financial impact it can be to me. The other thing is on the 2.7 acre feet on here. You guys were talking about.
I'm sorry, can I ask that whoever's doing the public comments, can we have those folks move closer to one of the cameras? Because we can't hear. And maybe if you wouldn't mind starting over, if that.
Working on that, thank you.
We cannot hear, so I'm sorry.
So the 2.5 acre feet thing that you guys are talking about, cutbacks on thing. You guys base that off of where you could grow out crops on pivots. There's a lot of us though that have supplemental rights that on the drought year, when we have no water, we are right at the limit of 3 acre feet consistently. You know, and I just grow grass, but there's people that are doing pasture for cattle and everything else, trying to get that extra little growth. And there's a lot of them that will, you know, like me and a lot of the other people, they have something in the oils, you on there. So I'm not real in favor of cutting back the 10%. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, we have one comment online.
Thanks, folks. Jay Weiner. I just wanted to thank you all very much for your hard work on this. I know this has taken a huge amount of time and effort, and is the attention that y'all are putting into this is really to be commended. I kind of wanted to tear off the comment that I heard made about the Harney Basin being treated differently in terms of the 0 feet of withdrawal as compared to what the standard is in the rest of the state. I represent a client in a different basin where we are eager to see the critical groundwater area designation process arrive. And so I think part of that just stems from the fact that Harney's basically going first with the road testing of these critical groundwater rules. And there will be other areas in the state that need them and that will need to follow in the footsteps of what y'all are doing here. So again, just thank you very much for all the hard work.
Thank you. Okay, I think that wraps up our public comments. So really appreciate everyone's flexibility today. Obviously, like a lot of these, we move around a little bit, but we will get back to you very soon with some next steps. And here are next steps as far as our next scheduled meeting, May 15th, as you all know. Currently, we're saying please provide any written input by April 28th by close of business. But we will probably get back to you all on all of this before the 28th. Why?